Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of High on Politics. How is everybody doing today? We have a lot of news to get to, and it's actually really fun news. We got a fun news day today, so I hope that for with all the doomerism that's going on, is that a word? For all the doom that's going around, this is some fun stuff. We're gonna fun. Yeah, it's actually gonna be really fun because MAGA's eating itself and it's happening very quickly. Now, I had always posited that they were always kind of biting off more than they can chew in multiple scenarios, and the fact that they just kept compounding everything, it was eventually going to snowball. Because, number one, they did underestimate their own base and their blind loyalty, especially like with the Epstein stuff. I'm telling you, this could do it. Actually, you know what? For this edition of the show, since this is going to be a major theme, I might as well pull out. All right. This was my sign at the last protest. But I made sure that I had a little flippy dippy here. And this one was more, who knew that this one was actually going to still be relevant? What? Almost a month later? So let's use that for that. Oh. So yes, we're going to be covering MAGA being very upset about the Epstein files. Also, we're going to be covering another debate on Piers Morgan, but Piers Morgan is ditching MAGA, guys. I think that he finally had it. Well, for today. Let's be real. Like, Piers Morgan, he literally shifts, like, from day to day. But today he has a better take. I don't know why I do this, where I do give him a little bit too much credit. But realistically, screw it. He sucks. Man. So, this is what happens when I come off the back of the Majority Report and try to do a new show right away. I didn't have even an hour to really do my show prep today, because pretty much everything that I thought would be relevant is no longer relevant. So, although we'll also be covering the floods going on in New Mexico, we have a fun little clip from Sagar and Tucker also abandoning MAGA. As I said, big theme. So, yeah. All right, Meta the Cat, how you doing, man? I hope you are having a good day. Welcome, welcome. The algorithm is still trying to catch up to me starting at this time. Here, let's put out my little notification here, because apparently people are not getting the notifications from YouTube. Doing okay so far. I always like that, when a little cautious optimism. Not sure what time it is where you are, so are you just beginning the day, or is it, are you well into it like myself, where you're just kind of like, all right, just waiting for the other shoe to drop? Dude, okay, so realistically, I have a real bad problem with that, where, like, I've had 2 therapists now tell me that I have an outlook on life that is, it's not just pessimistic, it's like kind of self-defeating sometimes, because they're just like, you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. So it's like you cause your own anxiety just by anticipating things to fail. But here's the bitch of it. Whenever I talk about this with them, something significantly like bad happens, and I'll just be real open about this. The last time I talked about this was the day before my mom passed. With a therapist, where I was just like, yeah, you know, things are going good. I feel like, you know, and when things go too well, I really do have that where I'm just like, oh, where is it? Where is it? It's gonna happen soon. Where is it? Yeah, it happened. Because yeah, that was the ultimate. And then it was, I don't want to really make light of something as serious as that, but it was kind of funny when I went back the next week and I was just like, what about now? And even she was like, all right, so we're gonna work on this one. It's really fun. But you know, let's let everybody know that we are live on Discord, since I have been made aware that my YouTube alerts are not going out. Meta, if you are over on YouTube, make sure that you hop on over there, hit that like button, and then you can hop on back to Twitch. I know that it takes up some data, so I'm not going to try and have you guys, you know, running 2 programs at once. That's insane. Especially if you have a data cap. Who has a data cap anymore? Because, like, for what I pay for unlimited data, I just don't understand it. But I also don't understand how these unlimited data plans work, where there are actually, you know, ew, gross, data cap. Yeah. Who has a data cap? Like, that's weird. Like, that's really weird. I found out that I inadvertently had one because I wasn't really, when I started this, I wasn't worried about upload speeds. I got your live message from Discord. And Angela, welcome. No, it's happening again. YouTube got mad at me. I made a boo-boo yesterday. It was my fault. I should have been paying attention a little bit more, but I used the Hollywood Reporter. Ooh, naughty. Pep talks, you know, here. I'll do it to myself. I'll punish myself. Ow. Actually, that's a decent one. Yeah, I use the Hollywood Reporter, and apparently you can't even use the Hollywood Reporter's videos. So, like, usually it's you can't use live feeds, and that's, you know, strictly the thing. But news videos, that's a different story. So Hollywood Reporter and Telemundo are no bueno. So, especially Telemundo. Oh my God. If you guys are like Angela, I'm not. Didn't even mean to say that way. If you weren't here for this one, I put out a video where I covered a Telemundo thing. Oh my God, they got me hard. Yo, you starting your job at
Charlie Martini, $5. Start my new
TTS.
job in a week. Here's some De Niro Homes.
Oh, brother, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Here, we're gonna start off the stream off right. He's gonna get a brushing chew. Oh, look at him. Oh, you're getting up for this? Okay, here. Then you gotta sit. Ooh, oh boy. Thank you. Stan thanks you. He is very, very happy anytime that he gets a donation. It's funny, by the way, I have accidentally trained him to to my dono sound. And yeah, he now every time he hears it, he's just like, it's very cute. Still causing trouble. Causing double the chaos. Thank you, Meta. I appreciate that. Yo, what up? What up, chillin'? I kind of want to just call you Jazz, but you're one of the rare ones where it's like I don't just read the front of the name. God, I'm all over the place today. Sorry. I still need to smoke. I still haven't really done that. It's another day where I did not have lunch because, dude, okay, I'm not sure if you guys have this problem. So I do not get hungry until like middle of the day, like around 3 o'clock. I'm about to hit that point. So I kind of hit it, like I kind of feel it coming. I'm just like, uh-oh. And I had that moment where I was like, oh, I'm going to be in the middle of stream when that hits. No! Bro comes running. Charlie Martini, welcome. I appreciate you being here, man. No, dude, thank you for the $5 dono. And also, how'd you enjoy the majority report today? It was definitely the honeymoon period of the Hassan. Oh, God. Okay, so did you notice how many people were in just YouTube? I did not notice until later. I went to Twitch to see how many people were watching, and it was crazy. So there was a bump. There was definitely a bump. Oh, man. Oh, he's off cam. My bad, guys. But also, oh, that's what I was saying. My bad. So, yeah, I got a little bit of a channel ding. It wasn't anything serious, and it's not like a permanent mark on the channel or anything. But man, every time I get that red marker, and they're just like, "Hey, you need to go edit this," and also, you're naughty. It's like, damn it. Hassan Spiker. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, for copyright. Yeah, I got hit for copyright. For covering a news story that was widely reported. It was the video of Piers Morgan walking off of the his morning show. I should have just used the BBC because I know the BBC is fine. This is why I don't react to stuff on YouTube Live. Yeah, it's okay. So funny enough, it is kind of weird where somebody had noticed that when I was streaming on Twitch, they were like, "You seem a little bit happier." Now, there was another extenuating circumstance that day where I may have gotten some walking papers. So that could have done it. Let's just put it that way. Like, yeah, Charlie, actually, cheers. Like, seriously. I am very happy for you, man. But yeah, that may be why I was happy. But streaming on Twitch, there was something very freeing about it, where I didn't have to worry about the TOS monster coming for me. But it also kind of, I have to be honest, it was, because it was my first time really doing that, where I did exclusive content on Twitch and I watched a lot of Jubilee stuff, it really opened my eyes to why Ethan Klein's lawsuit does actually have a little bit of merit when you start looking at the fact that Twitch is, like, what are they? I don't understand. Like, I do not understand how they get away with the stuff that they get away with, where, you know, YouTube does it, like, based around, like, the standards of fair use, right? And that's where it does apply to Twitch. That's where, like, learning about this Denims case, I did learn that both of, like, I cannot talk today, which is not good for a streamer. The fair use standard applies to both Twitch and YouTube. It doesn't matter what their own personal TOS is. So the fact that we can just openly watch what we want to watch on Twitch is awesome and free. As I said, freeing, and I love it. But I got some questions about it. I pause and give a rant. Oh, you do? Well, see, I try to do the 80-20. Like, I try to live by the 80-20 rule. I also, you don't watch full screen? Ooh. Am I guilty then? Is that something I shouldn't be doing? I didn't know that was like a media sin. Is that actually a media sin? Shit. Don't worry, we can still call them that IRL. I can't even call people morons in video comments anymore. YouTube is a tyrant. Really? Wow. That's interesting. Wait a minute. They auto mod that kind of stuff? I didn't know that. Now, to be fair, I just realized that I'm very tame in YouTube comments. I don't go after people. I don't. I just realized how well behaved I am. Special sticker. As I pat myself on the back. That's just me, though. What are you guys doing to get modded, though? Like, see, on Twitch, that's the one. Again, this is where I'm a little confused. You can do so much on Twitch, but then they are way more serious with their auto modding than YouTube. Although YouTube seems to just, when they auto mod, they don't even give me the option to let you say what you want to say. Wait a minute. So that kind of throws that in the face because Twitch actually gives me the option. It's just that they catch so much more, it seems. Although, now I didn't know that moron was... Really? We're going after moron. I think your chat is over here again. It's happening again. Hey, that's fine. I'm sorry, I tried to F with the latency, though. Unfortunately, it compromised my stream, so I had to go back to normal. Yeah, F. Ethan Klein. He almost clickbaited me into doing something yesterday that I didn't. I'm glad I didn't do because I got off stream and I was like, oh crap, I forgot to cover Ethan's response to like what's going on, and I guess he got wind of the legal, whatever that guy is, legal mindset debacle, and I thought he was going to talk about it. No, it was some clickbaity stuff, so I am happy that I did not get got by that. Let's see. I still want to do commentary rather than just watch videos. Your content is transformative too. No, I that's the same thing for me. Like, honestly, all right, one of the Jubilee videos, the Sam Cedar one, I hate to admit, I probably didn't react as much as I should have. That one I got too interested in. Somebody actually called me on it. They're like, man, you must really be interested in this one because you haven't said a word. I was just like, and I asked them, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Was that a rip? And they're like, oh, no. They just had a casual observation that kind of made me aware where I was just like, oh, I've been quiet. So yeah, none of it's like with malice, but could it be in slow mode for just you? No, I'm in live chat. You know what? Let's try this. All right, let's try this. I wish Ethan would stick to the internet drama PowerPoints rather than politics, going after various YouTubers. Yeah. No, the fact that he's Jennifer, welcome, but also great take because he doesn't also realize how much damage he could possibly do. Like the second that he took this into the legal atmosphere or the legal arena, that became serious. It was drama before, where I was, whatever, I was covering some of it, but this really made it dangerous, and it made me a little worried. I'm not even gonna front, guys. I have been a little concerned, and that's why I have been covering the legal mindset stuff because. And this is also why I called Legal Mindset out on being kind of a hack. Because, for real, when you look at the stuff that he's going after Hassan on, he's going after, these minute little things that are in law that would get thrown out immediately, especially in, a defamation case. And he keeps presenting it like it's a gotcha. Whereas he doesn't realize how that dilutes the actual good legal opinion that he had, and also right one in my opinion, and also watching a few other more accredited lawyers kind of chime in on this. Once I saw Legal Eagle finally kind of chime in and go, this could change the landscape of fair use, I was just like, oh, okay, this is. And he also kind of said if he didn't really make a video about it as much as he tweeted, just if I was listed in this lawsuit, I would definitely hire an attorney, but it was also kind of a cheeky way of being hey. But yeah, I think it's ridiculous, and honestly, it sucks because I used to be a fan of H3. I used to, again, the banter between the crew and just getting to know about their lives and watching them grow. Dude, seriously, I think when I was watching. Between the time that I watched H3, I think 2 of Ethan's kids were born, so that was kind of weird. I'm not a big fan of Hassan warming up to him slowly. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me, I'll be honest. Actually, this goes back to when he was, Woke Bay on TYT, where he would make those stupid videos where he's like, yo, it's Hassan Piker, a.k.a. Woke Bay. It's just ugh. It left a sour taste in my mouth. And And then I found out that he was, technically a Nepo hire. And then he went and made his own thing. I had opinions about that, but I shifted. You know what? He seems like a genuine dude. He seems like an odd guy. I'm gonna be honest, man. Like the more IRL stuff I see about him, it is kind of like, He really does seem like an odd hang. Because, like, the dude doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, which is fine. I hang with, sober people, so that's not the problem. It's just he hangs with a lot of people who are, like, their party, like, it's just the whole party scene. So I'm just not sure if it's one of those situations where he's, like, trying to ingratiate himself with these people because they're just in the same streamer circle, which, honestly, I'm going to be very cautious about that kind of stuff. There's only like a few streamers that legitimately I would like go out of my way to hang with. Shout out AG. Angry Ginger is definitely like the first guy that like, if there was like a community meetup, I would seek him out and just be like, yo, we got to go take a walk. It's one of those situations. Cousins walk. But yeah, I think I talked about this a little bit. I also might be changing the name of the show from High on Politics to Pepaganda, specifically because I have some opportunities coming up here where it would probably benefit me to not really play into, listen, I'm within TOS on YouTube, but I ride I ride a line, I'll admit it. So... Deep cut, LOL. Hello, Matter the Kid. Hey, yeah, everybody say hi. I think it was me. Sorry. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. I like Pepaganda. It amuses me. Hey, well, all right. Yeah, it's just a matter of for that to happen, it is a whole, like, I have to rebrand my stuff. So it's kind of and I like it. I like my name, man. Like, I like the name of the show. I really do. I love my streamer name, but it's because somebody even said that they were just like, why don't you just name your show Pep Talks? And I was just like, cuz I like having a little Pep Talks presents type of situation. I play test it live. Base my game on Bubble Tank Frenzy. Oh, that makes a little bit of sense. Remind me of asteroids and okay, that makes sense. My talk show is Bubble Tank Politics. Bubble Tank Politics. Interesting. See, now, I've got that weird thing where I looked into it when I was first starting, and I looked into specifically the TOS surrounding, what we do here. And they did say that... insinuating being high on something, but it has to be specific, because that's where it did that's where I was like, oh, okay, so if I say politics, you can't really be okay, so it's still, that's where it is you're just using the word, but you're not insinuating that you are, type of thing. Also, I have looked into it a little bit more. I was high on politics once. High on politics. See, that's the thing. I kind of felt like that's why it worked out. But enough about the show. What am I taught? I'm going into these deep cuts here. But it's okay. I can give you guys a little bit of behind the scenes details. But because for real, I don't know if. For instance, if there was this certain space that wanted me to do some stuff, I'm not sure if High on Politics is something that they really want to, a brand they would want to get behind. So it's something I'm kind of just toying with, if you know what I'm saying. I don't like slurping coffee. Damn it. I had to do that for effect. I hope you understand how much I did not like doing that. The Meep Cuts. I'm telling you, the Meep Cuts is so good. Or the Meep State. I swear to God, dude. That one, I have to look into what I can do to use, Jim Henson. Obviously, I have to do some legal workarounds, but I think that we can make that work. I mean, Beaker, come on, man. he already looks like something that we appreciate here. I mean, Beaker might as well just be called Binker. Ah, there we go. There's nothing wrong if you if you know, you know. it's well, no, it's not. It's not legal everywhere, and that's kind of part of the problem. It really, like, I was looking into this, and like the way dry counties work too. This is also why you cannot like get inebriated on stream, like just openly. Although you shouldn't be doing that, like really anyway. Like I don't mind having a few, you know, on here, obviously, but it's when people like start getting hammy-hammed. Like I'll do one of those streams where I'll what would I cover? It'll most likely either be an election, because those are long nights, and I can just do like a long gaming stream. But the thing about that is, the more I drink, the more I suck at games. So that could be fun to watch, but I also get more frustrated where I'm just like, I don't want to do this anymore. Plus, I would probably want to do like a drunk debate. Oh no! See, I would turn into Andrew at that point. Rip a cigarette. Do something I haven't done in over 14 years. Just be like, you know what? This debate's got me. Yeah, it's a hard game to play. Or it's hard to play games when buzzed. See, that's the thing. It's sort of like, and that's also because I am international. I have to play within the confines of, like, yes, it is legal here. Specifically within Twitch, that's why I'm not breaking TOS over there. But I'm playing a game with YouTube there where if they were to say something immediately, I would just go, okay. Like I do not want to take this. Like I dip my toe in the water. My bad. But nah, I think we're good. Anyway, oh right, and the YouTube chat is going to be around 16 seconds to 25 seconds behind. I'm sorry. As I said, I was having a latency issue already, and then when I set it to ultra low latency, my stream was just like, no, we're not doing that. So, but let's get to the nitty gritty here. As I said, thank you for man, I'm doing uhs and ums a lot today. A little self-awareness there. But no, thank you for the $5 donation to start the day here, Charlie. Also, congratulations on your new gig. I want to give you a special shout out for that, because that's awesome. Like, when you start a new job, especially when you haven't had one for a while, there's something exciting about it. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope that you really do have fun. I'll try not to flex my future knowledge being in both chats. Yeah, okay. But, alright, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty. We should probably start with some news. It wouldn't be a pep talks without me doing that. We have established a high on politics. My bad, guys. But let's check in with ground news. Oh, boy. Trump's doing the tariff thing again. Let's get an update. Yep. He wants to do more tariffs, guys. I'm wondering if that's actually going to have any impact on the markets that were, overcorrecting. Supreme Court won't let Florida enforce controversial immigration law. Supreme Court has upheld a block on Florida's immigration law, preventing its enforcement while legal challenges continue. Found that the law is unconstitutional, leading to... Wait, what was the... To make it a felony for certain immigrants to enter Florida. Oh. Line go down? Yeah, I'm thinking line go down. Wait, is line going down? Wait. Where are the markets? Live market. Look. Come on. All right, I love that little like Windows pop-up thing that always is like on the side there. It'll pop up when I don't want it, but the second that I'm just like, hey, what's the weather like? Hey, what's the... Oh, there we go. No, markets are fine. Oil's down, but I don't know. Don't give a shit, really. What's cracking? What up, legend? How you doing, bud? Things are going well. We're already into the news portion of the show. I know I started a little bit soon, but it's okay. I don't watch the markets much. Neither do I. I don't really give a shit. I'll be real. Like, I just don't give a crap. And the funniest part is I probably should. Like, I do have some stuff in the markets, but let's take a look at the blind spot. What's on the right? Syria's government and Kurds still at odds over merging forces after latest talks. USA sent thousands of viruses to Chinese military-linked biolab. Yeah, here, we got the, we got Megyn Kelly. Okay, so that's kind of cool. Oh, right-wing news is even starting to cover it. Interesting. So it seems that once it's on ground news, guys, that's how I know it's really starting to permeate, because ground news does this thing where they're like, we don't want to cover anything that's too stupid or give it too much breathing room. Yeah. 7 Chinese nationals charged in multi-million-dollar marijuana trafficking operation. What? What? Where are you doing this? 7 Chinese nationals have been charged in connection with a multi-million-dollar marijuana trafficking operation. The accused allegedly controlled grow houses in Massachusetts and Maine, using smuggled labor to operate them until debts were repaid. Each defendant faces charges of conspiracy to manufacture, distribute, and possess with intent to distribute. Yeah, but the reclassification, that's going to mean that they're, even with a federal charge, they're not going to get, like, as hammered as they would have, a few years ago. Although this is one of those situations where, because of, like, the legal markets and everything, I get mad at this because it's like, you're ruining it for all of us. Stop! What's wrong with you? By the way, guys, I also have a little bit of an itchy throat today. The allergies are getting to me. Here, let me pull up this video real quick. It's not gonna work. Come on, Mediaite. What's wrong with you? Prioritizing frickin' pop-up ads. That's not good. I mean, it's not. It's not good. Yeah, there it is. I was about to say, where is it? I hear you. I heard a fan kick on for that one, where I was just like, really? My fan doesn't even kick on for all the frickin' tabs I have open. But for a pop-up ad. But you gotta love how those are back. You do realize that there was legislation to curb those, like, years ago, and the FTC was just like, nah, we'll get rid of that. And then Biden was just like, yeah, I don't know, man, there's just not much to do with that. I don't know. Like, God, you want to talk about a lame duck administration? There was so much shit that he, like, really should have rolled back if he actually gave a damn. That's why I was convinced that he didn't. And you know what? I really wanted them to do that. Yeah. Here we go. Let's bring this on. Jesus Christ. Mediaite, I'll just say this as a website, is damn near unusable. With the way, number one, that they don't give you a dark mode. I hate that. But number two, just the way that they, like, it is so just flooded with pop-up ads. It's insane. Okay. Tucker Carlson wondered aloud why Fox News Mark Levin was supposedly covering up for Jeffrey Epstein. In an episode on his show, he argued that the Trump administration's new line on the Epstein imbroglio. What the hell does that mean? could start a revolution. It could. I mean, he's not wrong. Because realistically, if they're not careful, they're going to get, like, these people to come over to, not necessarily the left, but they are just going to be like, oh, we're not doing this again, and they're not going to turn out. Then it almost guarantees that they're going to lose, in 2026. So that puts Trump in a really tight spot, because then he might have to go full fashion, just be like, no elections, we can't do this. Embarrassing situation, yeah. Oh, is that what that means? Okay. Well, it is a very embarrassing situation. After Carlson laid into Attorney General Pam Bondi over her contradictory statements on the case. So, you know what? I'm not even going to read this because this actually goes right into this. Let's just do this.
This is a good transition into our Tucker Carlson appearance, is that this is par for the course for a lot of the U.S. intelligence community, which has long held up and or not prosecuted, cases involving the exploitation of children just to cover up, quote,
You lost Sagar, guys.
sources and methods.
This is how, okay, so I look at Sagar, I'm like, oh, well, that's the start. And then you see Tucker Carlson and then Megyn Kelly. All of the top people, that have helped Trump in the media are all at odds with this one, because they're just like, listen, you asked us to do too much, and now you're really, this is ridiculous. You think that, you're just going to treat us like we're that stupid too? That's fun.
And intelligent.
It's like, you can treat our audience that way, but don't treat us that way.
So here's some clips of me talking about this with Tucker Carlson. Let's take a listen.
I think this, for a bunch of reasons, it's so obvious. It is salacious.
What is it about Tucker Carlson and Chris Hayes? What did they take at the age of 10 years old that just gave them permanent 10-year-old face?
Just people have followed it for years. The president promised to reveal the truth about this. Pam Bondi, as you said, went on television, said we have the truth and we're going to give it to you.
Yes.
I think this is a big deal. It's a really big deal. It's big.
Oh!
I hope so too, actually.
Is it now?
So let's just.
Now all of a sudden it's a big deal. Before it was just the left, they're just, look, the guy's got a mean sign. Hey.
Assess this logically. They're covering up. The DOJ, the current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes. Very serious crimes by their own description. Why are they doing that?
Yeah.
So there are really only two potential explanations that I can think of. Maybe you've got another. The first is that Trump is involved. That Trump is on the list. That they've got tape of Trump doing something awful. I don't believe that for two reasons. One, I've talked to Trump about it a lot, and I know him. He's not that. For whatever his sins.
The DVDs
I don't think he's that guy. Actually, I don't think he likes creepy sex stuff. That's just my view. But more, I think, convincing is that this is all information that the Biden administration had. And if there was evidence that Trump had been involved in illegal sexual activity,
an intermission to do that
you
occasionally.
think the people who made up Russiagate wouldn't have leaked it?
Right.
Come on now. So the only other explanation that I can think of, again, maybe you've got another, is that intel services are at the very center of this story, U.S. and Israeli, and they're being protected. I think that seems like the most plausible.
That's the most obvious. I have a history of this. There have been multiple documented cases of pedophilia inside of the CIA perpetrated by CIA officers, documented that in many of those cases, over.
Wait a minute. So now we're shifting focus to the CIA officers, but Jeffrey, wait a minute. This kind of seems like it muddies the waters a little bit. I'll be real, because now they're trying to do the thing where it's like, well, the people who were trying to enforce this, technically they were in on it.
A dozen cases.
It's like, okay, so is this your long way of just being like, well, you know what? They were probably trying to incriminate Trump, and Trump probably isn't even in there, but they're trying to protect the CIA officers. That's what they're trying to do. Come on.
This was a BuzzFeed news piece years back where the CIA specifically did not want to prosecute those individuals in federal court for fear that they would reveal sources and methods if they were pulled into open court. And they basically just made it go away. The only time they actually prosecuted somebody for child pornography was whenever he'd already being prosecuted for mishandling classified information.
Well, when they want to crush you, they put kiddie porn in your computer. It's why I don't have a computer. Don't own one.
Yeah, if you're an important person, you should be careful.
No
Sus.
computer in my house. So that's the problem
One
with
of
this
the most
Epstein
important-
thing.
That sus.
The problem with the
Yes.
DOJ decision yesterday
The way he laughed about that.
to cover up the crimes of Epstein, which they are doing,
Actually, there you go.
is that it leaves people at the very end of their electoral options.
God, he somehow has a like weirder laugh than Vash the Stampede.
It's like I voted for this guy, and I'll speak for myself. I voted for this guy precisely because I'm really distressed. I want justice. I want honesty. I think secrecy abets evil. I want someone to focus on my country, like all the basic things. And I think Trump wants all those things too. But if you
I'm starting to wonder if Tucker Carlson has a skate park. Does he have a skate park? Does he give a tour? Does he provide sushi? Does he invite his guests to play poker with the boys? Well, if he doesn't, I happen to know a very, very talented, good-looking, and beanie-rific podcaster that you would really enjoy. I won't allow that on my show. We will not. You don't get the kickflip out of this one, dick.
when you allow something like this to happen, people are like, you know what? The system itself is beyond reform. There's no reasonable step I can take to improve this
Am I losing it? I think I'm losing
country
it.
or my own life. I have to do something crazy.
Yes.
Like you're creating true radicalism when you do stuff like this.
See, and that really gets to
Laughs like a guy
what your
wearing. Yeah,
analysis
he
was
wore.
there,
Yeah.
Ryan. And I was, by the way, if anybody wants to fact check me,
I mean, dude, he always looked like if you spun it, he would just take off like it was a helicopter.
It's,
I always made that joke to my mom, and it made her laugh.
BuzzFeed News from 2021.
I missed that.
Put BuzzFeed aside. It's Jason Leopold, who you and I know, Ryan, one of the FISA kings.
BuzzFeed News
Yeah.
did some serious investigative reporting.
Yeah, back in the day, they actually were a powerhouse in their time, at least in some particular areas. But Jason, in particular, was he was the guy. He got FISA documents, he got declassified intelligence reports. This is all verifiable information about the previous track record that they've used, and it's really the only one that fits. I mean, look, I would say I was probably more willing to agree with Tucker on his first point about Trump until that video that just came out, boy, that we covered with Trump. And now I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe it is something that involves you at this point.
Tucker's point that you would think Democrats would have leaked it if they had something damning on Trump is a persuasive one. Then on the other hand, you're like, well, maybe they just didn't want to open that can of worms because what?
Right. Who else is in there?
'Cause who
Bill
else is-
Clinton and all of these other. I mean, at this point, though, like Clinton is out. Hasn't been president for over 30 years. It's
die
like
for Bill Clinton.
yeah, it's like what? Or sorry, 25 years.
Oh, that hit me.
But I mean, if we think about it, it's all a little bit preposterous. I did find it interesting, though, is that both Tucker and I came under attack in particular, for calling out Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino. Now, I mean, I think actually they should be held to a high. There's only one Trump administration official ever who should be held to the highest standard. Alex Acosta, the guy who was the U.S. attorney who let Jeffrey Epstein in a sweetheart deal, who also said,
Who said he did it? Yeah.
Who said it, quote, "I was told he belonged to intelligence." That's a report by Vicky Ward. It's a report, by the way, that he was asked about when he was Secretary of Labor in a press conference in 2019, and he said he
Sager
couldn't
and
comment.
Tucker muddying the water say it isn't so.
and he
If the Dems leaked the list, Trump would have just claimed that they modified the list.
Right.
Good call, Johnny.
Neither confirm
What up, Johnny?
nor deny. He's had 6 years to correct the record, and he's declined not to do so. Okay?
Yeah.
So just putting
It's Johnny, they said.
that out there. But here is basically the defense of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Let's put this up there on the screen. Will Chamberlain. I like Will. I got nothing really hard
He was on the
against
show
him.
last week.
He was on the show. Here's what he says. Not even an ounce of
I hear
intellectual
Will
humility
Chamberlain
here.
and immediately think of the basketball player.
Responding to Tucker and I. What if Kash Patel and Don Bongino, people we all respected enormously,
Bill
people Tucker
Chamberlain.
interviewed, are telling the
crap.
truth? That doesn't mean Epstein wasn't a spy or that any of your other conspiracy theories aren't true.
Orange hand covering
It
eyes.
just means Kash and Dan do not have any evidence of that. Why would you assume they are lying? They've gotten decades-long records of being straight shooters. Getting to the bottom of serious wrongdoing, quote, they are our guys. Now, what I see in that is a perverse trust that is taken to an extraordinary level. Here's Kash Patel using
How much you want to bet that Kash Patel is not allowed to do any public appearances for a long time?
his previous reputation,
Left a like on your YouTube screen.
right?
Thank you.
Where he said, if I had this, don't you think I would give
Commenting.
it to
Thank you, Zach.
That's what he said
I
to Joe
appreciate you
Rogan.
guys.
So there's a presumption there that he doesn't have it, and that's part of the reason is that it doesn't exist. The other presumption of why you don't have it is if you never go looking for it, Ryan. Is if instead somebody comes to tell you and say, hey, you need to make this all go away. All right? You can say that you don't have it because we didn't give it to you, but there's some stuff there, and it's troubling. It's one of the most classic Washington things in the book is I don't want to know. So that way, if I'm ever asked about it under oath, I don't have to give any real, testimony as to that case. And really why
plausible deniability. Yeah.
It's disgusting from Bondi, from Cash Patel and Dan Bongino, is they enter
I need to work, dude. I'm not the type to sit around and do nothing all day.
government as these renegades, who, by the way, filthy rich. Cash
Isn't there like a small job that you can do?
Patel and Dan Bongino.
Like while you're like taking some time off or while your truck is in the shop?
Off of what? By talking about
Or not even small job, just like small stuff you can do.
stuff like this, talking about
Like, so for instance, because you're in the position that you're in, because you have a like apartment that's covered, maybe as like if you're handy and you know how to do like certain things, volunteer your services as a handyman in your apartment complex.
about the deep state and their own expertise. They were trusted and confirmed by the United States Senate and the government, put in faith by the American people to get to the bottom of the very things like this.
I think the worst thing for me is they either lied for 6 years about there being a list or they swept it completely under the rug. I mean, the first one is just, it seems implausible at this point.
And so then to not have the competence
Don't have a skill set for
or to
that?
at least
Okay.
come forward and explain exactly how you tried to get to the bottom of this and
That's
put
just
out
wondering.
this bullshit letter from the Attorney General after claiming otherwise while you were in office on camera in front of the South Lawn, it's just all a little bit too much for me, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah. One of the things you accused him of lying about in the interview I noticed was whether or not he killed himself.
Yes.
And that's a place where I hold out a little bit of space because to me, everything about Epstein, all of the conspiracies, his connections to intelligence, his blackmailing, etc., all that could be true, and he also could have killed himself because let's say he sees the life that's ahead of him.
Right, but if it was only him, why did he kill himself? Right?
Yeah, there's
you're looking at a life,
Dude, it's so weird that the right wingers, because they are so trained to conspiracy brain, immediately they're just like, wait, why are you, wait, no.
Billionaire.
And then you hear Ryan Grimm. I'll be honest, this is one of those times where like I get reminded occasionally where I'm like, oh, you really are just like, you try to be too center of the road sometimes,
you can afford
man.
the best lawyers in the
There's a lot of
world. You're looking at a life in protective custody. I'm not saying it's great life, but it's not horrible.
And there's counter arguments like he was participating in his defense actively.
Right.
Like there was he was friends with the president. Like he had reasons to think that it might not be a worst case scenario for him. On the other hand, there's reasons you could see that he
Zach, maybe consider getting up, taking a walk, and dictating what you want to write.
might have done it. So I would be nervous if by putting too much of the eggs in the basket of he was killed, if there did emerge some proof that he actually killed himself. Like, let's say, oh, we found the video.
Okay, but Ryan, if they
then
had...
they'd be
Well,
like,
I mean,
"See,
that's
none of this
literally
other
what that's what he was accused of being. I mean, not even just accused. That's what he was like convicted of being. Was like, that's how he made his money allegedly.
stuff is
Ryan,
true
if
either."
they had definitive proof that he killed himself, don't
would've.
you think they would have released
Right,
it? Okay,
yeah,
let's look at the
yeah.
body of evidence. Is now we have the government here, which is multiple different
Oh, there's a lightning storm
stories
happening.
in the cell about how he allegedly had
Well, then come on, man. No, you gotta give yourself a little grace if it's raining.
Don't have the
himself.
autopsy.
Michael Baden, the most famous forensic pathologist in the world, says that the autopsy is not consistent, at
Take a breath, let yourself enjoy it. Like even this stream, just let yourself enjoy stuff.
least what's available.
I have a problem with that, man.
In the
Like I have a personal problem where I don't like when I take a day off, especially like now with streaming, where like it's before where like if I had a day off work and then I would come like and I didn't stream either, I felt like I could not enjoy what I was doing. Now I'm hyper aware of me being in that mode and I'm like, no, take a breath. You can't, and I tell myself, I'm like, I can enjoy this, and it helps.
Is not
So-
consistent with the person who tried to kill themselves. If they had the autopsy, which proved it,
Shia
then they would
LaBeouf. I'll
release
be honest.
it. Okay, I mean, look,
Of all the memes that kind of just permeated, where I was just like, hey,
they're asking an extraordinary amount of trust here. So fine, go ahead and release the autopsy. Ryan,
I
you
need
and
to
I
buy
have been in this
3
game
vehicles
for
just in case 2 of them
a
break.
long time. You can
Stop wasting your money. No, what you need to do. Well, you're not 25, so I understand why you're saying this. It's because you can't just go rent a car. But no, like stop.
use FOIA and other public
That's a waste of
records
money.
requests to get in cases where it's compelling interest.
No, what you need to have is a
To the American public. People, yeah, it happens all the time. What are we protecting? Beyond that, Tucker made a great point. None of the other inmates on the
Well,
cell
you said you had. Wait, where's their motorcycle?
block,
Wait a minute.
their
I'm
names have
confused.
ever been released. They've all been transferred to various different prisons. Their name remain unknown to us to this day. And
Well, you'd be losing money anyway if there's a lightning storm, bro.
I can keep going in terms of the whole killed yourself thing. It's just if you're going to ask some extraordinary
And that's also where I kind of warned you about that.
claims require
Like, I understand where you're at. Don't panic, though, man.
extraordinary evidence, and all of this evidence is allegedly that you have. I mean, same
Did I hear about what happened to Grok? Yeah, how
coming
it
back-
called itself Mecha Hitler.
to the so-called lists, flight logs,
As a Godzilla fan, I gotta say, that was kind of funny.
ever, etc. Epstein was a billionaire. Last time I checked, Ryan, billionaires have a
It
lot.
gave me an idea for a story where it's like, ooh,
people-
Godzilla during a certain time period on a certain day. What if Godzilla was there for D-Day?
that they have to
He's a
fire
tax guy.
He's a tax expert. That's why these billionaires paid him all this money, right? Well, last time I checked, you have to release all that to the IRS. All right. So every year, no matter who you are, you got to file something. All right. And in that something, tell me about the LLCs. Tell me about the pass-through entities. Tell me about what was paying for this and that. And we already have so much body of information. I talked about this on the Tucker Carlson show. I probably did. It might have been with you. We talked about this 5 years ago. The Department of Financial Services in the state of New York fined Deutsche Bank, a lot of money for ignoring all of its own policies, and it gave
Because, rah rah America.
us exact insight into the bank's handling of the Epstein case. The Barclays CEO, lost his job basically over.
I just realized this wouldn't work because the entire lore is because of the atomic bomb. That's how Godzilla got created. Nah.
For his previous role working with Epstein in wealth management. All of that is a paper trail. And there's a lot of names
That's the kind of thing
that
we're
are
going to put out in 150
That's exactly what you could easily put out. You can put it out in a report. You can have subpoena power, which the federal government has. These are serious crimes, by the way, that regulators are supposed to have a compelling interest in, because we're talking about money laundering at some of the highest levels. Leon Black, who's worth $9 billion, head of the Apollo Group, paid him $170 million for tax advice that he later came out and said, actually, his tax advice wasn't even.
I'm not sure if you're new to this thought process because you are only 20 years old, and I can sound condescending when I talk down like that, but I actually mean it, where it's like you don't become aware of that mindset. Like, I didn't become aware of that mindset until I was like well into my 30s, bro. So like, this is just a piece of advice where I'm like, yeah, don't listen to that. Like, you're fine, man. You're fine. It's your anxiety. Just calm down. You'll be okay, and you will make the money. It's gonna be
good,
and you're not being lazy
because it was all in the public domain. Okay. I mean, yeah. I always pay people $170 million for publicly available tax advice, right? Oh, yeah, fine. I mean, this is the level of BS they want you to swallow.
Turn off everything and just take a moment of silence for 15 minutes. Yeah, that helps.
And so, these are all things anybody remotely interested in the Epstein case could bring up and could talk about. But Ben Shapiro has another take. He says, I accept the word of Kash Patel.
The word.
I accept his word. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, see, this is why hobbies are important, man.
DOJ and the FBI, again, run by people like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. And
it sounds like if you're going to make a habit of buying cars and stuff like that, it might actually suit you to just do like YouTube tutorials on like, basic mechanic stuff.
And Bondi are telling you. I'm not telling you. They're telling you.
Good advice.
He was not murdered. He did not keep a client list.
Oh, Johnny's advice?
And
yeah, that too.
He did not blackmail powerful figures. If you're willing to throw that over and claim they're lying, then I'd like to see you present your evidence that they are in fact lying. Because I know Dan. I don't think that Dan Bongino is lying to me. I know Kash Patel a little bit. I don't think Kash Patel is lying to me. I don't think these people are lying to me. And now is the point at which the facts on the ground have changed. And so either you ought to shift your opinion based on the facts that have now emerged, or you ought to acknowledge that this was never a fact-based inquiry in the first place.
I know him, and I don't think he's lying to me.
Yeah, I mean, what we know about relationships between powerful people in the government and influential journalists is that they never lie to each other.
Of course, yeah. I mean,
so if a government official says something to a powerful person in the media, especially if they say it privately,
right,
you can take that to the bank.
You can take it to the bank. Yeah. I mean, Ryan, I've never been lied to by people in power.
Yeah, Charlie, I just realized
part of the
like half your comments.
To make sure that they would never lie to me, right? Yeah. If anything, I get lied to more by the people who I know who are in the government. Isn't that interesting? But look, you could take all this for what you will. I don't know.
But also be careful doing like high adrenaline stuff like that.
I mean, it's something I said on Tucker's show is the lie is not meant to actually be told to the public.
Yeah.
It really is just a signal to everyone in the Imperium, everybody who's involved in the scheme. We will go to the ends of the earth to protect you. I have no other conclusion that I can draw. There's no reason. It's just like the magic bullet theory. It takes 1 second for somebody to say, yeah, that's just not what happened. I mean, it's just not.
That one was in context, so I'll allow it. Like you can even just reading it there. I mean, if AI flags that, then it's just like, come on,
it didn't happen.
Like,
but the reason why it stands to this day as an explanation for the Kennedy assassination is that the alternative is just too difficult to contemplate. And the magic bullet theory, it remains, that idea that is perpetrated for a single reason of telling everybody involved, from the CIA up and down, for the Cubans and all, the anti-Castro Cubans, to all the group, the mob, whatever, any of the groups are particularly involved in this, and to just say, don't worry about it. We will never tell the public the truth.
I'm going to Dallas this Friday for the first time.
Are you?
I'm going to go to Dealey Plaza.
No offense.
I just want to see I want to see all the stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's a little underwhelming, to be honest. But yeah, you should.
We'll be there one night.
Everyone should go see it. It's okay. It's an okay city. Sorry, Dallas.
In Dallas.
Sorry, Dallas. It's all right. All right, let's get to Liz Wheeler. She's standing by. We're going to talk to her about this influencer event and how she feels duped. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more.
Or just hit a skate park. I mean, trust me, man. As somebody who wishes he could still skate, like, and not hurt himself, that'd be awesome. One of the funniest things that happened is when I busted out my skateboard and I started like doing some ollies in the garage. I failed 2 of them, landed one. I look at my wife and she's just like, "Oh, you've officially hit your midlife crisis." It's just like, oh, mean. No. Get friends to VR. Well, I mean, listen, again, if people if they want to do high risk stuff, that's okay. It's fine. It's just more so, I'm trying to give advice on things that might calm his brain down, because it sounds like he's letting his I almost said his anxiety rule, but his ADHD is becoming anxiety, and then he's letting that anxiety rule his behaviors, which I have learned just through my own like breakdowns and my own behaviors and everything that I was going through, that I had that same issue. So also that's why I'm able to do this, is I kind of get where you're coming from, because like this is why I'm able to do 6 hour streams like it's nothing, because to me it really isn't. I've always been a bit of a chatterbox, and yeah, this is the type of stuff that I wanted to do anyway. So, but that's where I'm saying, like, if you can channel it into something, where like anything creative is something that I always try to push for. But if like, I also understand, like, my sister is, she's one of these people that's just like, I can't craft, I can't draw, I can't do any of this, so don't give me that effing advice. It's like, okay, sure. I sleep, I hate it, it's boring. I got the Yap Award in Discord, in a Discord server, really. I told you it would look like a midlife crisis. Glad Uni confirmed it when you did it anyway. It did. Sad part is, I literally look like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater, like creative skater, because I'm wearing my flannel. I got my hat. I got my shoes that I've been wearing for damn near 10 years. Hey, they still hold up too. Warrior, like, I bought these like at a hockey shop, because it was a hockey brand that developed skate shoes. I was like, that could actually work, and it does. I mean, they're the most comfortable shoes I've worn in years. But yeah. It was just funny too, because I almost fell, and she was just like, maybe you shouldn't do that. I'm like, yeah. Stayed up 5 nights. Oh, dude. I mean, if you like to skate, do a skate video. I see people, man, can you imagine doing skate videos now? That's gotta suck, because like, I gotta say, we grew up in the golden age of skate videos because we used to pass those around like wrestling tapes. God, I remember when I got the Dave Mira tape where it was his old beat, like it was literally like the first wave of BMX stuff to start going around. God, I miss those days. They started mixing in surfing videos. No, I'm with you on that one, but yeah, hey, just keep it TOS, guys, TOS. As far as talking about this stuff in chat, just a little caution, okay? All right, so let's get back to the news here. Sorry, guys, I got a little distracted with chat there. I love showing Jackass videos. Oh, yeah, Jackass videos is, God, man. I wonder if I could just watch those. Oh, dude, I would have to break out my old PC because it still has a DVD-ROM. Huh. Do they make just, like, portable DVD-ROMs at this point? Yeah, they have to. Because I have all of them. It's boring being in... Nah, come on. It's really not... dude, oh my god, I used to say this, even when I was in, like, when I just turned 30, but, like, what I would give to have just the bounce back power of it, like, what I had in my 20s, or like, even, like, from teens to 20s. Oh my god. Because, like, realistically, man, that's the difference right there. I have lived both, where I was the invincible, jackass-loving I skateboarded, I played hockey. I was invincible. I never broke a bone, like, knock on wood. I've only had fractures. Fractures and concussions. Which, not exactly better. I remember the first doctor telling me, he was like, you would have been better off had you, like, actually broken that. I was like, oh, that sucks. But because I lived that, I can tell you with certainty that it is like, nah, man, be careful. Like, be very careful how you abuse your body like that, because, like, your bounce back power isn't, like, it's there now, but you will feel these injuries that you're accruing, like, about the time that, you know, I'm at, where, dude, the amount of times that I, like, have the old lady thing where it's just like, I feel like it's about to rain, my wrist hurts. And then sure shit, I'm right. Invincible. It makes it more fun. Well, no, I know. What is that? What is your herb question there, Panic? And they got him on. Hey, you know what? I appreciate being an authority on this. Ugh, I don't like those. All right, so the metal pipes with the lids, you take the lid off. Some people leave them on because they think that it keeps the... It doesn't matter, trust me. And you'll just end up burning... Like, what ends up happening is it heats up the entire thing, like, a lot quicker, and you'll just burn your mouth. So, don't do that. Also, if you can, try and get away from metal. Glass all day, because metal, you have to think of it where, like, you will get so much more, like, from the actual lighter. You're gonna get, like a lot of the butane. And yeah, I don't either. Needed a $5. Okay. Yeah, I got a mask upstairs. I'll do that on Twitch. You know what? One of these days, I'll bust that out on Twitch. I got a lot of that stuff. One of these days, I will actually do, like, just a fun, Twitch day. All right, guys. So I should probably change this to politics. I don't want to, though. I finally just, like, I had it brought to my attention that it really does. It's been affecting my ad revenue over on Twitch. My neighbor gave me 2, really? Oh, that's nice. Quartz straw, yeah. Well, yeah. All right. Well, we're going to get back to the Epstein stuff. Sorry, we went on a bit of a stonewalk there. But as I said, this is the theme of the show today. We got, oh, you know what? You guys can't really see that, can you? Wait, are you afraid to... Wait, you're afraid to bum? Yo, dude, that's wild. Okay, that's something that was common, like, so common. Like, what is going on with the kids these days? Like, seriously, do you guys, like, do you not, like, group up? That's, like, the best. Do you know how many friends I made, like having, smoke sessions? And I'm talking, like, the just normal ones? Like, where I would just be out at, like, a concert or something? Like, I made a lifelong friend at a concert that, like, that's where we met. So I don't talk to anyone. Man. You okay? I understand not liking people, but bro, come on. Everybody needs a friend. Everybody needs... I mean, maybe I'm speaking to myself, or for myself here, because I do value my friends. I have friends that are family now, where, like... We are as close as brothers, so I love sports! Hey, how are you? I love sports. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, sharing cigs is... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you know how many people, like, where they'd just be like, yo, can I bomb? The more expensive they got, like, you would just be like, nah, especially, like, if you were down to your, like, last... if it was down to the last 9... Yeah, but if you got a fresh pack, you know, as long as like I used to remember just being like, don't take the lucky, like, because I was that guy. I would always do a lucky. I don't talk to anyone. I'm so shy. Not. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I tried to pull that yesterday where I was just like, yeah, I'm a bit introverted. I'm just like, what am I talking about? Seriously, I remember saying that recently, like out loud at one of my friends' functions, and they were just like, Pat, what are you talking about? You're a social butterfly. Like, we lose you at, like, bars. We lose you at concerts. We lose you pretty much anywhere because you go meet people and then you just hang out with them. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of true. That happened at a Comic-Con once where I met a new group of people, hung with them for a few hours, and they, like, it was, yeah, there was no cell phone service, but I thought we were we all agreed that we were going our own ways. I didn't realize that they were just like, no! We were gonna hang. I was like, eh. Do dance classes. That's boring. Man, you really... Hey. Smoker's code. Yeah. When someone needs a cig, you give them your last... No, you don't. No, it's not. You absolutely do not. No, you never give them the last. Maybe I grew up a little more selfish than yourself, which I'll admit, but no. Even if I had 2 left, I was just like, no. I need this. Especially if it, like, you have to start, like, weighing your options into the night kind of stuff. Like, let's put it this way. There's a very specific situation in which I would do that, where I know for a fact I'm already going across this, like, if there was, like, a bar or, like, a gas station or something, like, if I knew that I was able to go get more, fine. Or if I had another pack in my pocket. But... Which I was always that guy. Like, I can't imagine how I used to look walking into concerts where, like, I had the like, my pockets were just, like, out to here. It's just like, come on, man. What are you doing? I used to smoke wides, so they were a little bit bigger. I'm about to give my neighbor $100 to buy me, just so I don't talk to anyone. Hey, that's actually pretty good if it lasts you a month. I'm gonna be honest. Don't smoke, kids. Seriously. It is one of the worst things that you can... It's one of the worst habits that you can pick up. For everybody that always talked to me about, like, the dangers of Mary Jane, I wish they would have actually, like, hammered it on tobacco and just been like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't ever get involved. It was something that I mean, I was at too. It's expensive and not worth it, and yeah, it makes your hair smell, it just makes you smell. Like, the thing is, I didn't have a sense of smell either, and once I started, like, gaining a little bit of my... that was the funny part. I remember putting it, like, when I started getting these nasal things to help me kind of sleep, automatically, I was like, oh no. And it was like my clothes, and I was just like, oh God, is this what I smell like? And it kind of made me change a little bit. Yeah, no, yeah, it is. But going outside is good, yeah. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. My bad, bro. My bad. No, I really am like millennial brained on this one because, dude, my entire like time of living, it was 18. God, my 18th birthday. That was fun. I remember that one where because I was already well into that, and I had like a way of getting them. But once I didn't have to use that way, and it was just like here and there. Yeah, I remember that was one of the funniest ones. Is when I went to the place that I used to get them, and I gave him my my ID, and he was just like, "I thought you." Hey, he just kind of gave me like a, I knew it. It's kind of funny. So what do they do in the military? Yeah, that's wild, man. Yeah, I thought in the military that they, isn't it? No, it's 21 there, I guess. I feel like most people already knew he was on the Epstein files. No, we do. We know that, but the thing is, like, the way that now he is just like, what are you even talking about it anymore? The Epstein guy, this creep, why was everybody talking about it? We should be talking about Texas. And then he doesn't talk about Texas. That was kind of funny, I gotta say. We're gonna watch that here. Let's watch the continuing frustration. Let's get the mainstream media take on this one.
New this morning, outrage among the president's own supporters over how the Department of Justice is handling the so-called...
This guy, he's got a very casey case on delivery. This morning, MAGA's got a lot of backlash. More at 9.
Epstein files. In a series of scathing posts on Twitter, longtime Trump ally, fierce supporter Laura Loomer called for the president to fire.
Okay, my music, I just realized that my music and my YouTube videos are tethered together right now. I don't know how I did that.
The Department of Justice and the FBI this week said that accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide, confirmed that. The Attorney General also said there is no evidence that Epstein kept a, quote, client list, despite previously suggesting there would be some kind of bombshell. CNN's Elena Treen live at the White House this morning, where this just doesn't seem to be going away, Elena.
Yeah, John, and it's not just, people who are in the MAGA movement, in the president's base, and I will say there's many. It's not just Laura Loomer, but many other prominent people like Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, the list goes on, who have been really reeling from the drop of that memo that the Justice Department released on Sunday, essentially concluding.
That's creepy. She looks like my sister.
There was that Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide, and there's no so-called client list. But there's a lot of people as well inside the White House.
She's like the missing link between me and Caitlin Collins.
President's own officials who are increasingly frustrated with how not just the Justice Department, but specifically Attorney General Pam Bondi has
simultaneously looks like my sister, but Caitlin Collins' sister too.
Handled this. I mean,
I can't stand Tucker Carlson. I can't stand the fact that I have simultaneously had in the last 2 days had to just be like, oh, I guess I agree. When I had to do that with Geeks and Gamers yesterday, that was...
They said,
we should check in with him and see what he's up to.
This case from the start by overpromising some of the
wait a minute. You know what? Homework assignment for Gianni, since you were the one who brought that to my attention yesterday. Did he give an update?
Advisor told me that this was a political nightmare, questioning why they released this at this point in time and the way in which they did it. Again, releasing this short
auctions should. It doesn't matter if it's from an auction. Auction houses usually have to have title on hand.
Memo, and also
that's weird. If that means that they had to put in an application for a salvage title.
Linking it to a certain media outlet. Look, part of these problems as well that adds to all of this is Bundy's own claim back in February when she was doing an interview with Fox News where she said she had the client list on her desk for review. Now, she was pressed on some of these questions yesterday during the president's cabinet meeting and tried to argue that she was referring to the broader case. I want you to take a listen to both that interview but also her response.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I was asked a question about the client list, and my response
I'm glad that everybody hates her now.
Was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Now, look, we talked to a lot of different people following Bondi's answer there yesterday in that cabinet room who said essentially they are not satisfied by that answer, particularly given so many people in the MAGA movement, so many
That was such a good answer. What are you talking about?
supporters, and including even some people in his own administration had previously argued that there was so much more to this case, particularly wanting to unearth potential accomplices to Jeffrey Epstein, not totally satisfied by this. Now, the president, for his part, John, has argued that this is old news. He kind of dismissed some of the questions on this yesterday in that cabinet meeting as a desecration. And we are told that he's not acutely annoyed with Bondi herself. He was briefed on some of these findings last week by Bondi and the FBI director, Kash Patel, but still a lot of people inside the White House not exactly happy with how this all played out.
All right, Elena Trine at the White House this morning. Thank you. With us now, CNN political commentator, Republican strategist Michael Singleton, and Christine Quinn.
Does this mean our president will possibly be impeached? I mean, there might be more support for it if if he keeps playing this game, it could go that way. Because when you have, again, guys like Geeks and Gamers and Ben Shapiro, anybody on the right that just cannot defend this, and they are not going to allow this to get buried, because trust me, they had a lot invested in this. You want to talk about sunken cost fallacy? Like, yes, they have that with MAGA, but they have that with Epstein too. So now they're between a rock and a hard place. And again, MAGA, they are listen, they're so stupid. They're just going to, end of August, I give it till the end of August. They're not even going to bring up Epstein's name. And that's why he was shit shocked, where he was just like, why are you even talking about this guy? He said, I don't know.
Executive Committee Chair of the New York State Democratic Committee.
By the way,
and just to review some of the
happy
people
420
calling for Bondi's head here. Again, it's Laura Loomer, your supporter of the president, putting out these tweets. She needs to be fired. She has tainted the investigation. Elon Musk, one-time friend of the president, saying, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? And then Megyn Kelly, in Politico, pointed this out this morning, said of Pam Bondi, her days are numbered as a member of the Trump administration. I mean, Michael, this isn't just one person now. It's a lot, and it's not getting quieter, it's getting louder.
It's not getting quieter, and she made a statement that many believed was accurate, which was that she was going to attempt to prosecute the individuals, whether it's Republican men, Democratic men, who were engaged with Jeffrey Epstein and doing some pretty atrocious and disgusting things against young girls and young women. I mean, what type of society doesn't rally around protecting young girls and women? I've been involved with groups in the past wanting to bring and shine a spotlight on these types of issues, and my hope would be the top cop in the nation would take this very seriously, and she really isn't. And a lot of Republicans are scratching their heads, questioning why. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think Americans want these powerful men, whoever they are, to be brought to justice.
That repentant man fella, where's he? Where's he? This guy, this effing guy, he can't go one show without look, he's a loser. He can't do one show without smoking. Dickfoot. Now I'm just going to let him criticize me, and I'm going to just be like...
Let's listen to how he responded.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. I mean, I can't...
All right, this is... I'm going to probably replay this a few times, because we need to do a study here. Like, his body language, everything that's going on is just... It's a case study.
I believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're...
How are you going to do this at a time like this? At a time like this? Now, see, the Trump administration has already made it like their thing, like, what do you mean? We got the riots in L.A. We got the thing. We got this. And they keep trying to pivot. You know, he does the swerve. He does the little cha-cha and the swerve, or whatever the fuck he calls it. But then... you see this genius not be able to, like, talk his way out of a paper bag with this one. Like, literally, he reminds me of, like, if my nephew got caught, like, after I told him, hey, man, you can't get anything from the snack cupboard. And then I find him in the snack cupboard. Uncle, I just, I wasn't, why are you even asking me about this? I thought we were gonna play Mario Kart. Why aren't you setting up Mario Kart?
Having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened. And
it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy that you haven't set up Mario Kart yet. God, if he started busting out Trumpisms.
Like a desecration.
Uncle Pep, I have a feeling that you're just, you're trying to punish me for something I didn't do. My brother did it, but
It's just
like,
his own
he's got a good point.
Like J.D. Vance, not to mention the people we've all listed there.
Rather
talking
compelling.
about the Epstein files all during the campaign. I mean, this was a thing that his people were pushing, and now he's like, nothing to see here.
Right, his people.
Nothing to see here.
His appointee brought it back up square in front of everyone with saying there would be prosecutions.
Yeah,
things
see,
would
this
be
is where,
released, and
again,
now-
like, Trump privately was just like, God damn it, how come I thought that they had the memories of goldfish. I thought they were just going to let it go, but you know what?
Nothing. And what's a desecration is what happened to
It's a big nothing burger.
girls and those young
You really, the entire world is in unison on this one. Conservatives, like MAGA, conservatives, libs, the left, and the center. But here is Panic Studio by him fucking self going, it's a nothing burger. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, seriously, I have asked myself this with you in chat a few times where I'm just like, there's contrarianism, and then there really is just like, holy shit.
Not
like,
reporters
what
appropriately
the fuck?
asking questions, which are not new questions, but follow-up questions.
It's a big nothing burger. Okay, so by proxy, you're on Trump's side. Then you're just like, hey, why can't they just leave it alone, man?
Pam Bondi had already put.
Meanwhile, everybody for the past 8 fucking years has been on the same page. No, I'm with you. Oh,
promises to prosecute, to release information.
Oh, I gotta know.
And
Oh,
you don't,
okay.
Then all theories come up, and it's a terrible thing that there are
Well,
people
sorry.
saying the president might be on the list. How horrible would that be? They can put all of
Because I literally read, I don't know, the Epstein thing is weird because it's a nothing burger.
this to rest by putting all the information out there. And you're right. This isn't Republican or Democrat. This is a matter of justice, and that is what Pam Bondi should
And that's
be
why
focused
people are
on.
upset about with Pam Bondi. I mean, these conservatives, Megyn Kelly.
Dude, the conservative, like, literally, the conservative narrative is about protecting children and, like, this whole, like, global cabal of sex trafficking and all this bullshit. Like, to run cover for these people is insane. And you don't even see it that way. You don't see that you're, like, by proxy running cover if you don't go, yeah, you know what?
I mean, even Tucker Carlson talking about this.
Because for you to just definitively go, it's a nothing burger. Like, you have already come to this conclusion because is that what you want? You want this to be a nothing burger? Because you do understand that, like, I'm gonna come clean. Not only do I want this to come out, but I want this to be as big as it has been, because otherwise it really is the Al Capone's vault of conspiracy theories. Like, because this, again, it's been permeating for 8 years, and it's so fucking obvious. That's the part that gets me. And that's honestly why guys like Alex Jones have such a big following on this. That's why they're crying in their little cars, because Trump, it turned out that he was on the fire.
Charlie Kirk had a post on X, and he said, even if Republicans were on the list, would you be okay with them being brought to justice? And overwhelmingly, the responses were yes, because people want to protect the innocence of young girls and young women, and we should all be about that.
And again, it was people within this administration promising it would be released. We'll see where this goes next.
This is supposed to be about the most transparent
Notice how he can't look up for that.
administration ever.
What on earth is going on?
I have to say, I made this comment earlier in MR chat. Who in the hell told her, yeah, you know what? Khaki.
Was Pam Bondi
like, we're going khaki.
set up by Deep State,
Exclusively, we're shopping at Banana Republic. Khaki.
FBI career officials?
We're
Is she
going to look like
stupid?
a fucking Hilton Honors Club.
She's so click thirsty that she got out over her skis trying to make news, being a Fox News star.
Pam Bondi, all those videos.
Here we go.
Yeah, she's seeing the videos. It's all coming out. And then now it doesn't exist. I mean, what? What?
Alex Jones broadcasting from his car. Okay, so how much of a political risk is President
Lukewarm Alex Austin.
Trump taking by dismissing the priorities of portions of the base? CNN's Aaron Blake writes, everyone has their limits. Trump's giving them reasons to be suspect about his and top administration officials' intentions. And there's been at least some evidence of a brewing backlash. Group chat is back. I have to be honest, I remember the backlash, many minutes ago over the strikes on Iran. And it feels like that's a
I love sports. Can you elaborate on what was a terrible thing to say?
way more significant and important issue than that, and everybody rolled.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think two things. I think we've seen President Trump, this term and last term, be like a rain jacket. Some of these things just roll off of him. But here's the reality. I think we've all been afraid to say this. President Donald Trump is a lame duck president. And so some of these things we're talking about politically will not hurt him because he is a lame duck president. What I'm concerned about is what's going to happen in 2026 with the Congress, with the Senate. So I think some of these things are going to be harder for the Republican Party.
They're already calling him a lame duck president, and he has control of both the House and the Senate. That's insane.
Let's talk about the
now all of a sudden we have to temper our expectations.
Look, I'll be honest. There's so many weird, bizarro, Addams Family-esque stories that people go down rabbit holes when it comes to the MAGA base. I've never read a Jeffrey Epstein story. When somebody complains that Donald Trump has not told us where Elvis...
Oh, what Meta said about Laura Looker.
Really living.
Sorry. I know that was a typo, but unless it wasn't, then it was probably...
going to read that ever, also.
Quack, quack.
Donald Trump is right. We have Texas, and we have what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. We have
Yeah, but nobody asked Pam Bondi to make a bunch of binders to hang,
That's
to
fine.
send to the Twitterati. It
I
feels
think
like a cell
I think the
phone.
mental health of America or
Yeah.
Americans is much better off not paying attention to those crazy, shiny things.
Well, to be fair,
Now this is significantly funnier in context now.
also set up his cabinet.
Like knowing that all of these people were just given this like the public info and they're just like, look, we have the files. Nothing's in them.
Sort of TV, Twitter, right?
That doesn't make sense.
Professionals.
Yeah, exactly.
Always,
So I think
always
that's
good
part
lesson.
of that's kind of baked in.
Yeah.
I do think there are a few different stories that we're all going to look at as like litmus tests of how far can the president depart from the MAGA base or press them. I do think like a conspiracy story that President Trump's circle spent a long time fanning until he came into office, and then they had to they were the establishment and they were the government and they had to decide what information to release, is a little bit different than whether he's changing his policy on Russia v. Ukraine or on how to handle deportations of undocumented migrants who are not violent and haven't committed any crimes inside the United States. Like, I put those in two different categories. They both may be tests of the MAGA base, but one is like substantively, but unless you really think there's like a triple conspiracy going on, there wasn't any there to the Epstein files, and now the sitting president's administration has to say so, as
and
opposed to a change in U.S. posture.
We also heard one of the folks in that video talking about doing it for clicks. This whole industry is for clicks, right? So I think the question, in a way, I'm kind of asking is, if you ride this certain horse into battle, like it was to their advantage to embrace this when it ginned up interest for him in the party. And now it felt a little bit like he was saying, let the adults talk.
Yeah, I think historically, if you look at those people who back candidates very, very early, they're the first ones to have their hearts broken in certain sort of ways. You go back to the people who endorsed Ronald Reagan in 1976, they were the ones who said, well, wait a second, why are you talking to Russians to begin with? So this is normal. In some sense, it's just because Donald Trump has brought so much abnormality to our politics that we're talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Despite all the Epstein didn't kill himself memes and the never-ending, increasingly Baroque conspiracies, the MAGA faithful are really mad about this part of the memo. Quoting it here. This systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Now, that claim that there was no shadowy client list, ostensibly containing evidence that Epstein was secretly...
Like I said, Chris Hayes just... Him and Tucker Carlson, their faces stopped growing and aging at age 10, but the rest of their bodies just kept going.
Blackmailing political and financial and Hollywood elites certainly seemed to contradict what Trump's own attorney general said on television back in February.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now.
This has been a drumbeat. She's promised some sort of big revelation from the documents. I mean, do you
That entire, that whole scene right there, I smell bleach.
remember this? Back in February, the White House even held this big event with right-wing influencers sharing a bunch of what turned out to be previously reported in the public domain information. They had repackaged into a bunch of fancy binders, which they handed out to people. Well, now that same right-wing media ecosystem is absolutely fuming.
The whole thing that this tape shows he didn't kill himself is like a joke. But worse than that, it's a joke that we all get. Like, they're not fooling anybody. So I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
I mean, it's just you cannot see it any other way. So I'm the
Every time, man. I'm not going to be able to get over it.
So we know that Elon needs the attention.
Hey, Jack. I just wanted the front end of that. Thank you. MSNBC. I'm dipping for a bit, cooking some street food. Have fun. Oh, nice. Oh, have fun. The fact that it took so long to catch Epstein was ridiculous. I mean, yeah. Well, I also like how people are now bringing up the whole Ghislaine Maxwell thing, where it's like, okay, so if Ghislaine or Ghislaine, whatever the fuck, is guilty, then how is how is this a nothing burger then? Like, how is there no client list if she went to jail because of a client list? Like, what are we talking about?
I'm beginning to think that we really live in a simulation.
Yep.
Because things have gotten...
Dude, I had that thought unironically the other day where I was like, this all seems too, like, weird and, like, controlled to not be.
So crazy, it feels like it's
Ghislaine.
scripted. It feels like it has to be fictional. So in just a second, I have an incredible video for you. Trump was asked a question about Jeffrey Epstein, and he goes into full-blown panic mode. He may as well tattoo guilty directly on his forehead. So
No,
I'll
I
show you
mean,
that.
he really did. He was,
That's incredible. Then we're going to get to Grok,
he, like, his
Elon
body
Musk's
language is
AI,
all over the
having
place.
a full-on Nazi meltdown.
But with none of the cool matrixy powers.
I wish I was exaggerating. I wish
It's so true.
this was hyperbole. It is not.
Wait a minute. How in this simulation did I get back in knee pain and, like, you know, the occasional, like, weather wrist?
Hyperbole in the slightest. So we'll get into
What's
that.
going on here?
We'll also get to a bunch of MAGA bozos and losers absolutely short-circuiting, and they end up defending Trump's Epstein betrayal.
Simulation's bullshit.
So, look, I told you, we've been saying this for a long time. It doesn't take a fucking genius to figure this out, but we're talking about a cult here. And the cult will always work
I want a
backwards
better
from their
simulation.
conclusion, and that's exactly what we're witnessing.
Can we just load mine, but, like, I'm in, like, Wave Race or, like, Jet Moto? I don't know.
So we'll get into
like,
that. We also have Jon Stewart dismantling
I saw Geeks and Gamers. He had Jet Moto on his background screen. I was just like, that game's so much fun.
the shameless Republican liars who flip their positions on the big bullshit bill. We have these liberal podcasters who I actually really fucking like. Well, when we get to this story, I'll give you more information on them. But they torch Hakeem Jeffries for smearing Zoran Mamdani, and it's a beautiful thing to see. Then we'll get to, we have wild
yeah.
video of the U.S. military now invading along
MAGA
Los
not
Angeles
MAGA moms, the lib moms or whatever
Park
that, like,
and doing
no,
fascist
are
crackdowns.
all of a sudden kind of
And we have
pivoting.
one particular MAGA politician keeps making flat-out terrorist threats. And
I'm leaving a 1 star on this entire simulation.
no one seems to care. The media doesn't talk about it. He doesn't get censured.
my God.
No other Republican is asked about it. Even Democrats don't seem to be speaking up to say, hey, what the fuck's going on with this dude?
That's one. Oh my God! If you could write your own eulogy,
So
if I had to give,
it is just-
if I had to give a star system to life, 1 star.
it is a nightmare all around. So you guys know the drill. Everybody please subscribe to the channel. That helps out big time, and it costs you nothing at all.
Yes,
Much
yes,
love to
yes. Here, definitely subscribe to Secular Talk if you haven't already. Kyle Kowinski is one of the best out there at what he is doing. Also, if you haven't already hit that like button, it does help me out as well, especially as a smaller
all
creator.
You who support this show on Patreon. As you know, we could not do it without you. Giving $2 a month or $5 a month goes a long, long way.
Oh, by the way, guys, I did actually, I finally got this set up. My memberships are $3.99 over on YouTube. I'm going to be doing tons of just members-only shorts coming up here. So if you guys are interested in seeing those, and I'm also going to have some members-only events coming up here. So if you are interested in being part of that, consider getting yourself a membership over on YouTube. If you already had a membership and you want to continue getting those cool stars too.
This is real independent media. If you'd like to help out, that link is below. You could also subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below as well. We have Tommy Veeder from
It's funny, actually. I used to not actually give money to streamers, and now that I do this, I give a lot. I have a lot of subscriptions now.
On this week. Really looking forward to that conversation.
Like a lot.
And of course, go subscribe to the Corin's World YouTube channel where we're dropping Kyle and Corin episodes. In the works for Kyle and Corin too
Actually,
is
hold on.
live episodes. Live
check
episodes
this.
where we'll stream it and you guys can send in super chats and we can respond in real time. So that is in the works. Hopefully we can get that up and running. But I just wanted to give you clue you guys in or cue you guys in, however the fuck the saying goes on that. And go subscribe to the Corin
Pun Pa. Hey, how you doing? Good to
YouTube
see you.
channel if you want to watch those and partake in that. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into it, y'all. This video is wild. This is wacky. It's incredible because here's a guy, Donald Trump, who coasted to success based solely off of his political instincts, right? He would just shoot from the hip, say some wild shit, have no filter whatsoever. He came across as more authentic than other politicians, even though he lies more than other politicians. But now, that shit is wearing off, dog. People see right through this. So as you all know, the FBI and the DOJ, at Trump's behest the other day, came out and said, Jeffrey Epstein? Pfft, Jeffrey Epstein? I don't even know no damn Jeffrey Epstein, bro. Who's Jeffrey Epstein? I don't even know Jeffrey Epstein. They said, oh, he definitely didn't blackmail anybody. And he definitely wasn't murdered. And he also has no client list. So this is news for Ghislaine Maxwell, who's locked up for trafficking women to nobody, apparently. But this is such a preposterous lie that absolutely nobody believes it. You do have a lot of MAGA people coping and seething and doing mental gymnastics, trying to, like, avoid putting blame on Trump. That is happening. But everybody knows the line that there is no client list and that he killed himself. That's all horseshit. So here's Trump. He's doing a cabinet meeting here, and him and Pam Bondi are asked about Epstein, and look at how he absolutely crumbles.
Your memo and release yesterday with Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from jailhouse tape?
Yeah, sure. If could I just interrupt? Sure.
Let me interject real quick.
Yeah, let me
say,
interject.
I forgot to bring
let me
this
say
up,
something.
But they released what they say is.
Is it funnier, like, to me? Okay, this is funnier to me now. I'll just explain where I'm at. It's funnier to me now when he does this. It's turning into Biden, where like you see the people in the room doing the same thing that when Biden would start talking, they'd be like, "Oh."
The security video of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, and there's a minute missing from it. So that's sketchy as fuck, number one. But number two, the cell that they say is Jeffrey Epstein's cell in this video is not the picture that we got of Epstein's cell previously. So as you can see, none of this is adding up. The original story was, the video went out. And now they're like, no, just kidding. We have the video, and this is the video. Okay, then why doesn't the...
I don't actually have the link to the X post.
The cell match the same cell as the...
We're watching Kyle Kalinske, so I don't know.
I mean, it's
sorry.
preposterous. You had a forensic expert do an autopsy and say... he has injuries that are consistent with murder.
I can link his video.
Not consistent.
But that's the thing. He doesn't put links in his description.
Taking his own life. And so now, I mean, there's so many holes in this fucking story, and here they are trying to clean it up. So ready? This is the Trump implosion.
There's a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the minute set.
Yeah, sure.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
This guy's been talking.
Guys, come on, get over it. Like you so like yesterday.
Talked about for years.
My God.
You're asking.
As if.
We have Texas. We have this.
We got Texas. We have
all of the things.
We have all the things. Dude, he said we have all the things.
And are people still talking about that?
And people are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
This creep. That is unbelievable.
I can't, dude. This is like an every once in a while. Like, if SNL doesn't make this a thing, like, immediately, like, if they're on vacation, which I think they are, then they need to do like just a special segment and put it out on YouTube, because my God, how do you not parody this?
Waste the time, and you feel like
Hey, come on, you were saying the thing, like, tell them the thing I told you to say.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on
That's wild. It's crazy.
Like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened.
He fucked up there because he was just like, you guys aren't talking about Texas. Wait a minute.
Happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
All right, that's pretty
Is
funny.
it just me, or has he lost his fastball? I'm sorry, he is no longer a top tier liar.
No,
I mean,
that again, yeah, that was legit. Like I said, you catch your like. I may be speaking from something that happened, but it is like when I caught my nephew in the snack cabinet, where I told him, it's like, hey, you can't have snacks, man. Like that, Grandma said no. And I'm just like, Hey, what are you doing in the snack yet? You know, if you didn't catch me in the snack, I was just looking at.
That was
That's the
embarrassing.
same. It's literally the same fucking energy.
Oh, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Epstein? We're still
What are
talking
you
about
talking
Epstein.
about? Why are we still talking
I was going
about-
to say it reminds me of the great Allen Iverson doing. We talking about practice? Practice. Well, not the game. We're talking about practice. But that would be disrespectful to Allen Iverson. Because he was like, all right, how do I try to sweep this under the rug? By the way, you fucking idiots, if Donald Trump was really intent on hiding the Epstein files, obviously the way you do it is to just slowly but surely move along, keep talking about other things, then talk about other things. Anytime you're asked a question on it, say, we're working through that, but then just never bring it back up.
Yeah. I mean, it worked for you thus far, but this is what I brought up earlier, though. It's the fact that MAGA is the one pushing back now. Like, they are all in on this one. You have everybody that, again, sunken cost fallacy. Like, they already put so much time, energy, and content into this specific case. For Trump to just go, well, you guys are still talking. That was the worst thing he could have done.
Run out the clock, you dumb bitch. You dumb bloated bitch.
You dumb bloated bitch.
Like, obviously, if you did that, the MAGA people would go off
Well said, guys.
100% all in with you, and they wouldn't even turn on, like, Pam Bondi
Don't
like
desecrate
they
the
are,
snacks.
Cash Patel like they are. But instead,
Little shit ate all my Oreos.
he comes up, turns out, actually, there was nothing at all involved in the Epstein thing, and he was a Boy Scout and stuff, and it was...
Wish I was kidding. Although it was really funny. So I got the Hot Ones Pringles. That kid learned a lesson.
Fine, bro. It's totally cool, bro. Nothing
That
to
was
see here
pretty
at all, bro.
funny.
Let's move on. And everybody looks at you like, what the fuck? What is this? And then, by the way, weird coincidence, literally a day later, you have Netanyahu show
Yeah,
up.
his own political movement's pushing against him now.
And-
Yeah, and it's not even the centrists. It's like it's the craziest amongst them. Once you have guys like Benny Johnson that are just like, yeah, but like when they say yeah, but that game's over. Game's over. They're asking questions, guys. Like, you've already lost. If they continue to ask questions, you're done.
Recommended and nominated Trump to get a Nobel Peace Prize, and Trump is sitting there calling Netanyahu
Also,
quote,
Scott, what up?
the greatest man in the
Good to
world.
see you, man. How you
Very
doing?
fishy, because remember, evidence suggests that Epstein was
Hope
Mossad,
you're well.
which is Israeli CIA, which would mean
Oh, look at you and your gold star.
they have dirt on massive numbers of U.S. politicians and business people and celebrities, right? And so you sweep...
Oh, is his own political movement pushing against him? Sorry, I read that off my screen and I couldn't see the top of that. His stupid bookcase.
that under the rug, say there's nothing to
Yes. Yeah, MAGA is pushing back now.
here.
They're not shutting up.
Then Netanyahu comes
We're
and
in day, what, 3?
says, oh, you deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. I'm going to nominate you for a Nobel Peace Prize, which, by the way, is like Hitler saying, here's who's a really good guy, and you guys should take my opinion
It's
on that
international.
seriously, because I'm Hitler. Like, it's just,
Well, yeah.
it's all so comical. Like I said, it feels like we live in a simulation with how ridiculous all this stuff is.
It's a
I have
stupid
never seen a response that more clearly screams, guilty.
Yeah.
I'm guilty. Now, by the way, we are going to get to the MAGA reaction in just a little bit. It took them a day, but they landed on their spin, and it is embarrassing to see. But just to put this in perspective for you, maybe this is the reason why Trump is so intent on saying, everybody shut up about Epstein. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Let's move on. Here's Jeffrey Epstein talking to the journalist Michael Wolff. Michael Wolff did extensive interviews with him.
I love the fact that all of this is just so well documented, too, where it's just like, guys, you do know that we may have short attention spans, but there are people out there that did the work, and they just made it, like, they made this so we can just feast on it. Like, TikTok apparently is going nuts. And I say apparently because I do not have I don't use my TikTok. I have a TikTok, I just don't use it.
And recorded
But
it
yeah, I
on
was reading today that TikTok is going nuts with this.
audio
Although,
tape, and we got moments
we
like
need to talk about what's going on with TikTok and how it's no longer going to be TikTok.
So
Nobody's talking about that.
how do you know this?
Let me read that quote to you one more time. Did you hear it?
No.
Watch. So how do you know this is the question? The answer is, I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years, which is why
He met the duck.
we have
You know, he had some strange bedfellows. He always used to come in quacking. I have no idea why, but now I do.
stories of women who've come out and said,
You thought it was a gotcha, but it's not a gotcha. Lots of Donalds out there.
there was some sort of weird sexual harassment, sexual assault game that Epstein and Trump used to play with me, where it's like, who could molest me more? We covered that story on the show probably about a year ago it was, on Crystal Kyle and Friends. I remember that. Nobody else seems to talk about it. Nobody else seems to talk about the fact that the first time Melania and Trump had sex, it was on the Lolita Express, Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile plane. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about the over 30 accusations against
I love how that's documented. Ew.
Trump that we already know of. Nobody talks about him being on the flight logs 7 times.
Can we wait a minute? I'm not just going to let that one go, guys. That one is the fact that they have documentation proving that that was the first time that they got.
Nobody talks about
That's
Fox
a
News
little.
asking him if
I'm
he
just
would
going to
release
say
the
it's a little
Epstein
weird,
files.
right?
And in the edited version, he goes,
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think I do that. But then in the unedited version, he goes, yeah, I think I do that. But, you know, that one not so much because there's a lot of phony stuff with that. You don't want to take that into innocent people. This man, I'm convinced he was Epstein's number one client, number one. And number two,
if there was client number
he had
one,
something
it
to
is
do
Trump.
with the fate of Jeffrey
That's the
Epstein.
funny part.
Given that he was president
Allegedly.
at the time and Epstein was being held in a federal prison.
So I need the dump. Just give me dump.
First, it's fun. So you probably know he has scalp reduction. Because he had the same male pattern moment that we all have.
So now this is the part where Jeffrey Epstein
He had his
flexes
scalp
his,
reduced?
immense knowledge about Donald Trump. He talks about his various cosmetic surgeries, like a scalp reduction, which is an old way of, basically trying to give a guy more hair, make it look like they have more hair. Listen to the amount of detail he can provide about Donald Trump, which proves he was his best friend for a decade.
His scalp
It's hysterical. Man, he was laughing at the. You look ridiculous, Donald. Pretty bad.
I also find it funny. I was sitting there listening to the guys from the Post talk, and Donald would say, he's a great guy. I loved working with him. And I sit there going, this is just amazing. And he'd say, Michael, come on, let's go to the office. And he'd say, tell me, what's it like to be there? He'd say, you like having sex with your wife? How often do you? He'd say, it's great. Seriously, Michael, how often do we have sex? We go to one truck. You and I can go upstairs, or tomorrow come over. There's this girl's coming in from Los Angeles, part of the Hawaiian Tropic Country. So come over to your car. You're going to have a great time. I promise you, Michael, it's just me and you. You're going to have a great time.
Man, he even talks like him. And that's not even like he was doing an impression.
He set it up because he wants to story. So he has you on this as an avoid conversation.
Dude, this is again like interesting interference.
Come on, you must have had a better wife, right? I said, yes. Tell me about it. And the lights on, the speakerphone, listen, Donald said, I think you're really hot. And I know you think you're a guy. Michael is like the end of the world, the best guy on earth, you'll be married to him. You're wrong. Just listen to the next 20 minutes. Set you up.
So what he's describing there is
it's the Meep state again. They're
Trump
everywhere.
would basically blackmail his friends and try to cuck their friends. He would call the friend's wife, keep them on speakerphone, talk to the friend, get them to say things about the sexual relationship they have with their wife, get them to agree tepidly, passively to, come have a good time. I got a model coming in town. You can go upstairs with her. You could have some fun. The whole time the wife is listening. So he tries to coerce people into these sexual relationships. And this shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, this is the guy we have on literal audio tape saying, I grab him by the pussy. I don't even wait. He doesn't wait for what? He doesn't wait for consent. That's what it is. And so when you look at the laundry list, bro, I mean, we have Michael Wolff came out and said, I was shown some of the pictures. Epstein showed me some of the pictures that he had on Trump. And one of them was, spoiler alert, or not spoiler alert, but warning, content warning. One of them was he was surrounded by girls of a, quote, uncertain age. They were topless, bent over, and Trump was standing there with a stain on his pants, and they were pointing and laughing. This is the stuff that Trump is terrified
unfortunately, I've seen that
also,
photo,
Elon
and it's
says
disgusting.
Trump is in the Epstein files, and now Elon's starting his own political party. That bridge is burned. So Trump is probably thinking he might actually have some of the dirt, so he's trying to get ahead of it by saying, hey, the FBI and DOJ already said there's nothing to see there, so all this stuff is fake news. All this stuff is a witch hunt. That's what he's doing. Epstein? Why are we talking about Epstein? I don't know Jeffrey Epstein. What are you talking about?
How does he
Epstein?
know this? Because he was there.
And what's so incredible is that despite this mountain of evidence, people on the right are saying, Pam Bondi, what have you done? Pam, Kash Patel, why are you?
To try and stand up for Trump now is kind of like, that's a rough one. When you got MAGA that's just back in it, like doing the Homer Simpson into the bushes right now with their frickin' and they're taking the red hats off as they do it, just like
betraying Donald Trump. You even have some people saying,
you got a lot.
Donald Trump is
It's
doing
a
this to
lot.
blackmail the deep state.
But now they're doing the button thing where they're just like, oh, do I want to continue to troll the libs? And, the brown people are scared, but, this is really bad.
What? What? Oh my God, the motivated reasoning is crazy. The working backwards from your conclusion is crazy. The Kool-Aid drinking cult is insanity, bro. I've never seen anything like this. Like, how much more evidence do you need?
Yeah, it is kind of like,
he's all over that shit. And yet still, you're more likely to find a right-winger talking about Bill Clinton. Or I even saw a meme that had Obama with Epstein in it. And it's
on
like,
the bus, want to say.
Nobody even alleges.
That people won't know the damage that government will do with full access to TikTok. People need to get off the platform. Kids are just going to
Obama
go
was
missing.
friends with Epstein or was on Epstein's island. Like, what are you talking about? It's Trump is obviously the number one.
Somebody get Chris
culprit
Hansen
here. But they're coping and they're
have a seat.
Seething. But Trump.
Hey, you know what? At least you have cookies.
Clearly, like I said, he lost his fastball. He's not nearly as good at lying as he used to be. And this was just like, it comes across as so desperate. It smells so.
And you said, and I quote, that he likes them young. Yeah, Jeffrey, he just likes them young. These are great cookies, by the way.
Desperate. It smells like a cover-up because it is a cover-up. And you just know that Trump is the one telling Pam Bondi, telling Kash Patel, you got to go out there and say, there's nothing to see here. And then this way I can say, hey, I didn't say it. It was the FBI. It was the DOJ. I don't know what you're talking about. This is what's happening, y'all. This is what's happening. But never in my life have I ever seen a scenario more clearly scream guilty. Like, the second that they released that statement saying, oh, actually, there's actually nothing at all to see here. It's
what
like,
are you talking about?
Okay. So they got some real bad dirt on you, dog. Some real bad dirt. And then that further begs the question, how is that dirt being used to control Trump? If Epstein is Mossad, and Mossad is Israeli CIA, and Israel's getting literally anything and everything they want, you connect the dots there, bro. You mix the blackmail with the hundreds of millions of dollars the Israel lobby has given Trump. He's like, shit, you can do whatever you want. You could take over Syria, as they have. You could steal the entire West Bank, as they're doing. You could finish the genocide in Gaza, as they're doing. All this stuff is connected. All this stuff is connected. And it's just wild to me that anybody, number one, gives Trump a pass, because a lot of Republicans do that. And then you have other people who just somehow believe the official story on Epstein, which is like, what even is the official story? The official story also points to some sort of elite human sex trafficker, right? Like, that's what the official story points to. The question is the details and the specifics. And there are, believe you me, countless hours of videos. There were reports that there were like tapes that said young person's name, old person name. Like that was what the label was on all the tapes. And now they're like, bro, there's nothing there. I don't even know what you're talking about. So the argument they're trying to make is, oh no, literally all of the trafficking of over 1,000.
Yeah, and they're also, Pam Bondi came out and said in that same interview, there's actually this very common practice in prisons where they swap over tapes, so there's always a minute missing. It's like,
girls was just to Jeffrey Epstein. It was just Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein, and that's it.
Yeah.
How naive do you think we are, man?
Yeah.
How naive do you
And this was in 2018 where it's like, they were using VHSs, guys. They never updated their systems.
I mean,
Come on.
Anybody who buys that, Jesus Christ.
I mean,
that is,
honestly,
I gotta bridge this
too
up.
many people.
Hey, y'all, do
like,
me a favor and like and
I will say that much. At the very end there, he did kind of bring me back to earth, because it is like, yes, as much as like we have a bunch of MAGA commentators that are like turning on this, you got a lot of people that are also still just being like, well, just can't all be true.
US Attorney General Pam Bondi getting harshly criticized in what is known as the MAGA world after the Justice Department released a memo saying that the accused sex trafficker died by suicide in jail while awaiting trial, and that there is no so-called client list of notable figures involved with Epstein that have fueled right-wing conspiracy theories. Here's how both President Trump and Bondi answered a question about the DOJ memo during Tuesday's
We're going to watch this a few... I mentioned that we're going to watch this a few times today.
cabinet meeting. Have a listen.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest
Rubio looks so uncomfortable.
success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Listen to her shaking.
Well, Randy Kay has more on that Fox News interview from February, the DOJ memo, and the
4D tiddlywinks, baby.
This is all causing
Tiddlywinks.
the MAGA world.
I've always liked the game Tiddlywinks.
In February, Attorney General
So
Pam
fun
Bondi
to say,
was asked whether the Department of Justice would release accused sex
Tiddlywinks.
trafficker Jeffrey
Oh
Epstein.
no, I just brought Tiddlywinks. Oh no, there is a little troll named Tiddlywinks. I didn't know.
So-called list of clients.
It's sitting on
He just happened to take the Epstein files with him. Oh, oopsie.
my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing
You
that.
say Tiddlywinks 3 times, and he takes away all of the bad things in your life.
That was red meat for many on the far right, who since Epstein's death in his jail cell in 2019 have suggested that the government is hiding secrets related to him. One of the conspiracy theories, that Epstein kept a client list to use as blackmail against named powerful figures.
Nobody was also talking about like how the trash can conveniently moved.
Bondi did not discourage the conspiracies.
What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
Bondi never delivered, except to offer a few social media influencers binders of documents in February this year, much of which had already been made public. She wasn't the only one.
God, they have got to feel just just immensely stupid.
Throwing a bone to conspiracy-minded theorists in
Well,
MAGA
if they had
world.
self-awareness.
Here's Dan Bongino on his podcast before he became deputy FBI director.
What the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein?
Bongino also raised doubts about Epstein's jail cell suicide.
The questions surrounding this alleged suicide are numerous. And are worth entertaining and worth getting to the bottom of quickly.
The Department of Justice and the FBI have now put those
And now he's in the government. And he's just like nothing to see.
questions to rest with an unsigned memo released this week that rules out any smoking gun. The memo confirms Epstein died by suicide, something Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel were already starting to admit publicly.
You know a suicide when
Yes,
you
I
see
can.
one, and that's what that was. He killed himself.
The memo also says there is no incriminating client list, adding, there was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. The backlash in MAGA world has been swift.
No problem.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones broke down in tears as he accused the White House of being part of a
I mean, it might have been sweat in his eyes, but okay.
cover-up. And far-right activist Laura Loomer is calling on Bondi to resign.
Well, that was Randy Kay reporting. Let's not forget Elon Musk in all of this, inserting himself into the middle of this controversy in the midst of his feud with the president. He accused Donald Trump without evidence of being in the Epstein files in a post that's since been deleted, also writing that it is the real reason they've not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Then just yesterday posting, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files?
In a series of scathing posts on X, longtime Trump ally Laura Loomer calling for the president to fire Attorney General Pam Bondi. It comes after a memo released by the DOJ and the FBI this week confirmed Epstein died by suicide. And Bondi said that there is no evidence that Epstein...
So apparently Roger Stone, he kind of outed himself just recently. That's kind of funny. He's saying that he's going to sue people that accuse him of being in the list. The thing is, nobody did.
Is live from the
So,
White House. One of the issues
that's
here is
funny.
that his own, some of his
What
cabinet
up,
members themselves
gamer?
are the ones that ginned
How you
up
doing,
the
dude?
story about Epstein before they were in office, and now they are
Ryan.
facing backlash from some in the MAGA
No,
world.
dude, how
What do
you doing? How you been?
That's right. And
things
as
quiet.
you just heard from the president there. There are a lot of people in this White House and the broader Trump administration as well who are really frustrated with how not only the Justice Department, but specifically how Attorney General Pamela Bondi has handled this. And, you know, the release of that memo on a Sunday heading into a busy week. Some people told me, one Trump advisor, I should say, that's called this a political nightmare, this memo that they released, and argued, why didn't they do this, you know, going into the holiday weekend rather than coming out of it to try and
You are new.
bury some of this news, or even better yet, they argued,
Huh, well, you didn't pop up as a first-time chatter. I kind of remember your
wait until
your
after
chat
the
name
midterms.
too.
One Trump
You might have come across my show and just not
Official told
remember,
me, that
which
Bondi
says
had
a lot
bungled the
about
case from
me. Mm.
start by over-promising some of these bombshell findings, only to do what they argued under-deliver in the end. And you're exactly right, Sarah, that...
Well, welcome to the show. I love sports. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And if you haven't already followed over on Twitch, please do so.
Not just a lot of people in the MAGA movement and
We're at 405 trying to get to 420.
President's base who had been calling for more information on these files, asking for them to be unsealed by the judge in this case, asking for this Justice Department to open an investigation into any potential accomplices that Jeffrey Epstein may have had. There are people in this administration,
Well,
people
congrats, Ryan.
like Vice President J.D. Vance, the FBI Director Dan Bongino, for example, who was involved closely on this, who had prior to this administration argued there was more to this case and the Epstein files than maybe officials were letting on. And so that's why there's so much scrutiny on this. And adding to some of these problems, Sarah, is what we had heard from Pam Bondi herself back in February. She was asked during a Fox News interview, what is the status of that so-called client list that Epstein may have had? And she
Honestly, I've
argued it was sitting on her desk for review. Of course, the memo that came out by the Justice Department on Monday said there is no such client list and that one of those doesn't exist. Now, she did try and explain that interview during that cabinet meeting as well. I want you to take a listen to how she put it.
I'm definitely enjoying myself learning about the dark realities of our president. Well, as I said, if you haven't already hit that follow button over on Twitch, please do.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to...
It doesn't get any more convincing the more I watch this. See, this is the thing. Usually when you watch things more and more, you can start picking up like nuances where you'd be like, okay, maybe we are being unfair here. Maybe like we're looking into this a little bit too much. It just keeps getting worse. Like the more I watch this, like her voice is trembling. Like there's so many obvious tells. Like if somebody came to you in your real life like this, where you were just like, hey, are you cheating on me? And she answered like this, you would be packing your fucking bags. Like, this makes, like, we're doing a lot of cognitive dissonance just to kind of fool ourselves. Even on the left, because a lot of us are just kind of like, yeah, I don't even care anymore.
Meaning the file along
That's what they were
with
banking
the
on.
JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant.
But this is the one thing that they overbet on this one by miles.
So as you could hear there, Sarah, she's trying to argue that she was referring to a much broader case
the
that was
Nazi
on her
saying.
desk, but not an answer that, I mean, I spoke with many people after Bondi's response there who told me that they just weren't satisfied with that type of answer. I will say, though, that the president was briefed last week by Bondi as well as the FBI Director Kash Patel on some of the findings of that investigation, so he wasn't caught off guard by this, but again, a lot of people not very happy with how this has been
thank you for popping over to YouTube.
How Pam Bondi has really messaged on this.
Yeah, interestingly, they did release more of the JFK assassination files, and there are a lot of people wondering why these files aren't also being released. We will see what happens. Elena Treen, great reporting from you from the White House this morning for us. John?
All right, with us now, CNN political commentators, Democratic strategist Maria Cardona, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. Brad, let me just read you what some people who have been supportive of President Trump in the past, in some cases fiercely supportive, have been saying here. Laura Loomer says of Pam Bondi, she needs to be fired. She has tainted the investigation. Megyn Kelly says her days are numbered as a member of the Trump administration. And then Elon Musk, who I don't know if we can qualify as currently supportive of President Trump, says how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? So, Brad, let me just ask you about what Megyn Kelly said of Pam Bondi. Her days are numbered as a member of the Trump administration. Do you think her days are numbered?
I don't, and I think Megyn Kelly is a serious commentator.
No, I don't think so.
But there is something to the notion that there's a clickbait industrial complex out there, and this.
Oh, come
This is
on.
the perfect kind of tabloid story for them. That this
Tabloid story. God, this
drives clicks from people who can't quit
This is
doom
fun.
scrolling on social media, and that, it's really nothing more than that. It's
nothing. It's nothing. It's just a bunch of tabloid, bullshit. A bunch of conspiracies. Just, the wackadoos out there. Yeah, see, they're already doing
And
that.
I think the president's right. There are serious things happening. There's serious progress being made in things like making sure taxes don't go up, trying to crack down on illegal immigration. And I think the fact that so many people.
Our taxes don't go up. What? You just raised taxes on the lower class, you dickhead. What are you talking about? Oh my God! CNN
Focused on what is really a silly
is the
story.
fucking worst because again, this guy's just like
misquote Scream here.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Let's get another take from MAGA just so we don't get sued.
Baiting was coming from inside the House for a long time. Brad. It was supporters, fierce supporters of President Trump, people working to get him elected, people who now have positions of power, whether it be Dan Bongino or whether it be the Attorney General Pam Bondi when she said she was reviewing the client files, whether it be then Senator, now Vice President J.D. Vance.
And now look at him flounder.
Who talked openly about...
Oh, my buzz lines didn't work. I don't have a script for this one. Guys. Oh, where's my Apex script? We don't have one? Crap.
The Epstein investigation and talked about the need for transparency. So, Maria, what next?
Yeah, what's up, Maria?
John, I'm glad you pointed that out because the clickbait industrial complex, as Brad likes to call it, is an intricate part of the Trump family MAGA supporter group. And so you can't disassociate the two, though I understand why, because Pam Bondi is in a lot of trouble. Therefore, that is going to reflect incredibly badly on the Trump administration.
That looks dangerously close to a dog collar, which I don't kink shame.
It underscores,
but I'm just not sure if she understands what it looks like.
the corruption, the hypocrisy, the incompetence, and the gaslighting that comes from all of those people that you just mentioned, John. And frankly, it makes now voters,
My taxes are going up. Yeah, mine too.
as well as mainstream voters, go, why is it that now they have no interest in the Epstein files and in that supposed client list that now doesn't exist? Who might be on it? That is going to be
Also, everybody say hello to I Hate Sports over in
really hurtful
the
to
YouTube
the Trump
chat.
administration that they don't want that getting out. This is not the last that they're going to hear.
You
of it.
hate sports. You love
Because
sports.
they are the ones that ginned it up, thinking maybe Democratic
Hey, I just realized that.
were on it, thinking maybe they could own the libs with it, and now it's backfiring.
Which one is it? Do you love or hate sports? That's Wolf. Wolf, motherfucker. Oh, man. You actually love sports? Cool. Yeah, I'm kind of a sports guy. Haven't actually watched anything in a while, though, because I can't really watch hockey, so out of season. And also the fact that, yeah, it's been rough being a Blackhawks fan, so it's the duality of sports. No, it is. I was actually kind of going there where it's like, it almost sounds like being a Chicago fan. Where it's just like, you love sports. You're like, you love every single one. You watch football, basketball, hockey, baseball. But all my teams suck, so I'm a big American football guy. Cool. Yeah, I got the Bears. They're there. They're talking about the Trump administration as if this system isn't the entire system. Your Secret Service, your diplomats, your allies, ICE. 1000%. It is just funny that, like, again, MAGA is just bound. Like, they are pissed. They are pissed, and I love it. I'm all here for it. Like Megyn Kelly.
Right-wing influencers who had been very good to Trump, who amidst all the deranged media out there, were able to see through the bullshit and reported honestly
it's
and
conservative
helped
Emma
him
Vigeland.
a lot, and did not deserve the humiliation that she heaped upon them. It was not through their own doing. She invited them there. I mean, who wouldn't go, right? It's Pam Bondi. Do you want to come meet with the head of the FBI and the vice president for an exclusive Epstein leak? Yeah, yes. Most people in media would say yes to that. So they went, and in the class.
You know what's ironic? She would look a lot younger if she had.
Line
if she
from
didn't
Animal
just
House.
like stay that
You
thin.
fucked up.
Whatever.
You trusted us.
Try
That's
not
what
to
happened.
criticize,
they
but
fucked up because they.
When it comes to people like her, I don't like it is if you're an ugly spirit and you have an then I'm going to point out every flaw you have.
Trusted her, and they were humiliated because she gave them all these binders that read Epstein files, volume 1, and there was nothing new in there. Nothing. There was no scoop. Why would she do that? And it led to behind the scenes, like all the White House staffers, like the top people in the White House for Trump, distancing themselves from Pam Bondi immediately. Like, we don't know why she did that. And then it came out that they were urging her not to do it.
That was very transformative, Josiah.
But I don't know what she was up to. She wanted to have some moment where she looked like she was the one. And
bro, what is happening?
Then
okay? So after the Ethan call out, I have noticed this where you got the other side of this where you have guys like Josiah here who have been a little bit more lackadaisical on their.
She was in trouble.
Input.
And she knew it. So she said, all right, that's just the first.
I'm glad that he's not just doing like the clip in the beginning. And like, I kind of like the new format at least.
First tranche. I'm really pissed off the FBI is the one who screwed me. They said everything was in there. Okay, like you need to know. You need to know that no lawyer just sloppily calls all these PR people in and says, here are the files without knowing what's in there. But she wants us to believe she did. Okay, so she either was clueless or she intentionally embarrassed them. I don't know which is better.
Ouch. That is lawyer, former Fox News host, and wildly successful far-right MAGA commentator Megyn Kelly unloading on Attorney General Pam Bondi over the Epstein files failures from the very beginning of the second Trump administration. And she candidly admits in her takedown of Bondi that the various far-right influencers like Libs of TikTok and DC Drano and Jack Posobiec and others were humiliated by Bondi on the topic of the Epstein files. And that's pretty heavy stuff coming from Megyn Kelly. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this...
Nah. Sorry, bud. I've actually been finding myself getting less and less interested in the videos from Pondering Politics. Which, if he's your bag, then that's cool. But just don't enjoy him as much. All right, cuts hit MAGA.
I think Jeffrey Epstein was a sexual predator. Look, I want them to release everything. Every adult.
All right, here we go. We're about to hit 420 in 5 minutes here. So what I want to do real quick is what happened on YouTube? It's doing it again. It's saying that I have no viewers, but I have 5 viewers. Like, what is going on here? Dude, this keeps happening. Is that happening on your guys' end? I mean, if it is, all right, fine. But this has been happening more and more where I'm just like, that can't... How was that? Come on. There we go. Give me a second here, guys. Don't care. Don't care. There we go. Nah, looks normal for you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so here, little inside baseball. Where you guys can see, like, you know, how many people are watching. I dipped to 0, and now it says that I have 2 when I'm watching 6 in my lobby. So that's kind of, I have to say, one of the more annoying things about using YouTube Studio is it's super inconsistent with that kind of crap, which I wouldn't even bring this up, but it's really annoying because it ends up affecting the algorithm a little bit, you know, which, whatever. When you have right-wing YouTubers also kind of complaining about this, it is just a broader YouTube thing, so it's okay. So we're going to be watching the Piers Morgan debate that just dropped. It is Ted Cruz and Jeffrey Epstein's brother, plus Texas flood disaster, getting hammered on the Texas flood disaster. And then we have Destiny and Brian Tyler Cohen on a panel with, I forgot the big-eared MFer's name, but you also have the 20-something-year-old MAGA influencer who has been getting more and more traction, so we will get her takes on this too. I keep forgetting her name. I should almost know that. Let's see, Natalie Winters, that's her name. Yeah, she's the Steve Bannon girl. But yeah, let's we can take a look at that in just a minute. We're gonna hang out for a few, so I can take a quick piss, and then we can celebrate 420 together. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna just do that now. I'll be right back. All right. Let's do this. If you guys are new here, welcome. I appreciate you guys stopping by. We are about to celebrate a little 420. If you guys are into that, then celebrate with us. But until then, we just kind of hang out. There it is. All right, perfect. I timed this out perfectly. Cool. Because I am on YouTube, I have to step off camera, so. No shots for me. Oh. Well, I am sorry for that. Well, we can still celebrate. Have fun. You know how it is. God, I hate this time. Like, we're 30 seconds away. I'm just like, okay, I can literally start a new topic and just talk to you guys, but if I do that, I'm gonna miss it, so I don't want to do that. So let's celebrate my local. I could talk. No, talk about cheese? You mean for like an hour? A singular cheese? I like me. You know me. I like me. Colby Jack. Damn it. He got me. Oh, I forgot my koozie upstairs. My can koozie, damn it. Bear can, that's just sad. Well, my non-sponsored water. Excuse me, didn't mean to cough right in the mic. All right, so let's do this. It's fun time. Although it's not technically fun halftime. It's just fun time. God, as I said, watching everybody flounder with this Epstein stuff is so fucking fun.
Who was culpable and responsible, I think the public should know.
You think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
I wouldn't write that off.
I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban. On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely tasteless thing to be posting?
Absolutely not. The hand wringing here. Oh my God, stop. I'm not going to sit here and argue about jokes when these guys are spreading lies. When it happens in LA, when it's about the wildfires, you guys make jokes when
I'm not a
politicians are
sick,
getting
vile
killed.
person like you. If you understood the size of the town.
No. Oh, I see what he was doing here. Okay, if he was using that to be like make a broader point about how they were talking about stuff in LA, okay, that makes sense.
Off the dead
No,
people.
okay, yeah. Clutch your pearls harder, guys.
The size of the Comfort, Texas City Hall, you can't fit hundreds of people in any meeting there, you moron.
Well, Attorney General Pam Bondi is facing intensifying bipartisan pressure for the calamitous handling of the Epstein files. Bondi claimed the so-called Epstein client list, which many imagined as a record of high-profile abusers he'd blackmailed, was sitting on her desk. The administration now says there is no list, there was no blackmail, and that the release of prison videotapes proves he took his own life. Well, that video skips forward by a full minute, fueling even more speculation, for which he offered this rather torturous explanation.
The minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
That's not likely to be it on Epstein for Bondi or anybody else in the administration. For those who've demanded answers for years, spurred on by the very people now in office who are saying there simply aren't any, it's a fundamental issue of trust. President Trump has made clear he's sick of it all.
Can I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
We are going to talk about this creep. Later on, I'll interview his brother, Mark Epstein, who has some explosive insights onto the DOJ's conclusions. But we begin with the utter devastation in Texas and the deadly flash floods that have killed more than 100, with at least 160 still missing in a single county. Frantic search and rescue operations are ongoing as we speak. Democrats are attempting to tie their response to government cuts. In a moment, we'll introduce the panel to debate all this. But first, I'm joined by Texas Senator Ted Cruz, making his debut on Uncensored. Senator, welcome to you.
Piers, great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you on. Thank you very much. First of all, where are we with this? We know that over 100 people have been very sadly killed here. We know that another 170 or more remain missing. Is there any hope at this stage, Senator, do you think, that you're going to find
Dude, you were on
people
vacation.
alive?
Is he going to bring that up?
Well, listen, there's always hope, but obviously the further along you get, every hour, every day, the odds go down. The confirmed fatalities is over 100, as you noted. There are 165 known people that are missing. We don't know everyone that's missing. One of the problems is this was the 4th of July weekend. This is a very popular vacation spot. You had people camping, people who don't live in Kerr County who came there, were camping by the river, were celebrating the 4th of July. You had people in RVs. We had RVs, dozens of them, just swept into the river. And so they don't have a complete list of who is missing. But it's just a question of systematic search, and it's both aerial search using helicopters, it's ground search. There are teams that are systematically covering the area.
Cancun,
and then it's also using canines to discover. Tragically, most of what is being discovered now are bodies of people who have deceased. And of those 100, we know at least 29 of them were girls and counselors at Camp Mystic. And I'll tell you, on Monday, I was there on the ground in the hill country. I was at Camp Mystic. I got to tell you what I saw at the camp. It may be the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life. The Guadalupe River is a beautiful river.
I almost didn't make my flight.
And just, I don't know if you've ever been in this part of Texas, Pierce, but it's central Texas. It's the hill country, and it's widely considered the prettiest part of the state.
How come
There are
Ted wasn't
rolling
camping?
hills and canyons and these gorgeous rivers. And so you have lots of summer camps, about 40 summer camps, because it's a great place to vacation and kids. I've been swimming in that river and floating in that river dozens of times. And normally it's beautiful and peaceful.
You picked a hell of a day
In
to
the
not
early
be.
mornings of July 4th, in the early morning hours, over 1.8 trillion gallons of water fell on that river, and it rose about 30 feet. And at Camp Mystic, the cabins are hundreds of yards away from the river, but it rose so fast that the girls' cabins had about 8 feet of water in them. You could see the water line in the cabins, and it swept all the furniture out. It blew the windows out and tragically killed a significant number of campers, especially the younger ones. There's one cabin right in the middle that was called the Bumble Inn, and it was a cabin of third grade girls. And outside that cabin, there are 17 small white Latin crosses in the ground with the names of each of the girls on them. And at this point, every girl in that cabin is either confirmed dead or is missing right now. I'll tell you, 2 of those little girls go to school with my daughter.
Really?
One of them lived literally a block away from me in Houston. And so in Texas, our hearts are broken right now. This tragedy, and the entire country, the entire world is watching. It's every parent's nightmare to lose a child in a tragedy like this. And we appreciate the outpouring of love. We appreciate the...
Then do some legislation to make sure that this doesn't continue to happen, instead of supporting a bunch of, cuts that were very, very they contributed to I cannot articulate this. They contributed to this in a way that you cannot contemplate. Okay,
from
that's it. I
across
give
the
up.
world for these
Throwing that one
moms
out.
and
I'm done.
dads who are grieving with
That's true.
unspeakable pain.
It's a desperate story. I've got a
I knew
daughter
it.
of 13.
This was going to happen. I hit that point where I'm really hungry.
Obviously, the first thing you do, you just reflect on if that happened to you, your family,
Yeah.
to your friend.
Yeah.
It's just,
Unfortunately, it takes vacations just in time.
it is an unimaginable tragedy.
Yeah, they're doing this dour voice, but realistically, dude, that's why we can make these jokes about you, you fucking asshole. Is you literally took another vacation while this was happening. Glad you could make it back in time for your Piers Morgan appearance. I hope you get your plug in for your podcast, you dick.
Let's just talk about the criticism that's come in, leveled by some Democrats, that this somehow the blame for this can be directly associated to DOGE cuts at the National Weather Service and so on. If you've had 4 days to look at this now, from what you've seen, is there anything to suggest that anything more could have been done?
There it comes, the spin.
And is there anything
Nope.
to suggest
He's gonna say, nope,
that
this
any
was
of
just
the
an act of
cuts
God.
that have
You can't
either
control
been
the weather.
made this year or are due to come in later this year, could any of this process have had a negative detrimental effect, which, if it hadn't happened, could have stopped this tragedy being as bad as it is?
Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence that the DOGE cuts had
There it is.
any connection to what happened here. There are obviously and absolutely things that could have been done better, and those are questions we need to be asking right now. Listen, whenever you have a natural disaster, whether a hurricane or a tornado or flooding, you sometimes get partisans who try to score political points, and if you see a hurricane that
the LA fires?
There are those on the left who'll say it's Donald Trump's fault, no matter what happens. I think that's inappropriate. I think we ought to be focusing.
I was going to say a la the LA fires, but then I was just like, what, I'm not attempting this.
Out of harm's way. With respect to the DOGE cuts, in this instance, the National Weather Service, number one, predicted this event, put out an emergency alert shortly after 1 a.m., shortly after 4 a.m. So those alerts went out. Number two, the office that had responsibility for this area was based in New Braunfels, which is also in central Texas right there. The night of July 3rd and the morning of July 4th, they were anticipating an extreme weather event. So not only were they fully staffed, but they had 3 additional staff members they brought in to prepare for that. So they had more than ample resources on the ground to deal with it. And in fact, if you look at the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the DOGE cuts. They don't like the DOGE cuts. The National Weather Service Union has said publicly those cuts had no impact on reducing hurting the National Weather Service's ability to predict this outcome. And so the union would have every incentive, if they could blame it on the DOGE cuts, to do so, and they're saying it's not. Now, in any natural disaster, there's an order to how things play out.
Jesus.
The first priority is search and rescue, just getting people out of harm's way, saving lives. We are reaching the end of that period, but that has been the principal phase we've been in. The next phase is recovery, and rebuilding, that takes months or years. There are homes that have been devastated, billions of dollars. That's going to be an ongoing process. But the third thing that will play out in the next months and years, it is a careful retrospective, examining the precise timeline, what happened, and asking what lessons can be learned, what can we do differently. And I'll say, look, as an obvious matter, if you and I could step in a time machine right now, and we could go back to 2 a.m. on July 4th, we would both run to those cabins and get those little girls out of there. I mean, all of us wish those girls were not in.
The early detection systems were not in place to get them out. And that is specifically because you didn't have people working to get that information out.
In a harmed way.
Like, dude.
And we'd also run to the RV camps where all the people were sitting in RVs by the riverbank and get them out of
you
there.
You almost got there because you're like, there were some failures, but it wasn't the DOGE cuts because we can't make that political. Don't make this partisan.
Try to help the vulnerable people leave. And so one challenge when an alert goes out at 1 a.m. or 4 a.m,
right? This guy.
most people are asleep.
This guy.
or 4 in the morning. And so I think it is a very reasonable question to ask, how can we be more effective at getting those alerts where people hear them? And one
I'll be right back.
idea that's been discussed that I think makes a lot of sense is having a system of sirens and alarms along the riverbank. You see that in parts of Texas where tornadoes are prevalent. A tornado, like a flash flood, can occur very quickly, and that alarm can give you minutes to get out of harm's way. I think it makes a lot of sense to look at a similar system here along the Guadalupe River.
If you're stressed about back taxes, miss the April deadline, or your books are a mess, well, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, and up to 25% for not filing. Tax Network USA can help. They've assisted thousands of Americans, from employees to business owners and people who haven't filed for years. They have direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and they may even be able to. Yeah, because it seems to me there must be. I've not been to this region. It sounds utterly beautiful. Friends of mine have been there, say it's just a staggeringly beautiful place. But as you said,
couldn't build sirens, but they could fund Operation Lone Star.
When a natural disaster like this happens, it happens very, very quickly. I would imagine, I don't know, but I've read reports suggesting a lot of the cell phone coverage can be patchy around there. So if you're getting a text message warning system, that's going to be pretty unreliable. And the siren system, it seemed to me a very logical thing which would have made a big difference. And I guess the question that comes
where's the
following
funding?
That train of thought is, why was it not already in place?
Yeah, why wasn't it?
Yeah, look, I think that is a fair question.
Is it?
You know, I'll say the cell phone coverage, particularly in this part of Texas, is very spotty. Like you, well, I have 2 teenage daughters, and my girls have been going to camp in Kirk County in the Hill Country for a decade. Actually, my wife Heidi was there picking up our youngest daughter Catherine the week before this happened. She had just finished camp, and you know, immediately when Catherine's 14, I'll tell you, I just hugged her and Caroline when this happened, because you just think, there but for the grace of God go I. That could
Oh, shut the fuck up. How is anybody in his constituency even allowing him to have these appearances?
Easily have been our daughter.
Oh, by the grace of God. Yeah. What about the dead ones? Dude, seriously. This is what it always annoys me about Christians is they don't see how delusional they are, and specifically how delusionally selfish they are, because it's always a blessing as long as they're okay. But they can totally just put this blanket of, well, God works in mysterious ways. He killed your kid. That's unfortunate.
And I've spent the last several days talking to moms and dads who lost their daughters, and just the agony of that. Not only do you have really lousy cell coverage there, but for the camps, and there are about 40 camps in Kirk County. This is a very popular.
How do people purchase his BS? The fact that you said purchase his BS instead of buy his BS is kind of funny.
For both girls' camps and boys' camps. Almost all the camps make the kids leave their cell phones at home. So the kids, by and large, don't have.
Yeah, I guess your kid should have been on vacation like mine.
Cell phones, which means you've got only the counselors and a handful of adults that have cell phones. And so we need to have, and I expect at the local level, the state level, and the federal level, I expect we're going to have very serious conversations about how we improve the emergency communication and response, because obviously here we suffered a catastrophic loss of life.
Senator, you've been criticized by some that you were on a family holiday in Greece when this happened, and that more than 24 hours after the Guadalupe River burst its banks, you were seen with your wife lining up outside the Parthenon in Greece. And I've seen your explanation. You were on a family holiday. You said you made immediate calls and you made plans to come back as soon as you could. I guess my one question for you, as always, as you know, because you've had this situation before when you were on a family holiday once during a massive storm in Texas and got criticized.
You've done this twice, you asshole.
With hindsight, would you have preferred
oh my God, dude, why can you never be an objective journalist when it comes to these assholes? Kids' gloves every time.
Photographed queuing up to see the Parthenon. Would it have been a better optic not to have carried on doing holiday things?
Listen, in today's world, you always have people engaging in political attacks and throwing rocks, and I think that's unfortunate. I was on a pre-planned family vacation with my wife and daughters.
Yeah, you cancel it because you're a public official. Again, the people who vote for this asshole need to feel very stupid, and I hope this did it. You know what? Actually, by the grace of God, he burst the dam that actually affects your constituency. I hope this does it, Ted. I hope they finally figure out that you really are just a piece of shit.
We were already in Europe there when this occurred. You know, I'll tell you, most 4th of Julys.
Kaz, I'm getting major Mike Madigan flashbacks.
I try to go on vacation with my kids and spend time with my kids. That's the same is true of millions of people. When this crisis occurred, it was horrific, and we were watching the facts unfold. Within hours, I was on the phone with Texas Governor Greg Abbott. I was on the phone with Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. I was on the phone.
Dude, you're literally from the area.
With Nim Kidd, who's the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management. And then I called President Trump, and this was early on as the facts were still unfolding about the flooding. And I told the president, I said, Mr. President, we don't know all the facts yet. We don't know exactly what has happened.
By the grace of God, I go to Cancun.
But we know this looks
go
bad.
forth
This
to
could be
Cancun.
very, very bad. There could be a very significant loss of life. And I said, we need to make sure that every federal resource and asset that we possible is
You mean like FEMA that you just gutted?
deployed. And the president said, he said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. And so in the hours that this flooding was unfolding, we had over a dozen helicopters in the air. We had Coast Guard helicopters in the air, National Guard helicopters in the air, and Texas DPS, and we had game wardens. They carried out over 850 high water rescues. And so there was extraordinary heroism. And now we're working hand in hand with families.
You mean the Mexican National Guard is also helping you? You going to mention them?
I was within hours of this talking to parents whose daughters had gone missing. We're working with state and local officials. We're working with FEMA to get federal resources there. And so all of that, if you're halfway around the world, you do it by phone. And then I got on a plane Sunday morning and flew back. And it takes a whole day to get back.
After you had your mimosas and you got your good days of vacation. And
so I got in Sunday evening and was
on the taxpayer dime, of course.
There by 7 a.m. Monday morning in Kerr County and spent the entire day there on the ground. And so those who want to play politics that with this.
You're a politician, you dumb fuck!
They can do that. My focus is on.
Yeah, we're going to play politics. This is actually why I am a little bit pissed that Kat Abagazala is not in Texas trying to gun for his fucking seat.
The crisis that is unfolding on the ground and doing everything we can to help those who are hurting right now in Texas.
It was reported, and maybe you can just clear this up. An eyewitness said that as you were lining up for the bathroom, that somebody walked past. This eyewitness said that they said to you, 20 kids dead in Texas and you take a vacation. He sort of grunted and walked on. His wife shot me a dirty look. They continued on their tour guide. Did that conversation happen?
Not that I know of, but apparently this was some angry left-wing person who said that. I didn't hear anyone say that, but apparently...
it's the angry left-wingers. Yeah. Okay.
This individual believes they did.
The 7-foot streamer. Holy shit.
The grunt they heard from
That's
me...
true. Welcome. I'm Pep Docs. Cheers. Appreciate you doing that.
I have nothing to say about that.
Appreciate you following.
I don't recall. I did not
cheers
hear anyone say that.
H2O.
But listen, we live in a world that is really polarized, and so people.
They had this at a party, and they were like, take some stuff out of the cooler. I was like, will do.
Engage in hate on both sides that I think is really unfortunate. One of the consequences of serving in public life. Look, I see lots of people, and sometimes people say really good things. I sort of joke that
every other political streamer is watching Nick Fuentes right now.
People often will raise a finger.
I'm glad you found me as a political streamer, because I am in Just Chat, because reasons.
To me, sometimes it's a thumbs up.
Really? What's going on with Nick Fuentes? What really?
Up. Sometimes it's a different finger.
Or is it just because it's like the right wing is taking over Twitch, which I have noticed.
And that's, that's just sort of the polarized world we live in.
Yeah.
But I wish both sides would show a little bit of grace and treat each other with more humanity. And so there are people on the Democrat side of the aisle I disagree with, but I try very hard not to attack, not to demonize them. As you know, I do a podcast every week called Verdict.
That was Debate versus Dean.
Ted Cruz.
Oh.
We do the podcast 3 days a week, and one of the things we do, we've taken the podcast on a lot of college campuses, and we'll have college students. We'll open it up to 90 minutes of Q&A. And I'll tell you, Piers, my rule when we do that is I say, look, if you have a hostile question, if you have an antagonistic question, come to the front of the line. And we're going to have a constructive, civil conversation. We may disagree, but I think all of us need to talk to each other more rather than the...
I love how... Guys, can't we all just get along? It's not like I didn't just smear the left because, it was definitely a leftist who disagreed with me, because nobody on the right disagrees with me. We're all friends.
The world we live in now of just hating each other and throwing insults, I think is really counterproductive.
I totally agree. And in fact, funny enough, when you had your sort of dust up,
blow him harder,
as it was reported, but actually it was a really interesting conversation. And
don't hit his pelvic bone with your freaking chin.
And Tucker Carlson, I like that conversation. I think you should have robust conversations. And all right, it gets clipped up and things go viral and people take their kind of tribal positions. But actually, you need more of that. People getting in a room.
All I heard was, oh, your balls are tasty.
And having sometimes polar opposite opinions, but thrashing it out. You only came on to talk about the floods, and I don't want to abuse that. I just can't, given we're basically building the show around this. I just wanted to ask you one question about something else. And it's about these Epstein files. A lot of people very angry that after being led to the water's edge of a belief by the administration there was going to be all this stuff coming out, client lists and so on and so on.
Oh, that one.
Accountability. That suddenly it seems the shutters
Why's that going around again?
Come down on this. A lot of people.
Yeah, it seems like a great time to be watching that instead of talking about the Epstein stuff.
Well, as you know, on the conservative right, and particularly in the MAGA world, very, very upset about this. What's your reaction to it? Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say...
Do you? You enjoy your tea, do you? It's not the British in you.
Look, I want them to release everything, and I've called on that for a long time.
What happened with Epstein? You haven't
called on that during the previous administration, the Biden administration.
Are they not talking about that?
Administration.
I'm not sure if you're like from MAGA world or not, but
these materials.
I'm not sure if the whatever you guys watch or if you're centrist, if you guys because I'm getting the vibe that you're not watching leftist media at all, because we've been covering this for the last 2 days where we're just yo, this is wild. But I have to say, again, when guys like Ben Shapiro, Geeks and Gamers, I bring up two examples that I was watching, but pretty much every right-wing media influencer, Benny Johnson, all these guys are coming out and they're just this is wild. Oh, Alex Jones crying at this was also hilarious.
Hold on this administration.
He literally cried.
These materials.
The Meep state distraction.
I think Jeffrey Epstein was a sexual.
I watch left and right wing. I switch sometimes. I'll watch Asman and then Hassan
predator.
after.
I think he targeted and abused young girls.
Interesting.
And all the evidence we have is there were a number of other men who participated in that.
Yeah.
And I want to know.
So Asman's not talking about this.
Everyone who participated.
No, I appreciate that.
I want to know everyone that,
as I said, welcome to the show,
went to Epstein's Island.
I will just say, why are you coming in as a possible bandit?
And the Attorney General has said that there are thousands of hours of videos, of explicit videos. And what she told me, I asked her a couple of months ago what the delay was. And what she told me then is she said the delay was that they're trying to go through those videos.
Which has you labeled as a possible bandy vitter. I could be wrong.
Videos and make sure they're not releasing images of kids being sexually abused. And I understand that. You want to protect the privacy of the victim, and so and she just said that takes time. I think they should release every adult who was culpable and responsible. I think the
Wow, you couldn't buy that kind of comic timing. Holy crap.
public should know, and I think they should be criminally prosecuted.
I completely agree. Senator Cruz, great to have
You
you.
almost made me spit take two.
Uncensored for the first time. Don't leave us alone next time.
All right, now that was funny.
Thanks,
And please send all our very best wishes. I'm here in London to everybody involved in this terrible tragedy. I love Texas and
Thank you.
Texas
Wow.
people, and it's a really unspeakable tragedy, and our hearts go out to all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, I'm joined on the panel now by Natalie Winters, the White House correspondent for Steve Bannon's War Room, commentator and YouTube host Brian Tyler Cohen, streamer and political commentator Destiny, and Ben Ferguson, the co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz. Well, let me start with you, Ben, given that you work with Senator Cruz a lot. It was great to have him
Hell of a fat finger
his
there.
uncensored debut. And obviously we focused mainly on floods. But what he said at the end there was really interesting about the Epstein files, because this is raging away. You know, the administration having got everybody very excited. You know, I had one of the administration on Uncensored. Alina had. Well, let's just remind people what she told me literally like 2-3 months ago.
It is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and
Wonder if there's a reason that she ain't on TV right now.
kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process.
Do you now?
Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe
I
that
was
now
about
with
to make it like a 90s rap joke about that chain.
Pam, there will be accountability.
Now, Ben, that
turtleneck and chain.
clip has had
turtleneck and chain.
millions and millions of views this week, understandably, because there's a massive disconnect between what she told me there and what Pam Bondi was saying and what others were saying and what's actually materialized in the last 48 hours. You know, Senator Cruz there very firmly that he wants everything put out and he wants criminal action taken against those who broke the law. What's your view?
Couldn't agree more. Look, I think there's transparency the American
howdy doody time.
people deserve, but not just the American people. Most importantly, the victims. They deserve to not have this be covered up in any capacity or for people to just stop looking. I don't know if there's certain information that has disappeared or wasn't there that they thought was there, but at the end of the day, all that we do have needs to be put out there in a responsible way. You have to protect the victims. That is something that's extremely important. And so it's got to be done in an orderly way. But there are too many people that have talked about this on the record, saying that there's a lot of stuff out there to then all of a sudden say, all right, well, maybe we don't have it. Maybe it's not there. Whatever the story is, give it to everyone the same way and make sure you protect those victims. But they deserve justice. And I don't think this is going to be the end of the story. I think there's far too many people that are asking the questions that you just mentioned, that the senator mentioned. That
Why is Destiny there?
And this should be nonpartisan. This should be non-political. You have children that apparently were sex trafficked and abused in horrific ways. That has nothing to do with politics.
Allegedly.
It should come out whether the people that were the perpetrators of this were liberal or conservative or agnostic. It doesn't matter. You need to protect the victims, and we need to make sure things like this never, ever, ever, ever happen again.
Right. Brian Tyler Cohen, I mean, I do think it's a non-partisan issue. Obviously, nothing is these days, but I do think that it is completely baffling to me, just as a journalist, that you have this extraordinary scandal that rages away for many years. The main perpetrator dies in prison and is believed to have taken his own life, but the only person that's
This is an interesting collection of a panel.
actually been made criminally accountable and is now languishing in prison is Ghislaine Maxwell, his kind of madame figure, who's a woman. So none of the other men who are widely believed to have been involved in this, none of them have been made accountable. What's your view of this?
Yeah, I mean, my view is that this is a con job by this administration. All of these people, Kash Patel, Alina Habba, Dan Bongino, Donald Trump, all of them came forward and said that this was a priority for them because they were stringing their supporters along. And then the moment they get into power, here we are in a situation where the whole thing is just closed and we have no further information on this. And yet, look, I think it would be fools to be surprised. I mean, this is a guy, Jeffrey Epstein, who Trump himself palled around with for years. This is a guy who Epstein himself called his closest friend for 10 years. This is a guy who Jeffrey Epstein said was his closest friend for 10 years. This is a guy who Donald Trump appointed as his Secretary of Labor, Alex Acosta, who handed him a sweetheart deal, a non-prosecution agreement where he was out of prison 6 out of 7 days a week. So, look, Trump can say what he wants on the campaign trail in the lead up when he needs to get everybody's votes and pander to the base. But at the end of the day, he's the guy in charge. And suddenly the about face from everybody in his administration, the buck falls to one person. It's not Alina Habba or Carolyn Levitt or Dan Bongino or Kash Patel. It's Trump himself.
Right. I mean, Natalie, the interesting thing in terms of the timeline here is that when Elon Musk fell out pretty spectacularly and suddenly with Donald Trump, one of the things he posted on his X platform was, bombshell. The biggest bombshell is that Trump's in the Epstein files, right? And that was only a few weeks ago. And since then, there seems to have been a concerted effort.
Weird how, so much happened, but then he's just like, hey, we're still talking about this.
For this story to just go.
That's why it was so pure where he was like, are we really? Damn it. I thought this would work on you guys, but you guys just keep pushing.
Away. Now, these two things may be completely unconnected. There may be nothing more to it other than Trump obviously was seen around Epstein. They clearly were very friendly for a while. I think he used his plane several times. I don't think that's in dispute. But there does seem to be a weird timeline here of Elon Musk saying that publicly and everything getting shut down a few weeks later. Am I reading too much into this?
Well, look, I think this is very quickly approaching, we've already passed debacle territory, but just outright grift, and that's probably not something that you would expect me to say, but this is just absolutely reprehensible. I think if you look at what really the MAGA base, the people who elected President Trump, what their sort of concerns have been these past few months.
You can hear that she's worried that she, this is one of those rare times that she can't, just overtly respond to, what, the leftists are saying. Now she actually has to be like, no, we're also we think this is shitty.
The administration is not moving fast enough, right? They're not content with the press releases and the tweets. They want to see prison sentences and actual accountability for people that they believe committed crimes. Now we've hit the point where we're not even getting the press releases or the strongly worded letters. We're getting weird, undated, unnamed memos being released over holiday weekends to legacy media outlets trying to bury it in Axios instead of working with all the new media outlets that the White House, pumped and talked so openly and heavily about being in and around the White House. This is a bedrock issue. I agree it's nonpartisan, it's non-political to want to get justice for the victims, but I also think that this is something that is both hyper-partisan and hyper-political, because what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, whether it's a foreign intel operation or domestic aside or joint operation, has direct ramifications in probably the policies that we've seen being rolled out, whether through blackmail indirectly or directly through a lot of the political leaders in this nation. I would just say, as someone who has been on shows, co-hosted with a lot of the people, the clips that we've played of people who have called out Jeffrey Epstein for years and made millions of dollars off of it, it is absolutely reprehensible and it is a complete grift. And you have now, in their words, probably become the deep state. If you're going to run cover for...
Oh, this is your first time here. That got auto-modded. You got to be careful with your language in chat.
This, and you think that the MAGA audience is dumb enough to not, be able to go back 2 months and see the comments you were making on Fox News. We need to get this right. I don't even know if I have faith in Pam Bondi anymore, but this is a really, really concerning moment for MAGA.
Yeah, Destiny, it is fascinating to see how a lot of the most diehard Trump supporters.
Yeah, I'm not, trust me, I'm not going like, oh yeah, you know what, I'm sticking up for any of the Democrats that were on the list or any of the powerful people that were there. I literally got no dog in this fight.
In the
It was funny because they're just like, well, there's going to be like an entertainer or something. And I'm like, then I'll just, I can drop them from my lexicon. I've done this before.
Podcast, YouTube,
Like,
influencer world.
It's easy to just be like, oh, that person sucks. And then you just can't ever see the work the same too. Like art and artist is not really a thing with me where it's just the art becomes ugly the second that I know that it was done with like some kind of like really bad intent.
They've turned pretty vengefully against him and the administration over this. What do you make of it?
So here's the reality. The reality is, I keep hearing people like Joe Rogan saying the conspiracy theorists ended up being right about everything. They weren't. They were wrong about basically every single thing. There was no massive election fraud. There were no mass deaths from the COVID vaccine. There is no evidence that it was manufactured in a laboratory. There is no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered by somebody. The reality is every single thing I said is true, and I will debate you on any platform over that. So please stop. Please stop.
You're saying wasn't true.
You have
That's where you
no
lose
idea what
credibility.
you have
Well,
no idea.
hang on,
Sir, with
Destiny,
respectfully, sir,
hang on,
you're
Destiny.
He has ears that you just want to grab and like, knee him in the face.
Please stop.
Hang on, Destiny.
Let me finish my point. Excuse me. Let me finish my point. The problem is that the problem is that you guys spent so much time spreading these conspiracies that when you finally wound up, sir, I don't even know if you know. Do you even believe that viruses and germs are real? I'm not actually sure. Please stop.
I do.
The problem
And I
is that
believe
conservatives
that
spent all this time.
is where it came
Conservatives
from, and
spent
if you weren't
all
a
this
weirdo,
time.
you would understand that too.
Conservatives spent all. Well, if you want to bring me on your show, I'll talk about it anytime, anywhere. Okay. Conservatives spent all
I
this
don't
time.
insult my audience with stupid
Well,
comments.
hang on. Let me jump in. Let me just jump in on this point.
Excuse me. Can I wait? Hold on. Wait.
Destiny.
Destiny. Let me wait.
Well, you made a series of statements there about.
And I'm almost done with like one sentence.
All right.
Conservatives spent all this time with all these conspiracies, and then as soon as they got into office and they no longer had a deep state to blame, all of a sudden there was no election fraud evidence. There was no evidence about Hunter Biden being conspiratorial, with Ukraine or Russia. There was no evidence of Epstein being murdered, and that's what's happened.
Okay.
They are now the deep state. They have every part of the government under control, and they have no evidence for any
But
of their
here's the
claims, and
problem.
that's it.
Here's the problem. You've made a series of statements there alleging that all these things are pure conspiracy theories and there's no evidence for it. And yet it is widely now accepted that actually it is more likely than not that the coronavirus, COVID-19, was started in that lab.
He's concise, but he's not necessarily entirely
That is
right
now
here.
widely accepted. That's not a conspiracy theory.
It's not. That is a conspiracy.
Even like the lab leak theory, like
it began as a conspiracy theory.
When he says no evidence, it's like, I mean, there was like, wasn't there some reports? I don't know.
Evidence. There is no compelling intelligence community evidence that is the case.
So you
Not
think
that I have no doubt. I don't care.
Threw away all the samples.
Hang on.
It happened. It sucked.
You'll say, let me have mine. Let me finish my sentence. No, here's the thing, Destiny. You think it's literally a conspiracy theory that COVID-19, which was originally said to have started in a wet market 1 mile from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where it later transpired they were testing new coronaviruses. You think it is more likely it started with a bat in the wet market next door than it started in the lab.
Honestly, this is why I was like, I don't care.
Testing new coronaviruses. You think that's a mad conspiracy? Because
I
would say the mad conspiracy is that it's the bat a mile away.
I'm gonna go with the wet market that was 30 minutes away in a densely populated city where all of the first cases started.
It's
Probably
less than a mile away.
that came from there.
Sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party? I'm just curious.
30 minutes away. Chinese Communist Party. Sir, you are an absolute idiot. I can't believe you
No,
would
are
say
they
that.
like? Is it like when you do your show? Like
just to be clear, just to be clear, that it's funny that you say it's funny that you say Communist Party, right? Just to be clear, the residents of Kerr County for the floods that we were just discussing rejected utilizing ARPA funds for years to put up. It's so funny. Ted Cruz talked about an emergency siren system. They didn't want to use money from the Biden administration because of all of these crazy conspiracies that you guys spread about things like COVID, because they thought if they accepted the money, the transcripts are public. The transcripts are
I know about that. That's not true because it's inconvenient to my argument.
public, sir. I'm sorry, hold on. Are you telling me they didn't say that? Are you telling me they didn't say that?
We're kicking your ass and you made up something to try to go back and use kids that have died in a tragedy to cover the fact that you cannot defend your Wuhan point of view because it's made out of Chinese communist propaganda. I think everyone watching can see that now. And I think you realize you stepped in it and you said something that wasn't true. And everyone that has a brain on this panel is calling you out for it because it was such a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry that happened to you, but you don't use kids dying in a flood
you know what?
to try to cover for your dumbass comment.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
By the way, I want to bring the others in. I want to bring the others in too. Hang on. Don't all shout at once.
So everybody can see who's running from it, okay?
Don't all shout at once. Let me bring Brian back in here. See, this is the interesting thing, I think, Brian. I read what Joe Rogan put out about conspiracy theories. He was really saying, what he was saying was, don't just dismiss them all out of hand, was his real theme about this. Because a lot of things that are alleged to be conspiracy theories, and the COVID lab one is a classic example where that began as being something that could get people cancelled if they even dared suggest it, and is now, the US CIA believes that a research-related origin in Wuhan in the lab is more likely than the theory it came from animals. So the CIA now believe that. So it's no longer a conspiracy theory. But Brian, I think it goes to a wider point, is that take the Epstein story, right? I don't know whether he took his life or was murdered or whatever. It seems that most people who've looked at this professionally believe he took his life. But there's this weird video with the missing minute and Pam Bondi's torturous explanation for what that may be about. There's also
torturous explanation. At least he admits that it was just like, it wasn't good.
Fact that he surrounded himself with a myriad number of famous, rich, powerful people who would have a vested interest in shutting him up. That is indisputable. There are also all these rumors flying around, which, even Alan Dershowitz thought there may be some merit to this when I interviewed him on Monday, that he may have been some kind of Israeli Mossad agent of some sort. You put all this together, and again, it's very easy to say, well, it's all a conspiracy theory, to say that he did anything other than he took his life and nobody else was involved, there's no client list, nobody else abused these girls, it's over. I don't think that's the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy that's going on right now, it seems to me, is a conspiracy of shutting this down, of silencing debate about it, wanting to move on, and for actually nobody.
Dark BTCs like the Punisher timeline.
Other than Ghislaine Maxwell.
I kind of want to watch. I would watch that fanfic.
Be held accountable when it is. I mean, look, take Prince Andrew.
Why is no one organizing protests?
Right, in my country, Prince Andrew paid Virginia Giuffre a reported $11 million, right? But claimed he never met her, right? But there's a photograph of him with his arm around her when she was 17, 18 in a London townhouse. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, but you don't give $11 million to someone you've never met, right? I don't care who you are. So, again, a lot of the stuff swirling around here doesn't make a lot of sense. And I don't think it's good enough for people just to say it's all conspiracy theory. So shut up and move on. Your thoughts?
I would completely agree. And in fact, we saw yesterday when the White House was posed these questions.
Oh, nice, Angela. There are protests coming up on July 17th. We're calling it a John Lewis celebration.
Trump freaked out and said, whoa, why are we still talking?
Yeah, feel free to promote that in the Discord. And also, if you have like locations and dates kind of thing, you can slowly drop those in chat.
Talking about this, like, can't we talk about something? You've got Donald Trump, who has spent every waking minute of the past almost decade talking about the water pressure in his shower and toilet. That guy suddenly doesn't want to engage in a topic that he's spoken about before. We've heard him go on and on about immigrants being rapists and murderers every day. We've heard him go on and on for the better part of a decade about
this is a good point.
Hillary Clinton's crimes and the Biden crime.
Yeah, all of a sudden he gets sick of hearing about something odd.
Family. This guy repeats himself like to the ends of the earth. And yet on the issue of Epstein, which by the way was an issue that his campaign predicated so much of their focus on, that they garnered so much support from their audience based on, now he doesn't want to talk about it. So yeah, I mean, I guess the expression that would come to mind is a hit dog will holler.
Well, also, again, I'll repeat, this follows just literally whatever it was 3-4 weeks ago, Elon Musk in their big public spat suddenly posting you know, the big bombshell is that Trump's in the Epstein files. So it might be
a move, by the way, that started a conversation about deporting Elon Musk, in case you were wondering whether there was any there. So yeah, I mean, clearly that he hit a mark by or he hit a nerve by saying stuff like that. But I mean, for this administration to try and brush it under the rug. And Natalie, I do agree with what you said about there being a lot of grifters. I mean, we've seen Dan Bongino and Kash Patel focus so much energy, so many resources, so much time on this exact issue, only for them to come out and say, oh, well, there's there's absolutely nothing here. But I would also caution, Natalie, to not put the onus, because I've been seeing this more and more on the right, to not put all of the responsibility on Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is an appendage of Donald Trump. She is not calling the shots. Nobody in this administration is calling the shots. This entire cabinet, this entire White House exists to serve Donald Trump. They exist to basically be extensions of Trump himself, and no one will ever act independently of him. And so if accountability is really what you're looking for here, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that this is all being done in good faith, then let's not delude ourselves into thinking that Pam Bondi is the final word, or that the
Oh, Swift, you're not giving any new information on sex pestiny.
buck stops with her, when the buck always stops with Donald Trump.
I'm sure that there's merit to that. Let me come to you, Natalie, because Elon Musk has also suggested that Steve Bannon, that you work with, obviously, is in the Epstein files too. What can you say about that? I mean, what's the reaction to that, first of all?
Well, I'll always let Steve speak for himself, but I can guarantee you, Steve is certainly not in the Epstein files. Perhaps Elon needs to both be deported and sued for defamation. But look, I think, in a rare moment, I probably actually agree with Brian. I think that was why the Trump administration wanted to prioritize transparency, at least in their rhetoric, right from the first days. They wanted the American people to be able to decide on all of this. And I think that sort of compounded with what they were trying to do, right, with the new media initiative, bringing in these other voices to try to, I think, go away from just having legacy media outlets dominate certain narratives, or sort of setting the parameters for what stories are of interest to the American people. And I think when you talk about transparency, I don't know if the Chinese Communist Party, or right now the Trump administration, or whoever it may be, deep state, take your pick, is engaging in more of a cover-up when it comes to whether it's the Epstein files or the origins of COVID, respectively. I think that's a rather asinine point. But to link it all back to what you were saying, Piers, I think labeling all these things at the onset, rather, a conspiracy theory, compounding with, I think, a lot of sort of the censorship apparatus that we saw spring up under Joe Biden, you sort of get that same reaction to what people had when President Trump was sitting in his cabinet meeting and saying, why are people interested in this? Why are people looking at that? It just makes people double down. So even if you want to be pragmatic, respectfully, Destiny, saying that there's no evidence, I think you can agree that there is at least one piece of evidence that may intimate that COVID-19 developed in the Wuhan Institute of Virology under Shi Zhengli. I just think these draconian statements make people not more likely to sort of entertain the other side of the fence, but it makes people think that there actually are conspiracies going on to cover up information.
Yeah, I would agree. And Destiny, I'm going to take you off on... Hang on, Destiny, I'm going to ask you a question.
She said in 2020,
Destiny, I'm going to ask you a question. So
this was under Biden? I'm pretty sure that was under Trump. So if you want to blame anybody for the censorship, it would have been Trump. I know
Let me ask you a question, Destiny.
Who's president there, but...
Destiny, I want to ask you a question. So a woman called Kylie Jane Kramer posted on X, I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw this. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 46 minutes around 4 a.m. That doesn't even seem natural, to which you posted.
I hate to say this is kind of funny.
You reposted this and you put your own words. I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban. On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely tasteless thing to be posting?
Absolutely not. The hand wringing here. Oh my God! Stop. If you want to talk about dead children, then you should talk about the residents of Kerr County who rejected using ARPA funds to build the very siren system that Ted Cruz was over here virtue signaling about. Now that the kids are dead, last I checked, the siren system isn't bringing anybody back to life. Okay, the very same system that they could have built for the better part of the last decade. They didn't want to touch those ARPA funds because they thought that if they did, Biden would go and steal their homes, which is the exact same lie that was told in in North Carolina when people were rejecting FEMA funds
sick, man.
because they thought that if the
All right,
government was
well,
giving them money for their houses, they'd
Pierce,
steal it.
can I
If
jump
you
in here?
want to talk about grotesque and ghoulish things that are being said, you
It's
should talk
what
about
you
people
put
I
on
wonder how Nord feels about all this. Can they?
Fine.
Technically, they can.
I agree with you.
Yeah. If he signed a sponsorship deal and they can be used in a negative light like this, yeah, he can. It's not just losing his sponsorship. He's going to probably have to pay damages.
It's what you brought up.
This one's like open shut. He might not even fight it.
Line. It is grotesque.
That's crazy though. The fact that he brought a promo code into something like that is very stupid of him.
But I mean, I guess that's what you do.
Whatever, man.
How long have people like you
midnight,
told
2
us that
a.m.
if we spend less money in Ukraine, you guys are going to spend more money investing in things like infrastructure in the United States? Where is that money
Again,
going?
if you're
We just had
having to use
another
Ukraine to defend your
massive
sick
debt increase,
marks
another
about
massive
people
debt
dying,
increase for more
knock
tax
yourself
cuts
out.
for wealthy people. Congratulations.
Pierce, let me
Thank you
jump
so
in
much.
here.
All right, let me get a Ben. Let me get a Ben.
How's
All right,
that
let's-
deficit doing?
Don't talk
Wait,
over
I
each
wanna
other.
hear, how's our deficit doing? Is it going up or down? Is
Don't
it definitely
talk
going up
over
or
each
down?
other. But just to be clear, Destiny, you
There are
don't.
no answers.
Just to be clear,
no, just to be
Destiny.
clear.
I'm going to talk.
Nord don't care.
Please stop talking.
No, Surfshark wouldn't care.
Here and argue about jokes
All
when
right.
these guys are spreading.
They don't care so much that literally at the end of this he could just be like, and use codes, blah blah blah. It's Surfshark.
You don't
that are
joke
leading to the
children are
actual
dead, dude.
destruction of these. Oh, except you guys do when it happens in LA when it's about the wildfires. You
I
guys
don't.
make jokes when
I'm not a
Did I see what Andrew Tate said? No, why would I?
Sick,
You're gonna
vile
kill
person
in
like you.
Minnesota.
Go
I'm
look
sure.
at my
Oh,
ex
just the
account.
rest of your
I don't
party
delete
is? Just the
tweets.
rest of your party
I
is?
don't delete
Don't talk
tweets.
over
It's
each
real.
other because we
There's none of
can't
that
hear
there.
you.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
All right, but
So,
Destiny,
Pierce,
just to
let me
be
say a couple
clear,
things here.
Destiny, just to be clear, you don't regret posting. I heard God kill those kids because they were using
I'm not going to sit here and
NordVPN
argue
to get
about
around the
jokes on
Texas
Twitter
porn ban.
while you allow the very same misinformation to spread on this program that leads to people not putting up siren systems, okay,
Yep.
because they think that Biden is going to go steal
That
their
wasn't my
homes.
question.
They get it
No, he's all right. I hate to say this. He could say this in a way that doesn't piss off people, but it also, this is what resonates.
Absolutely insane.
Wasn't my
I think
question.
it's insane that you want to go and hand-wring liberals over jokes that are not even half as crazy as some of the things these conservatives say.
Okay, but just to be clear, you don't regret doing it.
There's no tweet like that out there.
Okay, just to be clear, Destiny,
absolutely not.
just to be clear, you don't regret posting it.
He's said that twice. This is the thing that I hate about Piers is he thinks he's so much smarter than he is.
No, absolutely.
Okay, Ben Ferguson.
Pierce, a couple of things here that I think there's proper information that should get out there. This is an area that I go to often. It's an area that I've taken my kids dozens and dozens of times. It's a very small rural community. When it rains there's always flooding because there's a lot of rock in the ground and the water doesn't absorb in the ground, so you have flash floodings that happen very quickly. I've been there when this happens. This was a once-in-a-lifetime 100-year flood.
That's funny because there was another one in New Mexico yesterday, dickhead.
If you want to,
no, you guys don't get to. You don't get to do that when the once in 100-year flood is every fucking year. Whatever, man. Deny climate change. Just say that God blessed your family because yours didn't get swept out to sea. But don't this is where I will give Destiny his points. Don't pretend that you're gonna catch little pearls and worry about dead kids when, in fact, you don't really give a shit. You just don't.
About the funding for the
come
system.
on.
It's an extremely small community, and the price tag for it is very, very big compared to the tax base that they have in this small community. It is not because of the Matt Boone stuff this guy's talking about. That is not why the community decided 6 years ago to not do it, even though they wanted to. It
Whatever, man.
was a cost issue.
This is going to keep happening. Whatever. At this point, I really am getting to that. My apathy is starting to fucking kick in with this shit.
What's going to happen now is you're going to have state funds and federal funds, and that system will happen. But go back to this once-in-a-lifetime flood that took place. No one could have...
Dude, we just had flooding in Chicago, literally, on the west side. We got just hammered with water.
Prepared or thought this was going to happen.
There was same thing, no plan. Once in 100 years, guys.
People bought homes on a river where there was constant flooding, where they're built high.
This was nowhere near the river. That's the funniest fucking part, dick.
Enough up that flooding has never gotten there before in the history of their lifetime. So this is a tragedy that took place. And by the way, this is personal because I know people who lost children. There are funerals that are taking place.
Just to be clear, you're saying that there are.
Are you actually gonna so are you going to say, hey, like you're gonna be able to look them in the eyes kind of thing? Okay.
Talking about the funeral for a second.
You're saying
Let him
you just cut me off like
That's
15 times.
cool.
So you're saying there are no citizens saying that
his
they don't want to
sentence.
use the American Rescue Plan funds.
I'm
They didn't want to use that
gonna
money
go-
because they thought Biden would take their homes.
I'm going to go back
You're
to what I
saying
said.
that transcript doesn't exist?
But can
Here's
you
what
let
I'm
Ben
gonna
finish?
He's making good points. Piers, please stop him.
And he was talking about the funerals
what
of dead
is this?
children.
I have friends whose kids
Please let
died.
him
You don't
finish
care.
what he was saying.
He doesn't care. As long as he admits he doesn't give a fuck about the dead kids. That's okay.
You know
As long
what,
as he doesn't
Destiny?
care.
You don't give a
Admit it.
fuck about the dead
Admit it.
kids, do you?
Admit it. I do.
Because you thought it was funny. You thought it was
I'm not
funny.
the one voting to take money away
You
from these
thought it
things.
was
I
funny
think
to
it's
go
fun-
on X and talk about,
Piers,
I heard God killed
Honestly, cry harder, Piers.
those
Excuse
kids.
me,
Because they weren't
Seriously, were you this outraged at the people saying that Malibu getting burnt was all a work of God? Yeah. Shut the shut up. Like seriously, it is kind of pathetic the fact that he's just like, oh, Destiny, you really
to get around the Texas porn ban. That is disgusting.
Comedy was
You're
legal
the one
again.
using dead
I
children.
thought comedy was legal again, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, make comedy legal again. I thought, where's the line? Where's the line, guys?
In a
Twitter
grotesque
don't kill
manner.
people.
So let me just lay
Jokes
that down
on
for the
Twitter,
record.
just to be clear, let me lay it down as well. How many people did my joke kill?
Well,
no, it's just disgustingly tasteless.
Exactly.
You're a
Wait a minute,
sick man.
And then how many kids died because there's no siren system?
I mean, it did bomb pretty hard.
Because people like this guy over here made up the lie
Sorry.
that Biden was going to steal your homes if
I
you
never
accept
made the lie
American
up,
Rescue
you
Plan.
asshole.
If you accept American Rescue Plan money. Exactly.
I never
That's
made
the
that
difference.
up.
The difference is
I would
you're
like to
wrong. The
hear
difference is
Ben.
that-
I would
the
like
difference
to
is
hear
that-
Ben
Yeah, that's
finish the
exactly.
story he was telling us when he was
Lord knows he can hear you with those ears.
talking about the funerals of dead
I go-
children. So
I
let
go
him
back-
finish
We didn't
that,
have to.
please.
What do you mean? We didn't have the funerals. Wouldn't that
Can
be
we-
better?
can
if
we
people
mute
didn't
him?
die
Rather
in
than
the
you
first place?
talking about
Can
why
we
you
just
were right
mute
to
him?
crack a sick joke. Ben.
Okay. I go back to the point here. This flood did not ask if you were liberal or conservative, rich or poor, black or white, or anything else in between. People lost their lives, and many people lost their lives trying to save kids in an unprecedented flood. If we could go back, I'm sure this community would have said, we'll figure out a way to have the money. You're dealing with an area that has a lot of volunteer first responders and firefighters. Can I finish, please? Like maybe you'll learn something and not be such a tool.
You just lie.
You don't live there. You don't know.
No, he whines and lies and lies and lies.
You've never been there.
Yeah,
I've
the
been there.
transcripts
I've
of the
talked to
hearings
people.
are available.
You
They
don't
had
know
the money.
anybody
It
that
was
died
sitting in
in
a
this
account.
flood.
Then
You're
you
a
should feel even worse
POS.
about it.
That's
Then
who
you should
you
feel
are.
like an
I
even
would like
bigger
to
piece of
finish my
shit.
point, Piers.
Finish it, Ben.
Thank you. There are people that died in this flood helping try to save the lives of others. There are elderly that died. I know people that lost children in this flood. They would love to go back and have a different warning system. By the way, we don't know if the warning system would have changed anything at all. The warnings came out early. Unfortunately, there's spotty cell phone there. Everyone's talked about this. I'm sure
That
there's people in
doesn't
the
matter.
community that
If you
wish
had
they
the-
would have
if
maybe
you had
done
sirens,
something
good
different in the
old
past.
sirens, they would have
Hindsight's
been there.
2020.
But
But to
nah.
say that the
didn't
community
wanna pay
decided not
for
to do
them
this because of
because
some
taxes.
insane theory you've
Because
come up
of
with, which is not
taxes.
true or based in fact. It
Yeah.
is based on a small rural community with not a lot of tax base and a very expensive price tag for something. And for you to sit here and to somehow decide that this is a
Yeah,
place
it's called
to say
subsidies. It's weird how
sick.
you can take subsidies from
I'm
other
assuming you
states
don't
and you can get that.
have kids.
Oh,
I have
my God,
6-year-old
this
and
is
8-year-old
infuriating.
kids. If you talk to parents that are planning their child's funerals are happening tomorrow and the next day here in Houston, I think you would have a little bit of a soul and
421
heart for them.
because
But
pep
instead, you're out
talks.
here putting this crap out there. And
I
it's
understand.
really sad. I hope you get help.
Let me bring in Brian. Brian, I want to talk just about a wider point connected to what Destiny posted, for which he shows no regret at all, which is entirely his choice, but I can say my feelings, which I have. You know, a former appointee to a Houston city board said that Camp Mystic, where most of these poor young girls were at the time, was white-only, conservative and Christian, said Sade Perkins, a former member of the Houston Food Insecurity Board, said in a TikTok video. So take a look.
Welcome, everybody, over on Twitch and on YouTube.
I know I'm probably going to get canceled for this, but Camp Mystic is a whites-only girls Christian camp.
Again, if it's a Christian camp, and these are the chosen people. Why were they selected to be wiped out in a flood? You know what? Seriously, I don't have the ability to just not do this anymore. I really don't. When a Christian is just like, God has blessed me, God is blessing my family, and then they blatantly ignore this shit, it really does make me just go, so you're a Christian of convenience because you need a bedtime story. Okay.
They don't even have a token.
But you justify your hatred, you're in like some really bad politics, your bad policies, and again, like Destiny was so eloquently saying, policies that directly led to these girls' deaths.
An Asian.
Period.
They don't have a token black person. It is, if this were a group of
Religion be
Hispanic
like
girls
that.
out there, this would not be getting this type of coverage that they're getting. No one would give a and all these white people, the parents of these little girls, would be saying things like they need to be deported.
That's true. It's true. It's true. He totally would.
A, I think that's completely untrue, what she said. B, it's completely disgusting to say that in
is it?
The aftermath of this, when these poor girls, many of them are still missing, presumed dead. But then there's a pediatrician called Dr. Christina B. Probst, who's been fired after posting on social media. She's a pediatrician, this woman. May all visitors, children, non-MAGA voters,
Yep, he works in mysterious ways,
and pets be safe and dry. Kerr County MAGA voted to get FEMA. They deny climate change. May they get what they voted for.
Yeah. You guys don't get to cry about the heartless libs when you are the ones who constantly vote in the heartless ways. This is your direct consequences. This is your punishment. I know that you guys don't like it. You really are those, you guys never got past that. You never got past the fact that, when your parents punished you, you thought it was an affront against you and you never actually learned your lesson. And you would just bitch about how my parents are so mean.
Bless their hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And my question...
Yeah, if these girls were Hispanic, we wouldn't be hearing dick about this.
Brian, putting that together with what Destiny posted, which again, for the record, I thought...
Yeah, it's the same way that you're not hearing dick about the Mexican, National Guard that's out here helping these people try to locate these girls. But, no credit there.
It was disgusting, Destiny, I've told you. You can defend it as much as you like, but it was just a sick, awful thing to post. And if you had any humanity about it, you would delete it. But that's entirely your decision. But Brian...
Did he ask, and you remember how cheery he was about that girl using the N-word?
I've seen this.
You remember that?
It's on the
I
other
remember.
side too. I've seen this during the Biden administration when terrible things happen, that there's a race for people to get political, to play a race card or play this card or play that card, or just show a shocking inhumanity. And it's the very worst of society when that happens. What do we do about this? I think it's fueled by social media. People wouldn't be able to get the audience for this kind of thing without TikTok, without Facebook, without X and so on. But it's just...
So your answer is to get rid of all that?
Sick thing. This goes on when these terrible tragedies happen.
Pierce accidentally giving the answer, but then going, oh, wait a minute.
Look, I obviously can't speak for what some random person on the internet tweeted about Camp Mystic. All I can say is look, I try to have some sense of the fact that there are as many Republicans in California as there are in Texas, and there are as many Democrats in Texas as there are in major big blue bastions. And so I try to focus on that and recognize that a lot of these people are a lot of these people are fighting against the same system that I would be fighting against, and I would obviously not attack folks in Texas, but I would point out that Ben said that these storms aren't partisan, and that we have to try. I can't remember what Ben said, but the reality is that while the wildfires were raging in California, Ben and Ted had a podcast where they just attacked Governor Newsom and Karen Bass. And that was while the fires were still raging.
Brian coming in with receipts.
And so spare us the grandstanding and the virtue signaling about how this stuff doesn't get partisan. This was here's Ted Cruz's tweet. Right now, everyone is horrified watching the LA wildfires. In today's episode of Verdict, We break down the catastrophic policy decisions made by Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass. Wildfires were still raging in Los Angeles while I was standing on my roof in LA, spraying down my house with a hose to make sure that my house wouldn't set on fire when the fire was down the street within 1 mile of my house.
Did you listen to the show?
And so Ted Cruz decided to come out and make his entire episode, which, by the way, there is not.
So I'll tell you what we said because I was on that show.
Excuse me, let it finish. We were crying so much about people interrupting. Let it finish.
I know. Ben is like arguing for Destiny.
You said we did a show. You're putting words in our mouth.
They won't shut the fuck up. Yeah. Oh man, I like Dark Brian.
I read the tweet
More
verbatim.
Dark Brian.
That's
did
what
you
I
listen
but
to
Ted,
the show?
No,
I actually. So I'll tell you
did you
what
watch
we did.
the Lifetime
Pierce.
movie? Did you see the documentary?
What we did was we talked about the decisions that were made.
They're owning, dude. They are eating your lunch, which I'm sure happened a lot to you just looking at you.
There's not a situation where Ted Cruz will
Well, let Ben say what he
podcast.
thinks he said. Let's listen to
He totally looks like he carries a plastic lunchbox to work.
I'll redo the show in a very quick form. What we talked about were the decisions that were made with underbrush not being cleared out and the massive warnings that were coming. We also talked about what the fire chief said about those warnings. We talked about the lack of water pressure. We talked about them cleaning up some of the holding tanks. We talked about also the fact that there were certain things that were done to save fish over having the ability to fight these types of fires.
Damn, Brian.
And everything that went into
Yeah,
it.
right.
We
So
talked about the decisions that were made that then made for a poor response that made you have to be on your roof, as you described it, spraying down because there wasn't adequate decisions that were made with those winds that came through with the underbrush.
You think the reason that I was on my roof was
Metal lunchboxes are awesome. I'm
Because-
talking about the plastic lunch box, the plastic ones.
while the Santa
like from the
Ana
90s.
winds were ripping through LA at 100 miles per hour and
He probably has DuckTales,
50
which I like DuckTales, but he just looks like he likes Scrooge McDuck just because he's just like he strove to be him.
1,000 acres of LA were burning. That some bogus fucking story
Meanwhile, the rest of us liked Huey, Dewey, and Louie and Gizmo Duck.
about the smelt, about Delta smelt
'Cause we're
is why
cool.
LA was burning.
He's a dork.
You're a joke,
No, I
bro.
think that-
You
I
have
think
no
that I said-
idea
I
what
said
you
that
are.
no-
You
I
have
gave you
no
5
idea
different
what you were
reasons. I gave you
talking
5
about.
different
You have no
reasons.
idea what you're talking
I'm-
about.
I'm
and
quoting the people
there is
in
no,
your
there is
government
no
in
amount
California.
There is no. Ben, there is no amount of water pressure
Again,
in the
go
world through
listen-
these hydrants that are
I
going to be
didn't say
able to
that.
put out
I didn't say
50,000
that.
acres of fire.
I
Yes,
didn't
you did.
say
You're talking
that.
about smelt, and
No.
you're talking about no water pressure.
I didn't say that the.
But let me
if you turn on every hydrant, you know this. You lose water pressure. That's not what I said, by the way.
Let me grant you the larger point, though, and I think the point that you're trying to make, I'll grant you this, even though you don't deserve it, and you're just going to spew a bunch of bullshit about
Please
smelt
don't give
and
me
water
any charity,
pressure.
okay, brother?
But let me grant you the larger point and say that there are still things that people could do, and I'm not here to argue that California did a perfect job or does a perfect job with
I think
regard
you
to
and I
how
can agree on
how
that.
they manage all of this stuff. But to that point, then, do you think it's maybe a little stupid that Trump would fire 10% of NOAA's workforce, which is about 1,300 staffers and researchers? Do you think it's a good idea, then, that Trump called for reducing NOAA's workforce by a further 17%, which would be another 2,000 staffers and researchers? Do you think it's a good idea that Trump slashed 20% of FEMA's workforce?
Yeah,
Do you think it's a
respond.
smart idea to phase out
respond.
FEMA completely?
Let
Do you
me-
think it's
let
a
me
smart
respond.
idea that 25% of NWS's stations lack a meteorologist?
He should have just prefaced with like yes or no.
All of this stuff is
so
planned.
let's go back to the basics here. If you're asking about the size of government and the president making a decision to reduce the size of government when it makes sense, I have no issue with that. By the way, the staffing and the lies that were put out by many on the left and the media was that there was understaffing when it came to the warnings that were coming out from the National Weather Service.
It's so convenient that this is happening in the exact, national, the federal government agencies that were getting attacked by Doge that just happened to have the plane crashes. Oh, weird. But not Trump, not Doge. Oh, more weather. Not Trump, not Doge. You literally had this guy who's in charge of NORAD, where he came out and was just like, there's a hurricane season?
That was a lie.
Like, come on, man.
They were
Seriously.
staffed above normal staffing levels. They held people over the day before and the night of the storm in Texas. They had double the staff on staff when the storms were hitting. There's a timeline of all the texts that were going out and the warnings that were going out. And so you're acting as if Donald Trump caused a problem with the flood and the response to it in the warning system, which is a lie. When you have double the staff, which is the protocol, by the way, under Obama, under Biden and under George Bush. So this is nonpartisan, and everyone showed up for work and people were held over. You're now just trying to score political points on the lives of dead children for political reasons.
Okay,
And
let me ask.
I
Hang on. Let me bring in Natalie because she should be waiting patiently. Natalie, when I read out what Destiny posted there, what were your feeling about it?
Well, I think that's probably the textbook definition of what it means to be a grifter, trying to profit off of dead children by pumping NordVPN and your promo code. It's
that was a little, I gotta say,
reprehensible. I'm
Just to be
pretty
clear,
sure
that's not
you're
my
an
promo code,
atheist.
that's
You
not
don't
the
believe in
definition of
God.
stupid.
You certainly don't believe in
Okay.
traditional marriage. So I would expect nothing less that you would double down and defend it. Blows my mind. I mean, I agree comedy's important, but I don't think, no offense, maybe you shouldn't be a stand-up comedian if you want to start your career by posting about dead children. It's really not all that funny. And it really wasn't even a joke. You were trying to profit off of it. So I think that's sort of a compounding evilness to what you did.
What do we do, Natalie?
So real quick for compounding evilness, just so I could read this because entered into the record. Okay, I'm just curious if Ben wants to say, is this quote fake? Okay, so there's hundreds of these quotes. All right, at a county meeting, okay, where the citizens are giving feedback on whether or not they should use the American Rescue Plan funds. All right, citizen Mr. R says there's not just a lack of transparency, but the Biden administration is pulling the
PIERS
wool over our eyes.
life
If we
round.
see what's actually written, we make a clear decision. This is wrong. Texas has been going in the right direction. I moved from Washington State a year ago. Washington is just falling lockstep with whatever this admin wants to do, and we're watching with clarity the damage. As far as COVID and the recovery money, the majority of the damage has been caused by the government. We're doing well. I'm a retired firefighter. EMS, I love law enforcement. Do no harm is going by the wayside. Let me finish one more sentence. Do no harm is going by the wayside from, we're all familiar with that and it's heartfelt, but it's going by the wayside for now. What would be money that would go against everything that we believe, whatever good is in it, I don't want it. Are you telling me that comment and the hundreds of others like it are fake? Can you give me a yes or no before you ramble about whatever irrelevant stuff is? Are those comments fake?
I'm going to go back to what I want to say. You say what you
That's
said.
what I
I'm going to
said.
say it.
Number one,
You're taking me out of context.
I'm answering the damn
Come on.
question, dude. Like, just chill for a second. Drink whatever hemp juice or
I am
that
drinking.
is,
Yeah,
okay?
keep going.
All right.
Yeah.
So number one, that's one person. Number two, if you weren't so dumb, if you weren't so dumb, if you weren't
scroll down and find another one if you want.
If you weren't good, you found two. If you weren't so dumb,
you want to read three more? You think they don't exist?
Go Google the size of the Comfort, Texas City Hall. You can't fit hundreds of people in any meeting
Hemp juice.
there, you moron. You found
This guy's such a nerd.
one. You act like there's thousands that showed up. They did
like
not show up and say that on the record. Are there
and
people that
can
said
go
things on the
in,
internet?
and then the
There
people
are
can
some,
go out.
but if you
and
look at
over
how
time,
small
you
the
can bring
community
5 in and
is.
5 out. If
You-
you see
again-
a room that
again,
can only fit
you
10
would know
people,
that
did you know
you're
that
being-
100 people
again,
can fit
you'll-
in?
Oh, sorry, not nerd. He's a dork.
I believe you'll
go
believe
in
anything.
and 10
I
leave.
do.
That's the one we need to bring back. Just bring dork back.
Are we
So
looking
this
at
guy's a
forget this
dork.
yet? We don't-
Again, if you understood the size of the
Maybe it's my accent that makes it fun to say.
town, which you don't care because you're literally trying to make money off of dead people.
You're the one who's
Texas.
getting kids
You
killed,
would
and I can't
know
wait for the
that
next
this is
once
an
in a
insane
lifetime
thing that you're
disaster in
saying.
Texas.
You
The next
moron.
time the power grid freezes, the
No, at home. He got him.
next time another
He got
flood
him
happens,
at
it
home,
gets just like
guys.
Europe. You're saying,
It's
could we
gotta
have ever
suck
seen it
to
coming?
make a living
But hey, you know
selling
what?
this shit
At least
online.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is out
It's
here
gotta
proposing
be a miserable
legislation
life.
to stop the Jews from putting
Dude reminds me of a Southern Pentecostal type guy.
clouds
Yeah.
in the sky. So thank God we have you guys.
Oh yeah, he kind of looks like the lead vamp. I'm not sure if you guys have seen Sinners, but he looks like the lead vampire in Sinners.
Working hard on the problem, okay, to stop
Here's-
the weather
how do you
modification
find
program
these
from
people?
Bill Gates.
Do you
Thank
stay
God.
up till
Thank you.
3
Thank you
a.m.
so
and
much.
watch the internet?
Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
Okay, Brian. Let's just talk on a bigger picture about because it's interesting to me the whole Epstein thing, for example.
I know from experience calling people like Ben a goober.
I think has been
hurts them.
fueled the sequence of events
You're a goober.
by what Elon Musk put
I
on,
like that one.
on X, and he's now creating a third party. He says he is the American Party. It's never worked before, but we've never had somebody with his money or social media firepower to drive it. So I don't think it should be dismissed out of hand. How dangerous?
It's just so funny. Like you go back 2-3 months. I watched a clip of PIERS talking about Elon when he was on Trump's team. Oh, the glazing he did.
Dangerous an enemy can Elon Musk turn out
Like
to
his
be
jaw
for Donald
still
Trump?
must hurt
If,
from
for
all the dick
example,
sucking he was
in
doing.
the
Oh,
midterms,
I'm so sorry.
he decides to aggressively support, anti-Trump candidates, for example, and is successful in doing that, and gets some resonance for this party, this
every once in a while. I'm sorry,
party,
those ones come
and
out.
then that moves
I
forward
have
with some
nothing by it.
momentum to a general election. I mean, how big could this get? What's your feeling about the Musk-Trump meltdown?
I think it could go both ways. You could make the argument that the reason Trump is president right now is because Elon Musk gave him $300 million and campaigned relentlessly in Pennsylvania, for example. So obviously there is a lot of weight that can be given to a candidate by virtue of endless funds. Elon has that. On the flip side, look, I mean, he put forward this threat that he was going to make sure that whoever voted for the big beautiful bill was primaried. They all voted for it except for Thomas Massey.
Wow, Pep is a homophobe. I'm now leaving while making a scene.
Tom Tillis, and so they were not going to vote for it anyway.
Oh my God!
I'm sure that Elon's
the challenge of the millennial
and Rand Paul. Elon's tweet had no bearing on any of those.
No, that one I sincerely I'm trying to like
so
get that one out of the lexicon because like somebody had brought up, they're just like, oh yeah, I think it's like I know you mean nothing by it, but it comes across as homophobic. I'm like,
same time that his influence is waning in the Republican Party. I think what's the broad
it turns into the Seinfeld episode real quick. Not that there's anything wrong with
picture though is that this is Elon is somebody who has Elon himself is no white knight here, especially as it relates to Democrats. This is somebody who predicates so much of his focus on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, which, by the way, so do the Republicans, but everyone is full of shit here. Elon had carte blanche, full reign of government with Doge, and instead of going after the biggest agency in government, which has failed 7 audits, which is the Pentagon, he goes after USAID, which is 0.5% of the budget and affords us soft power without firing a single bullet across the world. He goes after the Consumer Financial Protection.
Someone made a really good observation about this where they were just like, this is like you going through your budget knowing damn well that you need to cut out all this some major shit, like you need to sell a car, but you're sitting here and you're just like, okay, I'll cancel this streaming service, maybe if I just don't eat one less meat, like it's just cutting out all these small things while knowing you need to get rid of the big thing, or just sell your house.
Billions of dollars for 200 million consumers. That is a fraction of the budget. He goes after the EPA, the NLRB, the Department of Labor, the Department of Transportation. Every single agency that had enforcement or fines levied against him are the ones that he focused on. And
it's funny. I do that when I'm going through my memory and I have to go through a memory dump. On my PlayStation,
the Pentagon.
I'll be like, oh, okay, maybe this 1 gigabyte file will actually make a difference.
It gets a raise to $1 trillion. So spare us on the grandstanding about reining in reining in the federal deficit. But the same goes for this Republican Party. All of these people, House Freedom Caucus included, predicated so much of their identity on this idea that they were gonna that we have to stop this existential threat that is overspending and saddling our kids and future generations with all of this interest that we're not going to be able to pay off. All these motherfuckers voted for it. All of these people are completely full of shit. They string their people along just like they did with the Epstein situation. They strung all their supporters along with these promises that they're going to be the fiscal responsive, that they're going to be the fiscal conservatives, that they're going to be the adults in the room.
So much betrayal, and they're just like, we still love the guy.
The only priority they have. Not Epstein, not lowering costs, not adding jobs, none of that stuff. It is giving themselves a tax cut. That's the only long-standing principle they have. It's all they did in 2017. Yeah. It's all they're doing right now. Everything else is window dressing to con their
Notice how they're not pushing for a next wave of legislation. They're just like, well, the budget bill is coming up. We're we're pushing that back again, right?
They're marks into thinking that they're going to help them.
All right.
Let me say this about him real quick, Elon Musk, and how this could be an issue. You go back and you look at guys like Jesse Ventura. You go back and you look at Schwarzenegger.
Do not besmirch my name.
You look at Ross Perot. There is a history that when certain individuals see an opportunity and a third party comes about, that you can be a disruptor. If Elon Musk,
I certainly am,
just wants to be a disruptor in the midterm elections, there's no doubt he can pull it off. If he's smart about where he plays, if he tries to play nationwide, I think that would fall apart. But look, there's a tight majority in the House, a tight majority in the Senate. The Senate is leaning more towards the Democrats in the upcoming midterm election. It favors them in the election map and who's up. Yeah, I think Elon Musk, if he wanted to go in there and be a disruptor to Donald Trump, he certainly has the money to do
and
it.
It's not just money.
Right.
It's not just money because he also has 200 million followers on his own social media platform.
Sure.
Right? That
you do realize that, like, when he bought it, he was there. He did the thing from MySpace.
And I think that played a big part in how Trump won. I think he got a lot of people to, on a daily basis, Elon Musk was all in on Trump.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think Elon Musk is a really smart guy. I've spent time with him, interviewed him. I think he's probably going to look at this and say, hey, I want to rein in some of these things. I want you to hold true the Republican Party to what you claimed you were going to do, going back to the point that was just made a moment ago by the guest. He wants to make sure that the people that he helped get this power continue to do the right thing more often than they go and do other things. And so this is that shot across the bow.
Yeah.
I understand why he's doing it. It does concern me that you end up blowing up the entire thing and the progress you made. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Destiny, is there anything intrinsically wrong in the concept of a third party? Would it help break the kind of, very long-running, intransigent nature of the American political system?
I mean, with most people, the math problem is that if you create a third party, all you're doing is siphoning votes off from another party that you're more likely to agree with.
Yeah.
But Elon might have a special advantage because in 10 or 15 years, it's projected that 50 to 100,000 of his children could vote for him in an election. So maybe that'll swing things a different way,
That's to see, that is a funny joke. Destiny.
Oh, was it? You couldn't laugh. You just had to say that was funny. God, I hate people like him. Yeah. Oh, I had a good guffaw, a good laugh.
Well, the Republicans
you had me at the chuckle.
But their way, if all those kids are in Texas, who knows how many will be gone to natural disasters that could have never been, prevented or screened for or anything else. So there you go. I'll make it offensive.
You know what? I felt
had to double that.
About the debate part of that.
You know what? I appreciate the risk.
Was what Senator Cruz told me. I thought was a good way of describing it. He said, look, actually, probably the big problem here, the only thing that might have made any difference is if more people had been able to heed an alarm faster, it might have saved some lives because it happened so fast and was so devastating. And the truth is, it's in an area with a patchy cell phone. A lot of people wouldn't have got the messages. And had they had a siren system, it might have saved some lives. I imagine they will now all get siren systems. And
Piers, can I ask you a question on that point?
Yeah.
And that is, like, look, notwithstanding
Yeah,
the
look
fact
at the BBB. Tell me where that's been allocated.
that Republicans have spent so much money handing themselves a tax cut, but ICE now has a bigger military, a bigger budget than the IDF, than Brazil's military, than Netherlands' military, than Italy's military. If ICE was a military unto itself, it would have the 16th biggest budget in the world. And so think about all of the things that we can do you want to talk about America first?
Good night, Ryan.
Think about all the things we could do in this country.
Good to see you.
I don't know, giving a warning system to these folks in rural Texas, for example, who could really benefit from that.
But I don't think they're mutually. Yeah, but Brian, hang on.
Let me finish my sentence.
I don't think they're mutually.
Brown people
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. A country like the United States of America is
way bigger than
still
Brazil,
hang on, Ben, is the #1 superpower in the world, right? The idea you can't do 2 things at once, or 10 things at once, or 100 things at once is nuts. Of course,
He's trying not to.
Why is Ben saying that's the same? The Republicans have spent the last 5 years telling us that you can't spend money in Ukraine. You have to spend it here. You can't spend money on food stamps. You have to spend it on your American people. Every time it comes to cutting programs,
you would understand
every single time it comes to cutting programs, you guys are okay with cutting some programs, but you never want to spend any money on anything else. Will you admit that? Will you admit that the budget is out of control and that Trump did absolutely nothing? Will you admit that? Will you admit that the budget is out of control and Trump did that? He failed completely.
How long have you and I
on the
been
Big
doing
Beautiful
TV
Bill.
together?
A long
How
time.
many times have I
He won't admit
complained
it.
about government spending? I know. Listen
it's
to what
not
I'm saying.
government spending. It's Donald Trump. Your party has a
This is the
moral
difference between
failing
you're a
that they are
psychopath that
allocating
is
funds
obsessed with
inappropriately.
Donald Trump.
You're talking
I'm a
about trying to
realist
find
that thinks
kids
it's
in
across
Texas
all
while you've
government.
got horses galloping across
It's all
MacArthur Park,
government.
paid for by the federal government, Donald Trump's federal government. Will you admit that
I'm
they
in
failed
favor
in
of getting
controlling
out
the
20
budget?
million illegal immigrants. I'm
Did
in
they
favor
fail?
of getting out
Did
20
they
million
fail
illegal
at
immigrants.
controlling
And
the
if you
budget?
guys
Did they
would have
fail at
secured the
controlling the
border,
budget?
we
Did
wouldn't
they
have
fail at
to
controlling
spend
the
all
budget?
that damn money. We
Did they
wouldn't
fail
have
at
to spend
controlling
all
the
that
So not one of them is white.
money if you guys would
Did
have
they
secured the
fail?
border.
Do you know
and said,
something? You know
"Come
the
on
truth?
in."
Do you know the truth?
You won't even answer the question.
Do you know the
There's nothing
truth from
will get
across the
solved. Nothing will
pond,
get
if I
solved.
may raise a hand? Is I think the debt was in 1980 was $1 trillion, and now it's heading towards $40 trillion. And in that
Out of
time,
control.
last time I checked, in that time there were a lot of Democrat presidents.
I need Advil listening to Destiny.
and
Yeah,
a lot
it's a
of
little rough.
Republican presidents. So it may
Bingo.
just be Destiny. This is a problem which both
Excuse
parties,
me? Bingo.
which both parties,
Exactly.
Which
Exactly.
president
both parties have
Remember, it's all
contributed
Donald
to.
Trump's
Who had
fault.
the last
It's all
budget
Donald
surplus?
Trump's
What president
fault,
was that?
Piers. It's
Wait,
got to be
no,
Trump.
why are you
Trump's been
laughing?
president
Do you
for
even
50
know how
years.
numbers? You didn't even know how time works.
Intermission time, just to interject myself, where I will say, if you are new here, please leave a like on the video if you're enjoying yourself, even if you can decipher what the hell they're saying. And yeah, I appreciate it. And also subscribe to the channel if you're
Understand the budget.
you like
Years
the
of Donald
content.
Trump
Who had
being
the last
president.
budget
It's all his
surplus?
fault.
All right, I didn't hear a word in any of that. I want to give the last.
Bill
I
Clinton.
want-
It was Bill
okay,
Clinton. The answer's
enough,
Bill Clinton
enough,
for anybody
enough,
listening at home, okay? Bill
Enough. I want to
Clinton.
give the last word to Natalie. Who's been waiting very patiently. Natalie, last word to you about this issue of Elon. Trump,
What am I supposed to say?
The deficit, where this all goes. Another party.
All right,
Your
so by merit of just being quiet, you get the last word. Got it.
Well, Elon failed at Doge, not just the $2 trillion to $1 trillion to $9 billion. There should have been criminal referrals and indictments for all of the, scams and schemes that they were talking about. And there wasn't one person, maybe one random USAID contractor sort of on a separate path. Good luck if he wants to start a party with what I think a foreign-born COO of it. He might be getting deported imminently, so it'll be tough running the America Party from South Africa.
Okay, on that note, we will leave it. I'm going to go and have my ears treated by an emergency medic. But thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Piers.
Well, joining me on the phone now is Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother. Mark, good to have you back on Uncensored.
Thank you. Good to be here.
If I could, we spoke about a year ago. If I could just ask you, first of all, your reaction
I was gonna dip from this, but
to the Trump administration
We're gonna go with it.
effectively saying it's now shutting down any ongoing investigation into the Epstein files, as they put it. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I've never really been that much involved with or cared about the Epstein files as far as the charges against them. I had nothing to do with that. I wasn't part of it. As I explained last time, my concern is the fact that he was most likely killed in prison.
He's just like
That's what I'm concerned about.
I got nothing to do with this,
the fact that they're
guys.
trying to hide that or trying to shield that, trying to put it off as a suicide when everything else points against suicide. That's what I'm concerned
No,
about.
Sylvia, I was making a joke.
There's been a lot of every time they say something or do something.
It was just getting loud, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna take this time
They're just
to
digging themselves
get a
deeper
plug
into
in.
the hole. It seems like the lies are closing in on them.
So explain to the viewers exactly why
it doesn't sound guilty at
you
all.
believe
Exactly.
your brother didn't take his.
Yeah, my brother, he just, he was kind of a bad guy. I had nothing to do with him. I got some money, independent stuff. I barely knew my brother.
And somebody else took it.
One of those guys.
Okay. Well, first of all, when I first heard that he was dead from the apparent suicide, I had no reason to doubt it. I figured, well, he's in prison, what he was facing. He didn't have children or parents.
Good brother.
I figured, okay, if he decided to take himself out, I would just respect that. But then, we did the autopsy.
This guy
the
sucks.
next day, and
If he was my brother, I'd be like,
city pathologist who did the autopsy.
not bro. What the heck?
Dr. Bottom there. They both came out of the
Can't even
autopsy
call you
room, and they
cuz.
said that they couldn't call it a suicide because it looked too much like a homicide. That wasn't my suggestion. That was them, the professionals. And then you get all the things that went wrong in the prison. The cameras weren't working.
My own mother, she heard about it and said, Jeffrey,
Security tier.
he was
the
going
guards
through
weren't
some
checking.
things.
There's just a lot of things that went wrong in the prison. And then, Jeffrey was trying to appeal his bail decision. and he had a hearing coming up, and it would have been an extremely large bail that he was offering. And that hearing was coming up soon. Now, I know Jeffrey, and I thought that if he had a chance of getting bail, he would wait to commit suicide to see if bail was denied, it would make it more plausible that he killed himself. But why would he kill himself? Literally
Yeah,
days
before the bail. A lot of people were asking that.
Getting bail. That
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. And that's another thing. And then
Yeah.
when you hear the statements that come out.
No, and then on top of it, the one that people are just conveniently either omitting or forgetting is the fact that he did make he made a threat that he was going to talk.
Like when Bill Barr first said.
He was like doing like a lot of these insinuations like in public discussions, and he did an interview with somebody, and that was where I think that made, Trump even panic. Again, everybody has been saying this. Trump was the president. Like, the fact that this wasn't a bigger thing throughout his presidency is wild. Like, where we were just kind of playing this game like, did he? No.
Videotape, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier because the camera outside of the tier.
And then Trump's literally doing the guys. You know what? Trump. He was a bad hombre. He also had some bad. He had some bad friends. We gotta find him. We gotta find where are these friends. He literally is doing. I made this comparative yesterday, where if you watch Tim Robinson, I think you should leave now, where he's doing the bit where he's in the hot dog costume. He's like, guys, who was it? Who was it?
Was working. He said no one went.
Admit it. Admit you did it. God, the whole bit's hilarious.
Or out of the tier. That convinced him it was a suicide. Well, that was a blatantly naive statement from the top law enforcement official of the United States, because there were 11 to 12 other prisoners on that tier that could have killed somebody on the tier. And also, conversely, to think somebody could get to that door, go inside, kill somebody, and leave through that door completely undetected is just asinine, because there's 6 levels of security before you get to that door. So that if he was killed, it wasn't by somebody going into the tier and coming out of the tier. It was somebody already on the tier, or he was killed when they locked up the tier at 10 o'clock at night or 10:30 at night the night before.
Right. Why would you even bring up the other, like, well, I don't think it was, they didn't have like a secret militia of 5 guys going in like The Rock. You ever seen The Rock? It's a good movie, but you know what? I don't think they did that, guys. I think that if it's more feasible if it was his, his cellmate or, another god, kind of like we've been saying, but I'm not saying nothing,
Let me just
I'm just a guy talking.
Remind you, we had this conversation a year ago, but just for the record.
This guy's kind of a putz.
Do you believe that your brother was guilty of very serious sex crimes?
Does ketchup have to be put in the fridge or stay on the table? It does say to refrigerate, but yeah, it seems to be fine when you're at like a hot dog. Wait a minute.
He was guilty of is that he was with girls that were too young. All the other crimes and accusations, I have no clue of. I wasn't involved. I wasn't there. I hadn't seen you.
Every time you say, I wasn't involved, I wasn't there, I'm starting to think that you were involved and you were there.
For a number of years.
Just saying there, Mark.
Years before his death. And I mean, we were always in communication via phone or email, but we lived 2 separate worlds. So I had no idea what he was doing.
No, I have no idea. It's not like I went to Thailand or anything on his dime,
The only thing I could say, I know he was guilty of. The other stuff is not my business. I wasn't involved. I don't know what the charges are. So I'm only concerned with the circumstances of his death.
And had you been in contact with him when he was in prison?
When he was in prison, no. The last contact I had
He's a shit brother.
with him was the night before he got arrested. He was in Paris.
Why are they putting the brother on? Because he has the last name Epstein and it looks good on the screen the way that, look, Piers has a serious face on.
He called me from Paris.
And now Piers can just be like, I talked to his brother. His brother seems to think that he committed suicide and decided, you know what? I've decided that we don't on here at Piers Morgan don't need to do any further research into this topic.
That night, just a normal brotherly call, check up on each other. And then the next day he flew home to Teterboro Airport.
Is this your last question? I gotta go get a hot dog.
He was arrested at the airport. His attorneys called me and told me he was arrested. The last conversation I had with Jeff was the night before he was arrested.
He was obviously convicted of a paedophile crime many years previously. Did he ever?
He was convicted of a was convicted of prostitution or involved in prostitution or something. That was in Florida in like 2006 or something.
With an underage girl, though.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's what that means there, dude.
That's a crime.
That's
that's
this guy's as I said, he's a putz.
That made him a pedophile.
No wonder he's the brother nobody talked about. Oh my God, he really is the Frank Stallone of this whole story.
In jail for that. Yeah.
So
you know, this one time I was in a movie with my brother.
I guess my question is, as his brother, after that, did you have any discussions about that criminal offense that he was found guilty of?
I told him to make sure any in the future says good girls.
Oh my God, he's actually covering for Jeffrey effing Epstein.
Underage.
Yeah, somehow Piers does this weird thing where he'll ask so many questions that he'll inadvertently turn around and just be like, "Oh, I didn't say that." It's like, nah, but you kind of did. Through this whole episode, you just kind of came to the conclusion, just like, it sounds like he didn't really do anything.
It was very clear is that he ignored that advice and carried on having all these girls, many of whom...
Wait, I got to stop you there. I don't know about that because...
I know nothing about it. Please don't go look at the flight logs.
From what I understand...
This fucking guy!
What he was being charged
He really... Does he not understand that he sounds guiltier every time that he says it? I don't think he does.
Recently with stuff that took place back then. I haven't heard of charges since that 2006. I
don't even know what year it took place.
I haven't heard of charges that he was with underage girls after that. I haven't heard that.
It was only the one.
Maybe he was, but
maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't know.
I didn't hear.
That's fine. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, I know that I'm just doing a voice and I'm making it like kind of funny, but like I'm essentially summing up what he's saying, and it is just like, wow.
I was aware of.
Guys, I'm gonna have a hot take here. I don't believe this guy.
Back then, and I know part of his defense was going to be that when he made that deal back in 2006.
I don't know what he did, but I know what he didn't do.
He had a non-prosecution agreement with the government after that. So it was.
I just know I wasn't there.
It seemed like they were trying to prosecute him for things that he was supposed to have been, safe from.
We have evidence that you were on his boat. I was on, what do you give me a ride to the boardwalk? What do you want?
So I don't. Like I said, I don't know if he was.
I was playing some skee ball. I know nothing about this.
I don't know if there's charges that he was with underage girls.
This final episode of Sopranos sucks.
After 2006.
And cut to black.
But obviously, you will know the same things that we've all read about your brother, which is that he had this island. He took a lot of underage girls there.
Allegedly.
A lot of them have made very serious allegations about being raped and sexually assaulted and abused, and the other rich, powerful people, men, were also involved. None of
Thank you for the $2. Forget about
Johnny Q $2. Fugate UHH Botet.
TTS, you never fail.
None of whom have been brought to justice. What do you feel about that?
Well, I think if that was the case, that we would have heard about some of these men. Why aren't these
I didn't realize he's in the
victims? Why aren't they naming names?
Well, the suggestion
why
is
aren't they naming names? It's almost like my name's not on there.
There's been a. Well, the suggestion is, Mark, that there's been a big cover-up to prevent those names being
You're
released.
not helping yourself. I'm so glad that we watched this. This guy's such a dipshit.
People know who these victims are. The attorneys know who these victims are. They could come out and say it.
I mean, the Trump administration now says...
his line went dead, guys. You know what that means.
Case closed. Do you think it should be closed, or should there be further investigation to establish exactly who else may
His phone, Epstein. Zing!
Have been involved?
Well, again, I'm not concerned about that, to be honest with you. I mean, if wrongdoing was done, people should be punished, but I don't know that wrongdoing...
I don't know nothing about that.
...has been done. I know that I'm concerned about my brother's likely murder.
Keep going.
The Trump administration... The Trump administration is also making it very clear that from all their investigations, they believe it is indisputable and 100% certain that your brother took his own life.
Well, yeah, because who are they protecting? Look, when Bill Barr made the statement about no one, it was a suicide because no one went in or out. When Kash Patel makes a statement saying that it's suicide when you see it. My question to him was, how many suicides has he seen? Okay, where you take Dr. Roman and Dr. Bodden, who did the actual autopsy, and they came out of
Dr. Vinny Boombots.
the autopsy, and they said this looks more like a homicide than a suicide. Then how does the Trump administration say overrule that? Dr. Bodden has done about 500.
They ruled my suicide. They ruled my suicide homicide. They ruled my homicide a suicide because they just thought that nobody would actually want to kill me.
On prison suicides over the last 50 years. There's very few people with that kind of experience, and he's saying that to him this was not a suicide; it's a homicide. So yes,
hey, he did the same thing.
Anyone in the Trump administration could say, "I don't think so," but what's there?
I don't think so.
Like I said, when Kash Patel said, a suicide when you see it. How many suicides has he seen? Is he a forensic pathologist? Is he a doctor?
He's like, well, ask my wives. I mean, you can't because
it's a laughable matter that he can come out social. Where months ago he was saying that it wasn't.
I mean, Kash Patel shrugging is. I mean, how are you going to tell? The guy looks like he's always shrugging.
What is your message, Mark, to President Trump?
Let me finish. You got Bondi, you got Patel, you got Barr. All of these people work for Trump. Okay, so if they're covering up for somebody,
my wife, let me tell you,
who do you think they might be covering up for?
So you think they're covering up for President Trump?
People look at everybody is looking at little pieces of this and coming up with kind of theories, but people really
Mark needs to lawyer up.
Take the time. There's a lot of facts. There's a lot of information. People,
after careful consideration,
take the time and really investigate.
It's just a lawyer slapping a packet against his hand, just like, all right, here we go. They hired the penguins from Madagascar. Kowalski, let's time to serve him.
We'll come to the pretty much conclusion.
Hey, what is
maybe
this?
Trump was behind this.
Wow.
Maybe Jeff was killed to quiet him.
You think President Trump has something to do with Epstein, with your brother being killed?
I wouldn't write that off.
See, this was the soundbite, and he just wanted. Can you just walk your guests through exactly what you want them to say? Oh, wait.
Because if you look at all of the evidence we have and all of the facts,
there's something called subtlety. I'm not sure if you know anything about it, but your face. I mean, I know that you have the concerned pigeon lady from Home Alone 2
opinions,
but
and all of the facts,
see through it.
Wouldn't be something I would dismiss.
I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to say, but there is zero.
That's why Piers Morgan's the way that he is. Macaulay Culkin never came back with that turtle dove to visit him, and he became so shitty.
Evidence that Donald Trump had anything to do with your brother's death.
Well, somebody did. And who, again, if you look at it's sort of maybe circumstantial, but if you look at all the people trying to make it look like a suicide, look, they just released a video of the door, up to the tier. And they're trying to make people think that was the door to the cell, showing that nobody went in or out of the cell. The video that was recently released was a door to the tier, the one that Bill Barr referred to. Now, here's an interesting fact.
Hey, you know what's an interesting fact? I just happened to learn that my brother, his cellmate, he was this guy named Bain, right? I got a phone call from him, and he was just like, do you know what happened to your brother?
Years ago, to the videotape from that very camera,
he hung himself, his neck seized. It was quite painful.
10 o'clock at night, the night before, until noon, the morning that he was found, because that would show who the last people on the tier were when they left and locked up the tier, and it would also show the condition and the circumstances when they took his body off of the tier.
Ah, that's what that was the runaround. He made Mark seem incredible. I mean, come on, I started calling him a putz pretty early on.
I also want to see the video from the infirmary. I haven't been able to get anything. I was initially told that I couldn't get it because it was an active investigation, so I couldn't get access to it. After the investigation was over, I asked again, Okay, and
It was quite convenient for them to hire me,
I have in writing a letter from
for I stayed in my cell. I was molded by it.
door to the tier.
I may have to pay this man Mark a visit.
Footage that Bill Barr referred to, they told me the cameras that were working don't show that area. And then a few days ago, they released the footage of that very area and the very camera I was referring to. So first,
Not sure if you guys have ever seen the bad lip reading for Bane.
I couldn't get it because it was an investigation.
We got the fiber.
And then they
Strawberries are packed with fiber.
were telling me it doesn't exist. And now it shows up. They release it.
How long to get market fresh strawberries?
So it's just
9 minutes.
too much.
Time to go mobile.
You know, if this was purely a suicide, if this was really a suicide, this would be easy to say that this was a suicide. They wouldn't have to go through all this machinations, all this cover-up, and all this, frankly, bullshit.
So what is your message, finally, Mark, what is your message to President Trump?
Be careful of this guy named Bane.
I don't have a message to him.
Do you want him to reopen the investigation into how your brother died?
My message would be, let me give you a list of questions that we can get people to answer under oath, and then we can maybe come to some conclusion.
Okay. Mark Epstein, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
You're welcome. Bye.
You're welcome. Thank you for incriminating yourself, sir. You have been extremely helpful. Now, pay my condolences to Bane. No, I'm I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh. Your hands up. This is a strawberry. My other favorite part about that is where he just puts his hand on his neck and it's just like... Do you know what happens when you don't have fiber? Your intestine sees. It is quite painful. I can sit there and quote this that thing all day, but we're going into Piers Morgan debate time, part 2. Yes, I said that extremely stupid. It's okay. Why is this? Oh, hold on. There we go.
Why is it that Donald Trump didn't threaten to sue Elon Musk when Elon Musk said that Trump was all over the Epstein files?
The CIA said there was no torture program. That was a lie. No international renditions. That was a lie. No secret prisons. That was a lie. I think people probably at a lower level destroyed whatever they could destroy and let the lie go up to the very top and hope that this whole thing just goes away.
The reality is the people at the top, like Pam Bondi, were the ones saying they had...
Well, yeah, because he's having like debates about this. Like, dude, I told you the Epstein stuff is going to be something I'm covering for a while. So, well, at least for like the next few days.
Sitting on their deck.
No, for a while. Wait a minute. No, we're not going to let them forget about this.
And then before we even have a chance to look into them, we're hauled out actually in front of the cameras. Lo and behold, we find out that it's all information that was completely already in the public domain.
2 Iranian ayatollahs have issued fatwas against Donald Trump.
First, I don't understand why you should give a platform to such a leader. You know, if you go back in history, you should ask yourself, you know, in the sake of journalism, would you interview anyone?
Steve, how do you feel about this monster?
He's not debating, he's doing IRL
He's
shit.
trash. He's absolute trash. And I'm coming for him.
Well, the so-called Epstein files have been a huge saga.
Which, honestly, I live in a big city. Ooh.
in U.S. politics.
When people do IRL streams, I'm personally not like. We have somebody in our chat who I haven't seen in a minute, but Squishmallow Dragon. He does his own IRL streams, but when he does them, he's doing them from Cambodia, the Philippines. That's the kind of stuff that I'll watch. But guys just traveling around New York and Chicago, I don't care.
The administration tried to bring that saga to an end. The FBI and Justice Department say there is no evidence of an Epstein client list, no evidence he blackmailed powerful figures, and no evidence his death was caused by anybody other than himself. They released this video to show he was always alone in his cell. The two men now running the FBI, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, both entertained alternative theories about Epstein's death before taking office, and it angered their supporters when they said this.
You know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
The Epstein saga became a saga for good reasons. It's not just that it's a salacious conspiracy.
Oh, damn.
Gone down to the years. A millionaire financier with friends in very high places whose systematic abuse was covered up and whose justice was curtailed by his suicide in what should have been a maximum security jail. It's no wonder people speculate. But it also gets to the heart of a deeper problem that MAGA conservatives wanted Trump to solve and believe that he would. They don't trust their institutions. They don't believe that the people in charge of the country are honest about their motives and their means. This was Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who's overseeing a task force on declassifying federal secrets.
What we found in the last couple of weeks and what's definitely apparent is there's absolutely a war taking place in the intelligence agencies, right? We saw the CIA was reporting that they're worried about their own people leaking secrets to foreign countries. And we were also notified last week that there was a whistleblower that came forward stating that there was evidence being destroyed at the FBI. As soon as the FBI found out President Trump won the election, they started their deep state nonsense. And so I have full faith in Kash Patel,
the brave little toaster,
and AG Bondi to deliver those files.
No.
But I want to be very clear about
Sean, all right, that was comment of the day. The sus part is Cash and My Little Toaster sound so disembodied when they say he killed himself.
Something. The American people want the truth.
Oh, bro.
The Attorney General, Pam Bondi,
deep cut, but that was hilarious.
What was intended to be an exhibition of the new administration's transparency. First, she told Fox News that Epstein's client list was sitting on her desk.
Dude, childhood trauma reignited.
Next, she handed out binders of information already in the public domain to conservative influencers who were visiting the White House, who were duped into claiming the Epstein
that was the
files
perfect
had been
use
released.
of the brave little
now
toaster.
The client list that was apparently sitting on her desk now apparently doesn't exist at all. And what about the words of White House counsel and lawyer Alina Habba speaking on this show in February?
Incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names.
I'm glad that he's at least doing this, where he is kind of calling them out. Like, it's like, hey, man, you guys were pretty adamant that you had stuff.
That will come out.
Mr. T here was just like, I pity the fool who doesn't listen to me about the Epstein files.
It's going to be shocking.
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court.
Lies, that makes me go
again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Kash and Pam, there will be accountability.
So what happened? Secret names, lists, accountability.
Really?
This is what the latest developments are likely.
Well, then, shout out Mike Figueredo for having like a banger of a joke. That was hilarious.
Absolutely nobody. It's entirely possible. There was never anything more to know.
What are you? Seriously? Because if you didn't grow up with The Brave Little Toaster, number one, I'm sorry. That movie rocks. And also is like trauma-inducing for like oh my God, Homeward Bound, and there was another one that was also like
So it's not working out to be very expedient.
Or American Tail.
We Brits have a phrase for situations like this. Is it a cock-up or a conspiracy? In this case, it might actually be both. Well, joining me to debate this some more, Jack Posobiec, who's the senior editor of human events and one of the influencers who was handed those non-event Epstein files. John Kiriakou,
and human Pepe meme, Jesus.
who's a former CIA intelligence officer and whistleblower, host of CIA Declassified on Unified TV. Brian Shapiro, the host of Pushing the Limits, and Midas Touch commentator Adam Mockler. Well, welcome to all of you. Jack, let me start with you. What's happened here? I mean, we were all led down a train of thought that there was going to be all sorts of stuff coming out about this Epstein case, the files, the names, the lists, accountability, and then boom, it's all disappeared.
Yeah, Piers. I mean, this is...
Him and David Copperfield were best friends. He was also on the Epstein list.
As we would say in the military, completely unsat from Attorney General Pam Bondi. And this line about there being files that are currently under seal in some criminal case, well then great, let's go and get those unsealed as soon as possible. Look, I was brought to the White House under the pretense of a series of policy briefings that were going to be held, not just from the AG, but from...
Posterior.
We had the Vice President came
Sounds
in,
like
the President came in, Bobby Kennedy came in. So we had a rotating series of people from the
don't throw me into this. Listen, there's a good chance that I'm on those the list. So, buddy,
Marco
just
Rubio,
don't.
Secretary of State, and then nobody told us prior to this that the Epstein files would be anywhere even on the agenda for that day, and it was really sprung as a surprise to all of us. We get handed these binders, and then before we even have a chance to look into them, we're hauled out actually in front of the cameras that were all there because Prime Minister Keir Starmer was visiting the White House that day, and it just so happened that they were all in front of the West Wing. And by the time
ushered out
we have
like
the ability
kids
to
at
actually
the
go through
party.
that,
All right, kids, now is adult time. You guys go play in the backyard.
and well, lo and behold, we find out that it's all information that was completely already in the public domain. In fact, some of the information that was in the public domain was more extensive than what was given to us.
RFK, and he did it like in an idiotic way where he was just like, "What's wrong with that?"
The whole thing.
You know, I also did the thing with the bear. I'm very honest.
Obviously, I think, as you say, is a cock up. I hope I'm using that phrase correctly. I'm not entirely familiar with it, but that certainly feels like what happened here, and we don't have the accountability that
he tried to British Pierce. Ew.
That was spoken of. We don't have
that was some bollocks.
Releases that were spoken of, and it's indefensible. It's indefensible that the answers aren't there when so much was promised.
Brian Shapiro, I mean, look, it's perfectly possible. Indeed, it looks increasingly likely that Epstein did indeed just commit suicide. What is not perfectly possible, to my cynical eye about this, is that he was the only person other than
now you're cynical.
Ghislaine Maxwell,
Come on,
who's been
Pierce.
imprisoned, who was ever up to criminal activity on his island and other places. It just
I missed that.
Which is credulity. But nobody, it seems, is ever going to be held accountable other than him, who evaded accountability by dying, killing himself, or Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman. So none of these other men who were linked to this are ever going to be even remotely held accountable. It's just disappeared.
Well, what I would say, Pierce, first of all, when Haba did your show, where did she get that information from? Where did that come from back in February?
Cock up in the Epstein case seems a little on the nose.
I would also say to Pam Bondi, she lied on Fox News, or maybe she was telling the truth. She said that she had a list that was on her desk.
You think the judge gets he does a little one of these, like...
Pierce, where did that list go? Was she lying? Was that made up? And I'd also say thirdly, and I know this is something that Jack probably doesn't want to bring up, but the fact of the matter is that Jeffrey Epstein's on audio saying at one point Donald Trump was his best friend.
Oh my God, this guy looks like DJ Lou from The Bonfire.
We also know that Donald Trump was on the Epstein flight log 7 times. We learned that.
Who in turn looks like Edward Furlong. Dude, John Connor, he fell off.
In the Maxwell case. So I don't think it's a stretch to say maybe Donald Trump might be somewhere in.
I came back here to save John Connor. Then I saw that he was a right-wing asshole, and I decided that it's not worth it.
These files, maybe. We don't know that for sure, but I know.
I went to become the governor instead.
If it was the other way around, and if it was Joe Biden that was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein at one point, that's all Jack and MAGA Republicans would be talking about. I think Donald Trump is on this list, and I think Donald Trump is in these files, and I think the Trump administration is hiding something.
I mean, what is extraordinary, I think, Brian, is that it all seems to have gone incredibly quiet from the moment Elon Musk
420. I'm going to step off cam and
Trump's
celebrate.
name into the Epstein case when they fell out in posts on his X platform. And he's carried on overnight doing more posts, not directly linking the president, but saying what the hell has happened here effectively. But he was the one that ignited the Trump link again. You do wonder, is that involved here? Has Trump basically thought this is just going to be a lot of bad publicity here? Let's just get rid of it.
Yeah, well, I'll say this, Pierce. Anytime
I just burped smoke, and that was kind of funny.
somebody says something about Donald Trump that might not be true, Trump always threatens a lawsuit. Why is it that Donald Trump didn't threaten to sue Elon Musk when Elon Musk said that Trump was all over the Epstein files?
Yep, because then they would have to go to discovery, and they would actually have to prove that he is not.
Find that to be very, very interesting. Bill Maher could call Donald Trump the son of an orangutan, and then Trump will file
lawsuit after lawsuit. What's up with that?
a lawsuit about
this guy.
that.
Thank
Why
you, John.
wouldn't he file a lawsuit against Elon? Maybe Elon is telling the
Perhaps I judged him too harshly.
truth, and maybe Elon knows some things that the general public does not know. I tend to believe Elon on this one.
It's certainly intriguing. John Kiriakou, what do you think has happened here? I mean, Epstein, one of the most infamous cases of the last 20 years, of the century, arguably. So many famous, powerful, rich people whose names were dragged into this and were clearly in attendance at his parties and on his island and so on. And yet here, now suddenly, having led the media around the world into a lava of excitement about it's all going to come out.
Don't say that.
And you're going to get all the details. Now, bang, it's just been shelved. What do you make of it?
Right.
You've probably seen the viral videos of a North Korean phone that secretly takes screenshots every 5 minutes, which are only accessible by authorities. You probably thought it could never happen here. /Piers.
Well, based on my own experience at the CIA, there's very little daylight between the CIA and the FBI. The CIA said there was no torture program. That was a lie. No international renditions. That was a lie. No secret prisons. That was a lie. MK Ultra documents were all released. That was a lie. The CIA didn't try to recruit Oswald. That's a lie. These organizations that make up the so-called deep state, and we can have that debate whether or not you want to call it the deep state, but they all lie. They're trained to lie. And so I don't even think that we should blame the likes of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino.
Oh, God.
Think people probably at a lower level destroyed whatever they could destroy and let the lie go up to the very top.
The hat and polka dot shirt combo is crazy.
And hope that this whole thing just goes away.
Really
if there
accentuates his eyebrows.
are no documents to implicate famous people, then it'll eventually go quiet. And my guess is in 30 years or 50 years or whenever it's going to be, at least some of the truth
All I know is that dude's going to look 50 if he keeps tanning.
will probably be released.
Adam Mockler, I mean, it does stick in the gullet, doesn't it, that the only person to go to prison and the whole Epstein scandal is a woman.
Now you care about, okay.
Yeah, well, John said he thinks the people at the bottom might have destroyed the evidence, but the reality is the people at the top, like Pam Bondi, were the ones saying they had the list sitting on their desk. So it seems like that deep state you referred to, the party that promised to defeat the deep state, very quickly became the deep state. Here's the timeline in my eyes. Pam Bondi says, I have the list on my desk right here. They're rather silent for a few months. Then Elon Musk says Trump is in the Epstein list. Then within weeks, apparently the list is gone. I mean, I'm looking at this photo of Jack Posobiec holding up the Epstein files. It says the Epstein files, phase 1. But where's phase 2? There's no phase 2. So I'm happy that influencers like Jack are admitting they were conned by the admin to cover up the sexual abuse of children.
Yeah, Jack, I mean, do you feel angry? Do you feel you were used in some way?
Well, it's very upsetting. It's extremely upsetting to be brought in something like this, to think that you're going into a situation where, hey, we're finally going to get some of these answers that we all want. Used. Because at the end of the day, this is all about getting justice for the victims here, the actual victims. And I keep going back and looking over the different pieces of this story.
DDT,
what was Prince Andrew disgraced for? Why did he go up on this huge interview and then lose all of his titles and all that? And he's losing his security now, I hear. here? And, why did we go all the way around, name after name after name? But at the end of the day, it's actually about the victims. And do you really mean to tell me that all of those victims were questioned and all of the things that they said were investigated and were run down? Because it just doesn't really feel like that's been done here.
No, it doesn't. Talking of
EPSTEIN conspiracy
of Elon Musk
again. Oh my God, I'm making this shirt.
Brian, just to bring you in again here. So Musk is now simultaneous to all this. Obviously, this flame out with Trump is gathering momentum. He's now announced the launch of a new political party, the America Party. Third parties have had a few instances in modern American history. They never tend to get very far, but we've never had the richest and most successful businessman in history launching one who's got $300 billion and happens to own one of the biggest social media platforms on which he has 200 million followers. He's not just your average third-party guy, is he? How interesting is this, and how damaging could this be, particularly to Donald Trump and the Republicans?
I think it certainly hurts Republicans and Donald Trump more than Democrats. But I would also say what you mentioned, this is the richest man in the world. With money comes a lot of power. This has been tried in the past many a times, but it hasn't been tried with someone with the money and the power that Elon Musk has. But I think the question we need to ask ourselves now is this just another phase that Elon Musk is going through? And then when this blows over, if it ever does, between him and Donald Trump, will he just move on? Or is he really, truly serious about this? There are a lot of people that didn't think that he was ever going to buy Twitter, now X, and he ended up doing that. So, will he do this? Will he continue this? And in 6 months from now, will we still be talking about this? I would venture to guess probably so. It sounds to me like Elon Musk is serious, and this will be very damning, in my opinion, to plenty of MAGA Republicans out there.
Yeah, and Adam, what this all seems to center around is that he was brought in, obviously, to run Doge, to reduce government overspending and waste. And at the same time, Trump was launching the big, beautiful bill, which many people think is going to add trillions to the debt. The two were clearly incompatible bedfellows. And that's led to Musk going. Now, Trump talks about EV car mandates being one of the catalysts for the falling out or whatever. But it's probably as simple as one person wanted to slash government spending and the other one wanted to bring in policies which are highly likely, certainly in the short to midterm, to increase the national spending and debt. So there's the...
Oh, yeah, no, Jack Dorsey, that was the one thing I have to give him some credit on, is the fact that it was like, ooh, he wasn't going to let him back out of that deal.
Bash, how serious do you think this is going to get?
I don't think you should understate the extent to which Jared Isaacman, the NASA candidate, being slashed, also
appreciate the honesty, guys.
pissed Elon Musk off.
Right.
He was really mad about Jared Isaacman. What I find funny about all of this is that Elon Musk is now leveraging the same mechanisms that he used to get Trump elected, but just a few months ago, to now start a third party designed to undermine Trump's coalition. So the attention economy that he has with Twitter, he's going to leverage that. The vast wealth, he's going to leverage that. As to the question of how serious this is, I actually disagree with Brian. I think in 6 months, Elon will be on to the next thing. He doesn't seem to have the steady hand needed in politics to carry through a long-term agenda, and we saw that with Doge.
Well, there might be another reason, which is that shares in Tesla are tanking.
Yeah, rough pull.
Down 7%, I think it was.
Again, humbled.
On regular trading today.
That's
now,
all
that
right.
might just be a market reaction. It may recover.
You know what? It's an honest look at, like, all right, who would buy merch?
Certainly, recent numbers for Tesla have not been good. John, what do you think of this? I mean,
it's one of those situations where I just won't put it on the page. I'll like do it in the Discord where it's like, if you want a shirt, then I'll, like, literally, it'll be made by Unimogul.
An intelligence issue, but as an American, what do you feel about now the
it's like 100%
party by somebody who's actually got the means to make it significant?
Well, it wasn't too long ago that Ross Perot,
she has a little screen printing machine, so
was able to buy 30-minute blocks on literally every network to promote his own candidacy and got something like 19%, which was very, very respectable for an independent presidential candidate. But it didn't lead to anything. With Elon Musk, there's nothing behind it but money. There's nobody running in the state legislatures, nobody running for for Congress and whatever it's called, the American
I'm going to leave this one up for a minute.
Party or some silly name like that.
So I don't cry.
There's nobody running for the local school board or the water commission.
Number one. Come on, guys.
That's going to be the roots of this.
Even if you're new here.
New party. I think that this is just kind of a vanity project. And I have to agree that I think in 6 months, some shiny object is going
and you'll get the like rare signature. Like it won't even be mine. It'll be Unimoogle's.
To distract Elon
She'll put her
Musk,
little
and we're
art
not
signature
going to
on
hear
it.
about this party anymore.
Jack, what do you feel about this? A lot of people on the MAGA side of Trump's support were pretty dubious about Elon Musk to start with.
Honestly, that's kind of what I meant by limited. Like, yeah, I have an option to do like a Shopify store. I was like, nah.
You know, a lot of them.
What up, Anna?
Thought, well, this guy was a
Hey, go to YouTube real quick. I got a poll up.
Democrat. And now,
although you're probably gonna vote no.
He's come over, and it
Wait
maybe
a
he's
minute.
just trying to buy his
Hold
way
on.
into power.
Although I did just say that they're made by Unimoogle.
Get Trump elected and use that to benefit all his companies, which obviously do benefit and have benefited from that association. But now it's gone the other way, and he's clearly trying to punish Trump and punish Republicans in launching this third party. What do you feel about the politics going on here?
Well, I think the politics, as everyone said, and I broadly agree with everyone's take so far on here. I think this is a way to put leverage on President Trump, to put leverage on the party as we go towards the elections and then determining the swing of things. Because look, people are saying, what about the
I guess I'm out $50 if that's my
presidential
setup.
race and Ross Perot, and certainly with the tight margins that we saw in the 7 swing states, you could play a role there. But look at the midterms right now with congressional.
I might be able to do a little
majority
bit better
in the
than
House
that.
being as small as it is, you would only need to.
I don't like wearing merch
flip
that
a
much.
couple of
Oh, come on.
seats, run a couple of
It's a 421
filler
shirt.
candidates
It's
in a
fine.
few of those tight races, and you could easily flip the
I
House
could do a
one
poll?
way
Wait,
or
no.
the other. So
Why do you
what
poll?
it does is right now today is buy
Really?
him much more leverage than he even had before, and he can do that without even running a single
Oh, I
candidate
can do a
anywhere. And I
poll.
think he'd be much more successful with a project like this at the state level, at the House level, and at the Senate level than at the presidential level. And he can do so quite immediately.
I mean, obviously, you've got a massive clash of two gigantic egos here, and people used to getting their own way.
That's what it'll be. It's literally like pieces like that, where it's just it's going to be one of 5, if anything.
Do you think? I
Yeah,
can't see them really
Yeah, and it'll have like hand art on it, that kind of shit.
making up from this. I mean, Trump called him a train wreck last night. Elon's been hammering away, dismissing his big beautiful bill as a total disaster that will bankrupt the country. It's very hard to see how they make up.
I see where you're going with
here,
that.
isn't it, Jack?
Well, I would say never count anything out. I mean, you've seen President Trump be able to make friends or
I know a glassblower.
allies of rivals in the past, and he certainly has the ability to do
Yeah, I
so.
didn't think
Sometimes
about
even
that.
against the wishes
Okay,
of
thank you for the
MAGA,
idea.
but
No,
that's
that's for
certainly
real.
his prerogative. For
Okay.
Elon, absolutely, he's got a track record of moving from
No,
one thing
I one of my friends is a glassblower.
to
I
the
didn't
other.
even think about doing
But
that.
if he sees perhaps a path forward from a business perspective, look, keep in mind, he's still got to deal with the government in terms of a lot of the contracts for his companies, in terms of Department of Defense, in terms of NASA, in terms of Tesla. So he's
Sometimes.
going to need a lot of this going forward.
No, that's what I was just thinking.
And I think whether they like
I-
it or not, they're stuck together.
I got ideas.
He was friends with Epstein.
All right,
He'll be
here.
friends with Elon.
What was that?
He was friends with Epstein. I'm sure he can be friends with Elon Musk.
He actually helped Epstein be prosecuted. He was the only person who was involved, kicked him out of the Epstein. You know all this, like it's just a very.
Have you heard of
silly thing,
Alexander
bringing it
Acosta,
up,
the Florida
bringing it
district
up,
attorney
like,
who
you're
was?
like, you're a little-
Have you heard of Alex-
That's the big one. Alexander Acosta and Alan Dershowitz. Bring up Dershowitz and see Piers Morgan's face go.
Alexander
96
Acosta?
soul
You know who that
patch.
is?
He just had a sour lemon.
You're like, oh, I got it. Look at me, like I'm the guy from.
Excuse me.
You know who
Paradise or
Alexander
whatever.
Acosta
But
is?
no,
You were
no,
duped
no,
to
it's
cover up
very clear.
sexual abuse of
Donald
children.
Trump was
You were
kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump was the only one who went to investigators and said, "I will
Pierce,
work
do you know
with
who
you
Alexander
against
Acosta is?
Epstein."
Can
This
I-
has been litigated a
I
million
just
Okay,
add
I'm right back to where I started, 50-50.
times. It's
Well,
been litigated a million
first of all,
times.
well, Brian, I'll come to you,
I'll
but
find
Adam,
out.
just
That's a
explain
win.
what you're
That
talking
means a
about.
yes.
Yeah, really quickly, Alexander Acosta was a Florida district attorney. You can look this up. He knew both Trump and Epstein. He was appointed as a Secretary of Labor under Trump and had to resign in 2017 because people found out that he mishandled the Epstein case in 2007 and let Epstein get an illegal plea deal. Epstein was then able to go reoffend, and Trump appointed him in 2017. So I don't want to hear the dude that was brought to the White House to cover up sexual abuse.
Oh, Unimoogle's out here being my my merch salesman. Jeez.
Saying that there was, I don't, like, what are you trying to say here? Yeah.
You gotta wipe your face. Can you just wipe that little thing off your face there a little bit? You got a little,
All right, hold on a
mud
second.
on your face.
You have no points.
Hold on a second.
No
Can
points, huh?
Can I add
You
something?
got a little
First
mud
of
on your
all,
face
I
there.
hear the MAGA bullshit detector going off every single time Jack opens his mouth. First of all, people like Jack were the people who called Joe Biden a pedophile for sniffing hair, but yet we have Jeffrey Epstein on tape. Calling Donald
I mean, if you're gonna throw the old man under the bus,
Trump his
then
best
go.
friend. And they were hanging out together constantly. I've spoken.
Dude, that was it was funny because somebody was like, "Are you gonna defend this?" I'm like, "No, that's fucking weird."
To Jeffrey Epstein's brother.
Do you want me
many
to go through the
times. They
list
were
of all
very
the
close.
Democrats that
I'm
he was
not done
friends
yet,
with?
Jack.
Piers, like,
yeah, unless it's your partner sniffing your hair, sniffing hair is
Jack-
weird. Yes, it is.
through all this again, but Piers,
Although I have literally done that because like I thought that I smelled something and I sniffed Unimoogle's hair once and she was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I was just like, "I thought that was coming from you."
Jack, I'm not done yet.
Honestly, I thought I smelled weed.
And I didn't interrupt you.
Jack, a real reporter on this. These guys just want to play politics. I'm trying to be serious here.
Jack,
dude, you were at the White House with Epstein files in your hand.
It's totally. I always think of that scene from Half Baked. It's like, ooh, someone's got to do their shirt laundry.
Let's talk about it.
Right, exactly, Jack. Jack, just you want to defend Donald Trump and wear the Donald Trump knee pads 24/7, but when it comes to
I have no sense of smell.
To a
so,
Democrat.
Illyria, that must be nice.
they're all pedophiles.
Well, I can't say no. I can smell maybe like 15% of what you guys can.
But if Donald Trump is actually hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and
So do you
Epstein
have, like,
calls
any
him
evidence?
It has to be really, really bold.
his best friend,
Although for some reason I can smell methane like it's like nothing. So
you have
that
like a
sucks.
source on that, bro?
No,
Give me,
because
like,
the
any
Pam Bondi
actual
won't
evidence.
release the sources.
Actually, yeah, I do. The Maxwell
So-
trial,
so-
where it
so
was
let's hear it.
learned that
Please,
he
show
was
us.
on the Epstein flight. Why don't you listen? It was in the trial, in the Maxwell trial, that he was on the flight log 7 times. We have Jeffrey Epstein
And
on
Bill Clinton was on
audio
there 26
calling
times.
him his best friend. So here's my question to Jack. Jack,
And how many
if
times did Bill
Jeffrey
Clinton go
Epstein
to
was
the
on
islands?
audio,
And how many times
Doesn't matter.
did Jeffrey Epstein say
first-
that
Doesn't matter. This is the one time that I will say that the whataboutism ain't gonna work because, like, we can just go okay. If we don't care about that because it happened 30 fucking years ago and yeah, he sucks, then what? What's your argument?
he was one of the
that's
founding
called
members of the
whataboutism.
Clinton Institute?
Thank you.
I don't defend
Clinton Global
Jack.
Initiative.
Jack, if Jeffrey Epstein
this
was
all day
on
long, bro.
audio
Go get another tan, Jack.
saying that Joe Biden was his best friend, that wouldn't
Yeah, prosecute Bill too. We don't care.
concern you at all?
Man, these are like
All you do is
2016
deflect and you
Well, hold on now.
talk about
points.
other
Like, do
people.
you guys have anything new? Do you?
I mean,
any-
I don't think. I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable with us not really knowing exactly who was on Jeffrey's list, but
My line
Why
about
don't
the
they release the
Epstein,
files?
but my line about the
Anything
Epstein
new?
circle of famous
God, I missed my calling during the 90s.
friends is to me that there's
Monica.
a clear line before his initial conviction, which was a complete stitch up in his favor, no question of that. There were
Jack, why won't they release the files
Want to see my impression of Monica and Bill Clinton? Monica.
then?
Well, hang on, Brian.
Called for them to.
Hang on, Brian. The point I'm going to make is, I do
I just hurt my wrist to do that.
think if you continue to be a friend of Epstein, knowing he was a convicted pedophile after whatever it was, 2009 or so.
Yeah, Jack isn't even trying. He's just well. That's the thing. Like they always go to like such juvenile tactics, and like then they're just like, "Why are you calling me a baby?"
Prince Andrew did, for example, then I'm afraid that is seriously problematic. For those who were in his circle, a wide circle of well-known people, from Bill Gates to Trump to all these, Bill Clinton, I mean, he hooked in everybody.
Piers.
But a lot of them had nothing
Piers, where you been in the last 20 years?
to do with him, including Trump, I believe, after that conviction. But if you carried on seeing him as
Nah,
as
I don't think
Andrew
he's on it.
did,
Otherwise, he wouldn't be talking about this.
living at his house for a few days, years later,
It's not allegations. We watched him do it. It
knowing
was gross.
he was a convicted
fucking
pedophile,
weird.
that is different. I mean, do we agree?
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
all been.
I certainly.
Excuse me.
I certainly agree with what you're saying, Pierce, and your point there. But the point that I'm trying to make is there has to be a reason why they're not releasing the files. Why are they being so mum? Why is the list just magically disappeared? And I think one can come to a very logical conclusion, unless you're Jack and you defend Donald Trump 24/7, that maybe there might be something to do with the fact that Trump might be in these files and there might be some wrongdoing there, considering the fact that they were at one point.
All right, guys, you don't need to, preserve my feelings here. You can vote no and just, it's okay. I don't want to hang it 50%. Come on, man.
Well, they've certainly gone.
It sounds like somebody's getting merch anyway.
The administration from full.
I just might hand draw this shit if this is how it's going to go.
Or we're going to reveal everything, and it's really shocking.
Wouldn't be that
and
hard.
There's going to have to be accountability. I mean, I had them on my show.
You just wouldn't be able to wash it.
They've gone from that position to suddenly. No, there's nothing mysterious about his death. He definitely killed himself. Here's the CCTV footage. And there is no client list. And none of that is right. And actually, you know what? It's all over. And it is odd. I mean, John,
Pierce.
Again, John, from with your intelligence hat on, does this, I mean, do you...
It's shit like this that makes me not believe 9/11 conspiracies. This whole thing is haphazard and obvious. Yeah, that's what happened to me. Where I was just like, okay, the government's way too stupid to actually pull this off.
Look like there's been a little bit of a closing of ranks to shut this up?
Yes, I do smell a rat. And I'd like to know why no one in the media is talking about the investigation or the fact that there should have been an investigation into whether or not Jeffrey Epstein was working for a foreign intelligence service. Let's say that.
So that's really interesting. So look,
the most depressing poll ever.
You've studied into this. What is the...
Where are we at? 8?
Evidence that he might have been.
Fine.
He is...
I appreciate your honesty.
Textbook example of an access agent. You're, like I said the last time I was on the show, Pierce, you're not going to recruit Bill Clinton. You're not going to recruit Bill Gates. You're not going to recruit Alan Dershowitz. But you can recruit someone who gets close to those people. You can give them something that you can hold over their heads if you have to in the end. And then you report back to your handlers everything that they say. And in exchange, you get untold wealth and a house in the Caribbean and the biggest townhouse in Manhattan and a private plane. And that's a pretty good life, especially if you're a pedophile and you enjoy doing things like that. And nobody's talking about whether or not he was an access agent.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. I mean, does the intelligence community believe that there is merit to that suggestion?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
It does. But the problem here is the accusation is that he was an access agent for the Israelis. And that's something that the intelligence community really doesn't like to touch.
Why?
Because we have this special relationship.
His most inquisitive question yet.
Relationship with Israel. Not like a Five Eyes relationship like we have with the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. But this special relationship where we share so much, we provide so much, we work with the Israelis on issues all around the region, at least around the world.
All right, well, if you voted yes and you're in the Discord, let me know that you guys are interested in a limited print of shirts where they will be they will be handmade by Unimoogle and
world and
maybe signed
on a handful of issues. Why upset the balance over one dead pedophile? Isn't it easier just to cover it up?
Brian, what do you think of that?
I believe that Jeffrey Epstein surrounded himself...
Gonna be like a comic book enthusiast where it's like, you just devalued my book.
...with a lot of powerful people. It is very, very possible that he could have been working for a government agency. Very, very possible as well. I would tend to agree with the fact that this needs to be investigated more. The media needs to talk about it more. And I don't think this is just a situation where Jeffrey Epstein was getting people to come on his island and sadly do horrible things to young girls. I think there's a lot more to this story. I think there's a lot of people hiding a lot of information. So I certainly agree with what he just said.
I mean, Jack, one of the conspiracy theories I've seen online a lot in the last few days is it's not a coincidence that Netanyahu is coming to the White House, that he's been there, I think, 3 times in the last few months. He has a much better relationship with Trump now than they did when he pissed Trump off by going to see Biden and so on. and that suddenly the Epstein files disappear. If you were working as a conspiracy theorist and you...
Guys, why is water in a can better?
bought into the
I'm trying to figure
idea
this
that you
one
were
out.
some kind of agent for the Israelis, which is not completely
expensive.
implausible, given all the connections he had. And no, has there been some tacit agreement with Netanyahu to get rid of this problem? I mean, stranger things have happened.
I think the perception is horrible. I think the perception is absolutely horrible, and it puts a huge onus on the entire administration, and certainly coming from Pam Bondi for her mismanagement of this. I want to go back to something that John was saying.
So
as
they're
well,
going to throw
but,
Pam
Ghislaine
Bondi.
Maxwell's father.
So that's what they're doing to like have cognitive dissonance here. That makes sense to them, I guess. Where they're going to just throw Pam Bondi under the bus. Got it.
This
Okay,
is
cool.
so Robert Maxwell is someone who's highly fingered in a lot of these conspiracies or a lot of these
Liquid Death is yuppie nonsense. I
allegations.
know.
His entire
the one thing that Liquid Death helps with is like when you're doing like a drinking day where like you're with buddies and shit. Having this to kind of confuse your like your hands and your brain where you're just like, oh yeah.
career. There were allegation after allegation. That
I had a situation where people were like, grab this out of a cooler. I was like,
involved
Will
somehow with
do.
Israeli intelligence going all the way back even
yuppie nonsense or not. I'll take some fucking Liquid
to
Death.
the 1940s and serious questions about some of the work that he did all the way through this. And then, of course, as it goes, she becomes the recruiter for Epstein. And so these questions have really gone deeper and deeper and
But I've also, like, I'll admit it, I bought some, like, when I know that I'm doing, like, a drinking day.
deeper. And of course, there's no actual evidence or, just a hearing of the evidence or release of the evidence, release of the file, a task force, even a press conference, and instead we get, oh, well, we're just going to move on. And here's a press release on a Sunday night when it's, it's a holiday here in the U.S.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Adam, it is just a bit weird, the whole thing. I can't quite get my head around this because they were so emphatic that this was going to be huge. And now it's nothing. It's not like even mini huge. It's nothing. There's nothing to see here.
They're mini huge.
Yeah, and to
That's a new one.
build on that, I can't
Are we just
tell if
like,
it would be
can't let
worse
that
if
one
this
go?
was a cock-up or a conspiracy. Because if it's a cock-up, that means
Can
they
you
were
imagine Trump saying it? Mini huge.
straight up lying to the American people
It's
the
huge.
entire time about
Mini
what they
huge.
actually had, right? Or
So small, yet so
if
big.
it's a conspiracy, that means
It's a conundrum.
they have it and they hid it the entire time. I mean, either way, it looks really bad on the administration, and especially for an admin that is created this grounds that is like primed for conspiratorial thinking. A lot of the MAGA influencers were super ready, super excited for the Epstein files to release. So when you create the grounds that are perfect for conspiratorial thinking, and then you pull back, there are going to be a lot of conspiracies about the admin now.
Jack, it's a confusing time to be in MAGA, isn't it? It must be. Right? Because there's so much
All right, that one's good. Clip that
going
one.
on,
Holy
which
shit,
must be
that
quite
was
bemusing. You're led up the hill and we're going to get all the dirt on Epstein. That disappears. You've got the attack on Iran, which seems to fly in the face of everything
confused blinks.
Trump has said about foreign wars, foreign engagement, and so on. You've got a kind of war at the center of the party. You've got Elon Musk, who you were skeptical of, MAGA, and then he's the hero suddenly, and now he's the villain again. This is not an easy time for MAGA to get their heads around the consistent theme here.
Oh, Piers, what are you talking about? I love a fight. I'm always ready for a fight. And MAGA is always made of fighters. So if we got a fight, if we're coming in...
MAGA is confused as
Charlie
a...
Kirk
Yeah,
is
I
out
mean,
there today saying
it's
that,
just... yeah.
There's a huge push for amnesty of these, the farm workers. And this was something that was mentioned at the rally over the weekend in Iowa, or I guess just before the weekend in Iowa. And so, look, if there's going to be a fight, then we're more than ready for...
Wait, is he doing rallies? Oh, God. He better not be doing fucking rallies. Come on.
I know that
What a pathetic loser. He needs to go out there and have his fan base come out and just, look at them, they love me.
I'm not going.
Poll numbers be damned, they still like me.
But don't you have to know what
You like me, you really like me.
you're really fighting for?
I'm fighting for the country. I'm fighting for America first.
No, I get that. But are you fighting
No, dude, for real. Like, he kind of asked you a straight, like, question right there, like...
for deportations
Yes.
of every illegal immigrant in the United States if that means that farms close all over the United States, for example?
Yes, it is 100% across the board. When we were at the RNC in Milwaukee, we had mass deportations now signs. And by the way, that doesn't necessarily mean that they
he's in Milwaukee.
all need to be arrested. And I know that people have been crunching.
No wonder Wisconsin's turning blue.
The numbers and saying, oh, you know, if you do this many arrests a day and that many, I think that self-deportations are something that
he's fighting for his own internal logic. As I said, sunken cost fallacy. Thank you for thank you, Sylvie, for reminding me of that. And we're going to like remind people that's what it is.
Really,
because it really. That's God. A lot of the people that make the arguments where it's like they're not bad people. It's like they're technically right, but the sunken cost fallacy is a real thing, and because they refuse to pivot, we need to like kind of shift and just go, no, until you say and admit you're wrong, we're going to continue to be kind of dicks about this because what you're doing is pure cruelty. So your feelings be damned. I'm going to tell you how much of an asshole you are.
Worked on, I think, the remittance.
Like, there's nothing more annoying than the fact that, like, I have watched a person in my life who is a fucking Republican talk about how he's using immigrant labor, and then he's just like, yeah, you know what? If they fuck up, I'm gonna call ICE on them. That's the shit that gets me to go,
tax that went through in the big beautiful bill should have been higher. 1% is too low in my estimation. I think that
happened, by the way.
Should be 5%, 10%.
Shout out Corey.
Or even 50%.
You know what? No, he gets a name. I'm not going to last name him, but you know what?
Because in some of these cases, that's exactly what's going on.
I'm glad that you think like that.
They're here for economic reasons in the United States, and so if you put that,
but doesn't the United States economy need?
He's not a friend, by the way.
Need a lot of them. I mean, isn't this the whole point about?
He's just somebody that I happen to know.
About the farmer debate is that actually farmers have gone to Trump in big numbers and said, if you deport every illegal, undocumented worker in the country, we're out of business.
They don't care.
Well, look, you know, there can be a way for this to be done in a phased manner where they can get people in, and over time, it's not like it has to be, we're going to snap our fingers overnight and they're going to be gone, but absolutely over time.
No, that's what they're doing with this influx of ICE agents. They want to do this by the end of his 4 years so he can have an optical thing where he doesn't give a shit what this does to the economy. He optically just wants to be like, look, I got rid of them. Aren't you fucking happy?
100%.
Brian, what do you think?
And then he's just be like, come on, elect me again. There's no more elections. There's no law. I don't give a shit.
Thank you of that. I mean, it seems to me that Trump.
I mean, he's already devolving.
Had a lot of political wins. Whatever you think of him, the last 3-4 weeks, you could argue, have been the most successful politically that he may have had as a president. But it seems like.
And they're all falling apart just as quickly as that happened. The ceasefire in Israel doesn't seem like it's exactly working. I guess he's going there soon-ish. But then you have him threatening tariffs, destabilizing the economy again.
Like on a lot of these issues, there's
gas is up again.
This dilemma.
No deal. No, he's also trying to do the thing where it's like, what do you mean? It's day 90? Huh? 90 days and
she's going to have
900 days
to confront, and not least, I think, this issue of undocumented workers.
That's what I meant. You guys just you took a zero off.
Well, it's interesting because Jack says MAGA is...
By the way, guys, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do, and hit the subscribe button if you are new here. Appreciate it.
Fighting for the country. So is fighting for the country giving the biggest tax breaks to the top 1% in the history of the nation? Is fighting for the country not giving people due process and people that have been living in this country for decades and ICE agents coming up to them, not identifying themselves, ripping them from their families right outside of the courtroom? They're trying to do the right thing or sending people to El Salvador.
Yeah, they're like the fact that the merit that they're going to their court dates mean that they're trying, and they're just like, nope, totally cool with it.
Prisons with no criminal record. That's fighting for the country while Donald Trump is doing this weird.
They don't care because they literally are just like, not my problem. I'm white.
Masturbation dance on July 4th when dozens of kids are missing in Texas. That's fighting for the country, Jack? No, I'm sorry. That's the opposite of fighting for the country, okay? You know exactly what dance I'm talking about, Jack. I'm sure you do it every night before you go to sleep. Yeah, I think you do, Jack. I think you do, Jack. But the point that I was
go to sleep, man.
Okay, well, the point that I was trying to make, Jack, is you said that MAGA
I don't know what I'm doing.
Republicans are
He did that like the week before the election. Reminder.
fighting for the country, deporting
Yeah,
people
so
and ripping
illegal
up
aliens
parts of the
aren't part of my
Constitution.
country, and in short work, they won't be because those aren't Americans; those are illegals.
So they don't deserve due process? What does it say in the Constitution? It says every single person, not citizen, not non-citizen. The Constitution says
Subject to
every
the jurisdiction
person, okay?
of.
Honestly, you know what? Fuck it. This guy just made me a reverse colonialist. Fuck it. You know what? Professor Flowers was right all along. Let's give America back. Let's do it. Like at this fucking point. Fuck this guy. I mean, where do I need to go? Where's my lineage?
It says subject
Is the Danish-German border still a thing?
to the jurisdiction.
Okay, so
of.
you think that
Illegal aliens are not
so
subject
someone
to the
should be
jurisdiction.
deported to it?
We actually went
So
through
you're
this last
okay
time
with
we were
people
here.
being?
You don't have any new
So you're
talking
okay
points,
with
do you?
I literally my family came from a tribe from the Danish-German border that was like its own state for a long time.
Someone being no, it's not a talking point. It's called reality, Jack. You don't live in reality. You live in MAGA world, and you take
I
the
live in
Ben
reality.
Shapiro
In my
talking
reality,
points.
they're all going home.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
What up, Trent?
No, you don't. Oh,
Can I
they're
ask,
all
Jack,
going home. So you're okay. Go ahead, Adam.
I was going to say, can I ask if we had studies proving, which we do, that these farm workers lead to
Keyboard Superman back to Krypton.
increased economic.
Oh, by the way, guys, just so you know, tomorrow I'm likely not going to be streaming. If I do, I'm going to be doing a short one from my phone. I got invited to go see a premiere of Superman. I'm very excited.
Would you still want to deport illegal farm workers? How is that
I will do a review stream, or like at least a review video.
putting
though.
America first when it hurts the economy?
Wow,
like
it's
Pierce said,
amazing that
farm
we're-
workers
I'm so excited, guys. You have no idea.
are coming to
Democrats
Trump.
say,
I'm
"Oh, you're
so
just
pumped.
going on the side of
When I got that, I was just like, "Let's go!"
big ag and big corporations." Like here, I'm the MAGA guy, and I'm the one who's saying,
not
"Let's do
answering my
something
question.
for the
How is
working
that
class
helping
of
the
this country.
economy
Let's do something
if
for
it's
the
less
middle class."
economic
But man,
output?
you guys just love kissing the boots of big corporate America, huh?
No, I like the economy.
What are you
I like having
talking
more
about?
economic output. And
How does
when we
the
have
boot
studies
leather
saying,
taste? Wall Street, the Wall Street
Here's-
boot
no,
leather,
this
the
isn't
corporate
about
America
Jack.
boot leather.
Do you know
Tragic.
what I would have done
Tragic, are you in the Discord? I can talk to you privately.
if I was Trump? I'd have taken a massive victory lap over the stunning success in the southern border, reducing the numbers coming over illegally to almost negligible numbers from the millions that came in under Biden. I'd have taken a massive victory lap, which
Jack.
would have been applauded by, I think, most Americans, and then I would have targeted
Wait, CVS's?
the people who were in the country illegally who committed crimes. And I would, and that was the first
Panic, I'm not in the mood.
thing he said, I remember, as a campaign thing. When you get to a wider category of people and you simply say, we're
I'm kidding, bro.
going to deport everyone who's undocumented in America, I mean, you could potentially be looking at 100 million people. Nobody really knows, right?
Wouldn't that be something?
But the idea that won't rip the heart out of America's economy in industries like farming, I think is for the birds. So I just felt like Trump's got a big
have
win.
some people
He's got a
support for
couple
this.
of
All
big
the
wins
polls
on
say the majority
immigration,
of
right?
Americans
Take
want
the
Some of his British shit makes me go, oh.
southern border win,
That's
deport the ones who commit crimes, and then move to a new reform of the whole immigration system, but not at the expense of industries like farming. John, you're nodding there.
Yeah, Pierce, there's a middle ground here. In early 2001, the Bush administration, the George W. Bush administration, negotiated an agreement with the government of Mexico that would address much of this. All of the Mexican workers who were here illegally, who were undocumented, would have to go back to Mexico. They could file papers asking permission to obtain a 9-month visa that would allow them to come here, work, pay taxes, and then go back to Mexico for 3 months. And they would have to go through this process every year. That way, they were legal to come and work, continue the jobs that they had, pay taxes, and go back. That was scuttled because of the 9/11 attacks. But I think that's the basis. That should be the basis for something that the Trump administration can negotiate with Latin American governments right now.
Okay, I want to just end quickly with Gaza. Netanyahu is at the White House. Jack, I mean, it seems to me it's imperative for the people in Gaza that there is a ceasefire and actually an end to this war. I think it's increasingly imperative for Israel and Israelis. actually, and Jewish people around the world that this ends. Because unlike the military strikes in Iran and against Hezbollah in Lebanon, this has made what's happening in Gaza with the enormous civilian death toll as they've gone after Hamas. This has made Israel increasingly despised around the world.
Well, it has. And not only that, but prior to the Iran flare-up, this conflict, this was also something that was eroding Bibi Netanyahu's political base internally within Israel. He's certainly got a rally around the flag moment right now because of the Iran situation and the way that that's been viewed. But prior to that, he narrowly survived a leadership vote just a week before the initial strikes were taken in that operation. And by the way, all of that was predicated on him breaking the ceasefire deal originally with Gaza. So if he does not agree, and I know that there's been a ceasefire that's I've seen in media headlines, but I would love to see him standing there with President Trump agreeing to that ceasefire there at the White House.
Yeah, and Adam, I just feel like I'm somebody who, for many months after October the 7th, given the scale of what happened, I continued to defend Israel's right to defend.
Panic, you don't like
itself against Hamas because Hamas were wedded publicly.
I like the derogatory term you use because you don't like women. So, well,
to continue doing this as many.
Are you bi?
Many times
or
as they could.
I thought you were just gay.
They were wedded to getting rid of every Israeli if they could. So I supported the right to defend themselves. But in recent months, it's become almost impossible to defend what Israel's been doing. The 3-month blockade of already impoverished and starving people, the relentless bombardment killing so many civilians without any hostages getting released through this period. And then the people like Smodrich, the finance minister, publicly stating that his goal is to cleanse Gaza of all Palestinians, which is actually his ethnic cleansing, which is a war crime. You put all that together, and it's become almost impossible to defend Israel continuing to prosecute the war in Gaza the way they're doing it. So I just feel, as somebody who likes Israel and Israelis and feels for Jewish people around the world who've had a very traumatic 2 years, as the people of Gaza have had, the innocent people in Gaza, I feel this has to end. What do you feel?
Yeah, I think I've gone through the same journey that a lot of people have, including you, where initially after October 7th, I was fully supportive of Israel's right to respond and root out Hamas. I would even argue with people in my generation, because I'm 22 and they have some wacky opinions. I'd be like, listen, if the power imbalance were reversed and Hamas had the power over Israel that Israel has over Hamas, there would be no Jews in the Middle East. So you just have to understand the power imbalance. But I can't put an exact pinpoint on the date. At some day, I feel like they're just beginning to cross a line over and over and over. And when we're heading into like a year and a half or 2 years of a war with no end goal, no specific end goal, like, I know they say they want to root out Hamas, but at some point, it feels like they're just killing people who are getting flour and way overstepping. So I've talked to a lot of people who seem to have gone through the same journey where they're like, oh, of course, root out Hamas, of course. But at some point, it seems to be too far.
Yeah. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to make a point, and you made this earlier, Pearson. We agree on this. Just because you criticize the Israeli government doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic.
No.
Okay, I'm Jewish. I criticize the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu, and Donald Trump took the Israeli intelligence over our own. Now we're involved in another war, this time with Iran. I thought Donald Trump was going to be the peace president and he wouldn't get us into any new wars. Listen, Israel has a right to defend themselves. I agree with you, Pierce, 150% on that. But there comes a point where this is their war and it shouldn't be our war. Somehow it's okay for us to put all this money into this situation with Iran. And by the way, that's a whole other story of how successful this strike was. But yet when it comes to Ukraine, we got to stop aiding Ukraine. How much money have we given Israel? $450 billion plus. That seems to be totally fine. But when it comes to Ukraine, with these MAGA Republicans, no, we got to stop defending our allies in Ukraine. So I've criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. I will continue to do so. We need to question the Israeli government, and the fact that our own president takes their intelligence over our own should tell you something. He's full of crap, and I got to tell you something. We got to stop putting all this
let's listen to the lead singer of the Dropkick Murphys here.
Money into a war that we should have never been involved with Iran in the first place.
Yeah, and it's perfectly possible and indeed perfectly reasonable, I would argue, to criticize the Israeli government without being anti-Semitic at all, i.e. like me.
Like me.
look at certain things
He just had to be like, there's no question.
Israel has done in
on.
its defense, the way it attacked Hezbollah with the extraordinary pager attack, and say that that was a very precise, very well targeted, very successful mission against a bunch of terrorists who've been waging war against them for years. So, and also think that what's happening in Gaza has got completely out of hand, and it looks like it's just involving the obliteration of the whole strip. And the elimination of everyone there out of the strip. John, final word to you. What do you feel about this?
I have to agree. You know, when you look at the Hezbollah operation, that was absolutely brilliant from an intelligence perspective. Imagine the moving parts that are at play in an operation like that, where you go from the point of production to the point of delivery and everything in between, the supply chain. Absolutely incredible. But you can't just slaughter women, children, emergency workers, doctors, blow up hospitals every single day and say that you're fighting Hamas. Sure, Hamas is a terrorist group, but Hamas is minuscule compared to the population of Gaza. And these tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of deaths are unacceptable. These are crimes against humanity, and they have to stop.
I don't think we've ever discussed this topic where everyone on a panel has broadly agreed. So I'm gonna take the win on the broad agreement and hope that I got a feeling Donald Trump is going to get some movement on this with Netanyahu. I got a feeling we may hear that sooner rather than later. I think he, you know, and you know what? People who are cynical say he just wants the Nobel Peace Prize. Well, Obama got one after 8 months in office for saying some fancy speeches. You know, if Trump was to actually get this sorted, this war ended, and could then move to try and do the same in Ukraine, as I know he desperately wants to, that would be an amazing achievement. Gentlemen, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, he wants
Donald
it to
Trump
happen.
is due to meet with Benjamin
right.
Netanyahu at the White House, with the president saying
who is
a
it?
ceasefire deal in Gaza is close and could be agreed this week. Trump previously told reporters he'd been very firm with Netanyahu about ending the conflict.
Is it the 90-day one or like a permanent ceasefire?
After 21 months. But joining me now is Israel's ambassador to the United Nations.
Oh, Jesus, this guy? Yeah.
Danny Dunham. Mr. Dunham, thank you very much indeed for joining me again on Uncensored. What can you tell us about this meeting that is happening in the next few hours between the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel?
Thank you for having me again, Piers.
Nah, I can't do this. I can't do a one-sided thing with, especially with Piers and his. I'm trying to get out of my supporting Palestinian causes era. He was so close. He was like this close. Yeah. Still can't get over that. Yeah. All right. Do we have anything else tonight? I think we're good. I know that I'm a little overtime right now, but my plans got pushed back. So Hassan hates this guy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of him. Wait. You're so full. 5 pounds of butter chicken. Ooh, I love butter chicken. Okay, that's good meal. Good meal. I'm actually making some Polish kielbasa on the grill. All right, so let's see. Add a little garlic. Got some basil. I have no onions, so gonna have to figure something out there. But yeah, I'm gonna let them sit there with a little bit of olive oil. Gotta make ups for the lack of the onions. So olive oil, a little bit of butter. Put it on a flat top. Grill basa. Yep, that's what I'm making actually, is grill basa. Well, on a flat top, so fancy cooks. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing. I mean, I can cook. So I like me some good foods. I do. I just, unfortunately, because I got into doing this, I haven't been able to make as much. So, oh yeah, you making some homemade pierogies? No, I'm not going. I'm not going to do any pierogies. I'm also not Polish, so I don't really know how to make some good pierogies. Homemade. Yes, you mean the ones I get from Costco? British accent, where'd that come from? got steamed veggies and canned chili. Ooh, I got some green beans. I'm also gonna add some garlic and pepper too. Are you guys seeing a pattern here? I mean, I might like me some garlic. I'm excited. Now I want butter chicken. Too hot right now. Yeah, well, you're laying. Are you still outside? Wait, this is the difference. This is my favorite part. Unimogul's probably outside, like sweating. Meanwhile, I'm down here and I'm like, it is 65 degrees down here. So, and that's like an inside 65. That's a bit cold for me. I function at about a good 68. That's why you don't see me in t-shirts ever. Because I'm in the corner of a freaking desolate. Well, I think this was made to like be a cellar. I swear to God. Like the way that this like retains nothing but cold throughout the entire year is crazy. Maybe. I knew it. How much is 60 Fahrenheit in Celsius? I said 67. Degrees in Celsius. 19.4. You would think, like, outside, it's fine. Like, I would be in a t-shirt outside, but for some reason, like, the way that it retains it down here is a little nuts. I have to be honest. So one thing that sucks about doing, like, the basement stream is, like, I don't have windows, and I can't really do much, you know, maintenance as far as, like, the temperature in here. The last time I did that, I accidentally caused a power outage because I had my Dyson fan plugged in down here, which I found out was overloading the circuit because I have other stuff down here. So don't do that. That was scary. I have to be honest. All right, so the Angry Ginger is live over on Twitch here. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to raid AG. I have to get going here, guys. So here's the deal. I'm gonna raid AG. I hope you guys can join me tomorrow. Wait, yeah, I said I'm doing like a phone stream tomorrow. It's gonna be like an hour long. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna just be chilling with you guys. Like, if you guys want like to come chill, maybe see my garage, then tomorrow would be a good day to join the stream. And outside of that, Friday I will be back at the normal time of 4 o'clock. I don't know, maybe 2 o'clock. I might be changing the time that I start stream now, because I'm enjoying these 2 o'clocks. The 2 o'clock start times, but at the same time, my sleep schedule's still adjusting, so canned chili should be chili man. Chili man's good. Chili man's good. I will say that. Oh, it's Unimogul saying it. That's how I was about to say. Wait a minute. That's like a staple here. Butter chicken. It's just like tomato sauce and Greek yogurt. Masala. Well, yeah. God. Even gotta be a contrarian there. Gotta love it. But here, before I go, guys, if you would consider hitting the like button over. Oh, we hit 20. Hell yeah. I appreciate that. Let me just put this here. If you guys want to help me get closer to the goal here and get Unimogul on stream to do my braids, you guys can either donate to that link or you guys can get yourself a membership, because that's what we are going for. This is a hard out date, by the way. So unfortunately, if we do not hit it, it likely will not be happening on stream. So this is one of those ones where I have to like let you guys know that this is like a solid goal we are gunning for. I would love for her to do this. It's going to take pretty much the entire stream. It's going to be Viking braids. I don't know. Like I found a few like different like ways of doing this. Also, if you haven't noticed, it's starting to get a little thicker. What's going on there? New sponsor? Who knows? But he said he was hungry for it, and you can't scratch it together. Wait, contrarian with what? I was honestly that was kind of a joke. But whatever. The building I work in is 26 degrees. I said 19, right? Yeah. So, yeah. No. That's what I mean. Like, around, yeah, that's actually what I would be fine with if it was down here, and that never happens. So, cream, lemon juice, coconut milk, turmeric, cumin. Yeah. No, you can, but I don't necessarily need to. That's cool that you do that, though. Alrighty. But, like I said, guys, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Alright, full disclosure, it's not, for some reason, this is not loading again. Why is my outro never ready? Come on! There it goes. Alright. Yeah, it's too expensive. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna raid, wait. Is Dan really debating somebody? Screw it. He needs it more. I'm gonna do this one. I think that he mentioned that. There we go. There we go. We're gonna go raid Dan Banana debates. I can read. He raided me once, so he's cool. Let's see. He's watching the same video we were just watching, funny enough. Let's see what his takes are. Well, that's odd. He's muted.
That's... Hey, Pep Talks. How you doing? I was actually getting ready to raid you in a few minutes. It's been a slow stream night tonight, so... Wasn't a whole lot going on. We were talking about some of the weird shit going on with the new Piers Morgan episode. I can't stand Piers Morgan, but his stuff gets pretty crazy. Hope you had a good stream tonight. I've been catching bits and pieces. The Angry Ginger. We will make sure that he gets rated.
All right, cool. No, I appreciate you guys checking him out. Also follow his channel, and then yeah, sorry. Oof. Wait. Oof what? Damn it. Well, Sylvie, sorry to disappoint. Oh, yeah. He was about to raid. No, it's okay. He's gonna go, he's gonna take y'all to AG. It's okay. It happens. But, alright, guys. I will catch you all later. As I said, keep your notifications on, and it'll be most likely a phone stream, so it's gonna be a little bit different. So, born a woman, Ragnar. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yes. I'm gonna deepen my voice now. You can guess. All right. Good night, guys. I love y'all. See you all tomorrow? It's not working. Damn it. Hold on. That's why I did that. There we go. All right. Love you guys.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.